2.
One more, you could attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep. Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wish Cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Guten Morgen and willkommen from Frankfurt, the financial heart of Europe, the city where poets live and champions are soon to be crowned. Yesterday we had over 100 trainers register and compete to eventually try and become the new champion of the first event of the 2026 Pokémon Go regional season. Now we have narrowed it down to the last remaining 16 trainers. My name is Leonard and I will guide you through this adventure together with my esteemed roster of co-casters Lou, Farid and Semyon. How are you guys feeling about day one?
Like day one was amazing. Like we had so many great battles in day one. We had a lot of Pokemon that now are shining as well, which we wouldn't really sometimes even expect. We had like a few Pokemon that were kind of sleeper picks. We see a Lantern as well now in day two, which honestly, I didn't see it coming.
I was really excited just to be back here at the stage and watching all of these players for the start of the 2026 season. And we're seeing so many new Pokemon, but also so many familiar faces. I can't wait to see how they get on today.
Yeah, I couldn't ask for a better start to the 2026 season, honestly. Frankfurt has been a great city to host this in. We've seen trainers from all over coming here to try and set the tone for their 2026 season. It's off to a fantastic start.
Yep, and as you just said it is only the start of the season. There is many more events to come in the future. We have seen so many great cities in the last season already. What's to come this year?
Well, as I said, we're kicking things off in Frankfurt, and then as we run up to the first international of the season, we have got Lille and Gdansk after Sao Paulo at LAIC. There is Stuttgart and Birmingham before the European International Championships in London. That's always my personal favorite event of the season. Then in the run-up to NAIC, a couple more events as our trainers get to hone those skills ahead of the last big tournament before the World Championships in San Francisco, the pinnacle of Pokemon play, and the Pokemon XP as well. I'm super looking forward to that.
I was going to ask you which destination are you looking forward to the most, but I think you just answered that question. You can become the new champion in each one of those cities. But of course, it is not only about becoming champions. We are competing for championship points and prizes as well.
So many championships available here this weekend, 350 available for first place. And one of the key updates this season is that the placements from 5th down to 16th have also increased in championship points. That means it can be critical. Your top 5 events will go towards your leaderboard, and that could be critical when it comes to the championship race at the end of the season, where our top 65 players here in Europe will qualify for Worlds.
Definitely qualifying for the World Championship is a goal for so many trainers, but there's also some nice other things that you can pick up on the way.
There's some amazing prizes that you can win here today. The first place is going to get $2,500 here. But not only this, also the top 5 are going to get some booster packs, which is also very, very exciting. There are a lot of really cool cards right now, and as a collector as well, I really like those booster packs.
Yeah, who doesn't like those booster packs? Just the thrill of opening them. Getting one of those art rare cards is absolutely amazing. Just like day one was, guys. What was your favorite moment from day one?
Honestly, there were so many to tell, but I really enjoyed getting to see our trainers coming forward into today. So every single trainer that we will be featuring today, we got to showcase yesterday as well. So you get to see a little bit more of their personalities. I'm going to say it though, you've set it up for me. I enjoyed seeing Gastradon doing pretty good. It was on the broadcast a lot yesterday. I believe it's out there on 4 teams in our final 16 trainers, and I'm looking forward to seeing it crush the competition today.
I'm really backing Shadow Charizard today. It's a Pokemon that we had a few seasons ago in the Play Pokemon Championship series, but it hasn't been around for a while. Now that it's got Air Cutter as well as the change to Ember, or some players are running Dragon Breath, I cannot wait to see some Blast Burn land.
Also, a Pokemon that really surprised was that Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff also, 3 are currently still in the teams there, but also all of them are on the winner side of the bracket. So we saw on how much power this Pokemon has. Now with the updated move of Charm, you're going to be able to get to that Ice event so fast, which gives you a lot of coverage, but also the option to just drop that attack set. And we saw like how important this is in so many battles.
And all of those Pokemon are piloted by amazing trainers that we have seen so many times already before, but also newcomers who have burst into the scene here in Frankfurt. Why don't we refresh our memories looking at the winners bracket right here, because we want to see who is going to compete next.
Honestly, I am so excited for that very first match there, Panaman versus Inadequins. I don't think you could write a better storyline. Both these trainers in back-to-back World Championships got that coveted 2nd place. They know what it takes to go all the way. I cannot wait to see that show, but there are so many other great matches here as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see MEweedle. He's brought Lantern, which is a Pokemon that has been divisive in the past, but in this meta, I think, can actually qualify itself as a spicy pick. So excited to see how far he goes with that.
Also, Alfie is running a Togekiss. It's the only player that actually got up into the top 16 with this Pokemon. It's a Pokemon that got a lot of buffs this season, and it's going to be very exciting to see on how far he can bring this Pokemon.
In the last match, of course, Ripperli from Germany, hometown hero basically, versus KingOWT, player who's had a bit of a break since Birmingham, where he made top 8, and now in day 2 again. So a rising star, I want to say, in this tournament. So, speaking about stars, yesterday we showed you what the top 4 trainers at the World Championships thought which picks would be great for this event, and now we've made this a little bit easier for us. We waited after day 1 and then we made some predictions which trainers are here in day 2, favorites for the tournament with their ace Pokemon.
We're going to see Inadequins up against Pataman first up today, and his Shadow Talonflame yesterday in day 1, we watched it incinerate and flame charge through. He's still running Fly, which can do heavy, same type attack bonus damage, but he has dropped Brave Bird. I'm excited to see how he gets on.
For me, it's got to be Pataman. I said yesterday, Pataman is my #1 fan, always really hoping that this trainer is going to do excellently, and undefeated so far, already making a great run for the champion title here. Wigglytuff running Charm. Charm is a move I always associate with Pataman when he won Gdansk Regional Championships with Charm, Alola, Ninetales, so I fully believe Wigglytuff can take him all the way with Charm there by his side.
MEweedle was here my pick with the Pokemon Lantern. We saw a lot of Pokemon that we saw already earlier on in like way earlier regionals having more play now with the move update. But Lantern is a Pokemon that actually didn't get updated at all, but performs so well against the current meta. We saw, of course, here with Inadequins having that Shadow Talonflame. He really doesn't like to go up against the Lantern, I think.
And I picked Stonecollection just because he's winning that picture contest. Look at this. This is villain energy here. He's the master of dragons, rivaling Tonton Bateuse there with this Shadow Dragonet that he's brought so many times. An absolute classical ace pick from Stonecollection.
It looks like he could have his own anime series with that pose. It's superb.
That's so true.
You know what? I hope he gets one. So, those trainers are going to be playing in those next winners matchups. It is going to be absolutely stunning to see. If you want to catch all the actions, go to Pokemon.com/broadcast, because there you will never miss a single event. You can watch this anywhere on Twitch, on YouTube, and I think this is your moment.
Exactly. I think if you watch on YouTube, if you watch on Twitch, you should subscribe, you should follow the channels, and also leave a like on YouTube.
Thank you so much. So, now, if you want to compete at those events and you don't quite know how these tournaments are going to go yet, we have a little format video to explain how these tournaments are running, and then we'll see you soon again.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners' finals, losers' finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6 Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokémon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokémon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
And there we are, already ready to kick things off soon. Those names that we've seen in the winner's side of the brackets are absolute monsters in Pokemon Go PvP. And the first match, Inadequins versus Patoman, what is this? This could be a grand final already.
Absolutely, it's going to be a super exciting first battle of this stream today. Also, we see a lot of very interesting Pokemon, especially also on the Inadequins side. I'm curious on how this Giratina is going to perform.
Yes, in the last event that Inadequins won with a Giratina, the Giratina Origin back in the day, he used it constantly. We haven't seen it on stream just yet in the Giratina Altered Shadow version that he is playing there. What do you think? Why haven't we seen it so far?
I honestly don't know. I think maybe the move update, Giratina didn't really like it too much, but of course Inadequins had to bring it. But there's a lot of play with this Giratina, especially with the move Ancient Power. I'm very curious if we're going to see some boost there as well. We have to see.
Yep. Also, it is amazing as coverage versus these fire and flying type Pokemon like Shadow Charizard, which we have seen a lot on day one. It was top usage, and we're going to take a look at that as well now again. Look at this. This is the most popular Pokemon. No surprises in the top 3 slots there. Half of these teams, Corsola, Galarian, Cradley, and the Shadow Marowak, and then followed by basically the GOAT of Pokemon Go PvP, right?
Absolutely. We're going to have here the Phase 1 top 12 Pokemon. And yeah, especially we saw already a lot from that Wigglytuff as well at the end there. Like this Pokemon had a lot of play, which you saw on stream yesterday, but the Charizard there, the Charizard was absolutely fantastic.
Yep, and with both attacks in the fast attack slot, right? Ember and Dragon Breath both have made it to day 2. And the Wigglytuff, you said there's 3 Wigglytuff left remaining in the tournament?
And all of them are on the winner's side. So we saw already, if you had a Wigglytuff, you mostly did quite well with it as well. And here we're going to see for Phase 2 how everything kind of changed. And we're going to see a higher usage now, of course, for the top 3 Pokemon here. We have the Galarian Corsola, that Kanto, Shadow, Marowak, and the Cradily having the top 3 spots. And we saw a little bit of a drop of a Azumarill here.
Yep, a big one I want to say, but Galarian Moltres has a nice conversion rate as well. They're almost on half of the teams, a Pokemon that is not as easy to attain as the other Pokemon. And then followed up by, I think, my surprise pick for this weekend, Charjabug. This Pokemon is performing well.
Charjabug is really performing well. There were also different kind of versions of us. There was also the Shadow version before on the stream yesterday. So yeah, this Pokemon was really strong. But of course, we see also here a bump in usage for the Charizard and also the Tinkaton, a Pokemon that you want to cannot trade. But we saw already on how great this Pokemon was, especially defensively. There are a lot of Pokemon in this meta where like the charge moves just can't really hit it.
Tinkaton and Shadow Talonflame are the only Pokemon that burst into the top 12 usage. I think the highest bump within the top 12 usage was Shadow Caesar. Yesterday was 18 or 19%, now we're at 38%. This Pokemon, Alfie said it in an interview earlier, he said the biggest surprise to me is the low usage of Shadow Caesar. If you're playing Caesar, big chances you're gonna win.
Absolutely, we saw a lot of great games of Caesar yesterday. We saw also one game where I just got a boost with Night Slash and just was able to close out the matchup with just 1 HP left. You see, there's a lot of play for this Pokemon, but also, like, I like that this Pokemon has 2 different ways of boosting itself. But here, we're gonna have already the first matchup of today.
Oh, we see some Pokemon that are not in the top 12 usage there. From Pataman's side, we have Goodra, which is one of my favorite Dragon-type Pokemon. It is so incredibly fun to play. It is now even more fast-paced than before. And on Inadequins side, we have the big man, we have the Blastoise sitting there next to Shadow Giratina.
Absolutely, I really enjoy the pick of Goodra. I think Goodra is such a cool Pokemon in this meta, just because of the coverage it has as well. You have access to Thunder Punch, which is going to be great against those Flying-type Pokemon, which are more popular this season. But we see actually 2 Goodra already still in today, which is kind of also surprising. It's a Pokemon that I didn't really expect before.
Yeah, definitely. And Pataman is always a trainer that likes to bring these rogue Pokemon. He has had big success in the past. And there you can see him and his 6 companions. Charjabug, Wigglytuff, Shadow Caesar, Corsola, Goodra, and the Shadow Marowak, which was his pick to succeed in the tournament in the top 4 Worlds questionnaire that we did.
Absolutely, and we see also why. Like, this Pokemon has been such a strong pick for this tournament. I'm curious on how it's going to perform as well against Inadequins today here. But yeah, again, we see the Charjabug as well that you found. Very surprising, me too. It's a very strong Pokemon with that buff to Volt Switch.
Look at these accolades. EUIC champion, Worlds finalist, NAIC top 4, all in one season. And then also Gdansk regional champion. That back in the day, beating Tonton Bateuse in the finals back then. Tonton Bateuse with a Sea-King there, but the Shadow Alola Ninetales was just too much from Pataman there. And then Inadequins, Worlds finalist, Utrecht Special Championship champion, EUIC top 4 and Worlds top 16.
Just reading this, it just showcases on how strong both players are. It's going to be, as I said already, it could have been a grand final here, and we're going to see a very nice team there as well, with that Giratina running Dragon Claw, which got changed this season as well, doing more damage, but doing also quite a bit more energy. But also we have the Ancient Power, which I'm curious. There's always this chance of boosting a defense into your attack. It's a very low chance, but if it happens, it can change completely any game.
The good thing for Shadow Giratina with the Dragon Claw changes is that it has the bulk to withstand a few attacks to actually reach this, and it needs a little bit more oomph because of the lacking attack. However, on the opposing side of the team, there is going to be Pataman waiting with this trusty Wigglytuff. And I think if you could pick one Pokemon that could be the worst matchup for a Shadow Giratina, it would be Wigglytuff?
Yeah, absolutely. With that normal and fairy typing resisting both of the stab moves of the Giratina, having both Shadow Claw as well as Dragon Claw being double resisted there, it's not a great matchup. And also, we're going to see 2 of the 3 Wigglytuff that are still around here already in the first match.
So one of them is going to be knocked down in the losers bracket. Both of these trainers are trying to advance to the top 8. They haven't made it into Top Cut just yet. These are the last 16 remaining trainers. All of them could still be out of Top Cut range.
Absolutely. It's going to be such an interesting matchup here. Like, we're looking at the team as well. I think that the Blastoise is going to have a lot of play here for Inadequins as well. Like, this looks like such a good Pokemon to run. We have the Caesars, which is going to look really cool as well. But then there is that Shadow Talonflame. I'm curious on how good this is going to perform. There are 2 Shadow Talonflames currently, and they're also both on the winner side. So it's a Pokemon that we didn't really expect before. We saw like the Charizard, which was more predictable. But like, I'm really curious on how this is going to be.
Shadow Talonflame is in a really weird spot versus Charjabug, because if you are trying to throw a Flame Charge immediately, you're giving your opponent 3 free turns with a Volt Switch. So this matchup, usually Talonflame was a hard answer to the Charjabug, but now you are more fragile and Volt Switch does more damage.
Well, let's move on here. Let's take a look at the first Pokemon of the stream. We're going to see the Gastradon against the Marowak.
This is a usually more positive lead for the Gastradon here, especially since people have been starting to play Water Pulse. The Shadow Marowak, of course, does a lot of damage. Both have Mud Slap as their fast attack of choice, but Inadequins here is going to throw the first Water Pulse. Immediately gets a shield from the Shadow Marowak.
This is a very solid start, especially as we see already that Shadow Talonflame in the back. And definitely Talonflame likes to see shields down because of those hard-hitting moves. With the Shadow bonus, you're going to do a little bit more attack. Of course, you're going to take a little bit more damage there as well. But getting those shields down early is definitely what Inadequins wants to see here.
Oh, and Pataman immediately throws the Bone Club there to knock out the Gastradon. Inadequins shrugs and just lets it go. Might bring in the Talonflame here with shield advantage, trying to farm down here. So much damage, and Pataman just goes, okay, I can't do this with my Marowak. And now there's the first Flame Charge. You have to use your second shield here, no? Do you? Do you?
You have to. They have still the Shadow Caesar in the back there. But also, maybe this is exactly where Padawan wants to be here, because he needs to get rid of this Pokemon. He really needs to get rid of that fire type. As he only has one weakness, which is the fire typing, has a double weakness on it. So we're gonna see here the shield coming up. But also, Inadequins wants to stay in here and preserves the energy, and this is going to be huge.
Yeah, the energy is really important there. If it's a Shadow Caesar in the bag for Patoman, Inadequins really needs this. Now, this is also a moment for Patoman to possibly shine there, because now the switch is locked for Inadequins, and the Shadow Caesar is coming in here. It's coming in hard, hitting with those bullet punches, but Inadequins stalling the timer, throwing a Swift.
The fast moves hurt so much on that Wigglytuff. Super effective. Bullet punch from a Shadow Caesar is just ridiculous in how much damage it does. But maybe it does a little bit too much damage. No, actually Padawan is going to be able to get to that move. And we see here that he maybe wants to swap out straight away. Catching that move from the Talonflame is going to be the Flame Charge, boosting the attack.
Yep, it does, but Inadequins still has a shield left remaining. Attack boosted Incinerate. How much damage is it going to deal to the Shadow Caesar? It's still relatively healthy, but this takes it out! The fast attack down! Shadow Talonflame.
One fast move took half of that Scizor down there. That is absolutely ridiculous, but this is also showcasing on why some players run that Shadow Talonflame over the Charizard, because you have the chance to boost yourself, because you have that fast move that does a lot of damage.
Shadow Caesar double resists grass. Still, it is made of paper. One fast attack, 50% of its HP. That is what I call a proper win con for Inadequins here, leading 1-0 against the current runner-up of the World Championship.
That's definitely on how Inadequins want to start there, but again, we saw on how strong the Talonflame was. That was absolutely the MVP here, and I would think that Padawan very likely is going to try to adjust here as well. We would very likely see something like the Goodra coming in here as well. But then again, Inadequins has options to counter this. We still see that Wigglytuff there as well on Inadequins' side here, which we also saw already in the first battle. It's going to be an interesting second battle now.
And he brought the Wigglytuff as well. Goodra in a very weird spot against this. Against a fairy type like Azumarill, Goodra is very strong. You can almost win the zero shield scenario there. It's super good, but against a Wigglytuff, you don't really stand a chance at all. You can throw one or two Aqua Tails, but then you will be charmed down in the process. Where was the Blastoise though?
Yeah, I wonder. Maybe you want to see some Blastoise action now in the second battle, but I guess maybe the Charger Bug is something that kind of you don't want to line it against, even though your Falcon was super effective. I think the Volt Switch hurts a little bit more.
Do you think we could use the Blastoise on the side of an Inadequins to bait out the Charger Bug, then perhaps countering it with something like a Gastradon and then bring in the Talonflame to sweep?
That could very well be the case, but you know what's also a great answer to the Charger Bug?
Oh, tell me.
The Giratina.
Oh, Giratina would be really, really strong here. And I don't think we have seen the Wigglytuff on the side of Patoman in Game 1. It was Shadow Kanto Marowak, it was Charger Bug, and it was the Shadow Caesar.
Yeah, we see on how it's going to go. We're going to move into the game number 2 here now as well. We're going to have the Marowak aligned against the Talonflame again.
Oh, that is really good for Inadequins. Patoman is going to try and fight back. No, switches in to his only real answer immediately. Gastradon is the answer of choice for Inadequins. Huge lead in the early game.
This is going to be so good for Inadequins now, being able to resist that Volt Switch damage, but Axel is still going to hurt quite a bit. We have to see here how much damage it's going to do. Nearly half of the HP of the Gastrodon.
You might not be able to keep the switch here, but having this Shadow Talonflame versus a backline of Shadow Marowak and Shadow Caesar is absolutely huge for Inadequins.
A bit surprising that Padawan didn't bring the Goodra there after seeing on how strong the Talonflame was Game 1, but here we have the Axel coming through. It still should knock out that Gastrodon, I think.
Yep, I think Gastrodon hangs on. It is way too bulky here. The good red Gastrodon, Lou loves it. Now exits this matchup even with an entire charge move, throws a water pulse. You might need to shield this, otherwise you're taking too much damage. You have seen the Shadow Talonflame, puts up the shield.
Last second shield here. This is going to be crucial, as you're going to see now, of course. The Talonflame came back in, but we have the Caesar in the back. We really have to keep this Talonflame healthy now.
Oh, I'm very surprised that we didn't bring in the Wigglytuff, because the only answer to this could be the Shadow Caesar in the back. But there's a shield being put up here against the Bone Club. Bait is Inadequins going to throw a charge attack immediately. Yes, full Mud Slap coming through. Flame Charge is going to be hit with a shield.
Here's the thing though, Inadequins has 2 moves out already. He can just go straight for another move to knock out that Marowak, and we're gonna see the fly coming through. And now it's a Shadow Caesar against a boosted Shadow Talonflame. I'm curious on how much damage one Incinerate is going to do here.
Oh, both trainers are laughing. Padawan is shaking his head. That is a lot of damage. Incinerate down. Inadequins wins versus Padawan. gentlemen, 2-0 and Inadequins now officially the first trainer making it to top 8 in the new regional season here in Frankfurt.
What a perfect VP here. And honestly, he played it so well. Always keeping the perfect alignment there, knowing on when to throw, knowing on when to boost that flame charge damage there. Like, it was crazy on how strong that Talonflame there was on Inadequins side.
Yes, because Patoman went for a really risky line against it. Having the charger back, which is, yes, a decent answer now with the Volt Switch buff and the faster pacing with Discharge against the Shadow Talonflame. But still, you're not gonna leave this matchup with a lot of HP. Then you have the Shadow Marowak, which when shields are up also does nothing versus the Shadow Talonflame. The last Pokemon, Shadow Caesar, you've seen how that goes.
Yeah, that was very surprising to be fair. I was really expecting to see the Goodra there just because we saw in Game 1 already on what the Talonflame was able to do. But yeah, Talonflame, definitely a Pokemon we have to watch for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, and Martijn made the right choice in this matchup. I thought that he was going to go in Game 2 with the Wigglytuff versus the Marowak, expecting the Shadow Caesar in the back. But wait, we are going to see here this damage from the Flame Charge. Absolutely amazing damage taking out the Marowak and then frying the Caesar.
It is crazy on how much damage is coming through from that Incinerate, especially, of course, on a Pokemon that's already squishy and has a double weakness to the fire typing. We see it here again. This is my favorite bit of this battle. Look at that damage. This is a fast move.
This has to be historic Pokemon Go stream fast attack damage, right? I don't think we've ever seen this much fast attack damage in one hit on a broadcast so far. But what I was going to say originally in this second game, I thought that Inadequins expects something different in the back, therefore brings in maybe the Wigglytuff against the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but kept it in the back in case there is a Goodra. That is very smart.
Yeah, it was very smart, but also I really liked your thought process there. I thought it was actually a very good idea there as well to go into that Wigglytuff, because there's only really that one answer, which is that Caesar, and I guess that's also why Pataman had to bring it, because he was too afraid of the Wigglytuff on the other side, because it looked really strong against his team.
Yep, but Inadequins made the right choice, knowing if there is a Shadow Caesar in the back, Talonflame can go 2v1, and if there is a Goodra in the back, I have my Wigglytuff to answer it. So, of course, perfect plays by one of the best players we have in Europe.
Absolutely. But I also would have liked to see how much a Fly would do from a Shadow Talonflame against the Goodra. Goodra has some solid bulk, but that Fly plus the Shadow damage on a Talonflame, even if it's boosted, most likely would have done a lot of damage there as well. So I think Inadequins did go for the safest play he could go for.
Yep. Talonflame flying high, soaring into the sky together with its trainer, was one of the ace picks for a trainer in this weekend, and I want to see how Inadequins tells us more about the Shadow Talonflame.
Thank you, casters. I am joined by the best West Coast Gastradon player I know, Inadequins, and what an incredible match you gave us to kick things off. How are you feeling after that? Got to be confident.
I don't know. I mean, right now I'm top 8, so I won $750, which means I profit off this trip here.
That's a win.
That's already a big win. I don't know what to expect. There's a lot of tough teams, and we're just going to keep going. Didn't sleep a lot, but who needs sleep anyway?
I mean, it's working for you so far, right? You've kicked off the tournament in fantastic style. Let's unpick that match a little bit more. Game 1, you let the Gastradon go down quite early on, but was that a good trade in order to get shield advantage?
Yes, I wanted shield advantage because the Shadow Talonflame with a shield up would be so good in the back. He led the Shadow Marowak, so I kind of didn't expect the Caesar in the back. He did, and that's why I made a just-in-case play, right? I kept the Talonflame just at barely enough health. I realized if I take this Volt Switch, I can still land at least one Incinerate on the Scissor, and that Incinerate does a lot of damage. So I felt like I mitigated a little bit there. If he had Goodra or Galarian Corsola, Wiggly would be really good. So I felt like I had him checkmate there.
I mean, we saw how awesome Talonflame was, right? The Incinerate just did so much damage into Scissor, and Talonflame had a fantastic endgame, actually, in that Game 1. Talk us through it a little bit. Why was Talonflame so strong in that endgame?
Talonflame is a Pokemon that really fits my play. And that basically means that I just put 2 shields on it, and I just, I don't even look, you know, I just tap, protect shield, keep switch. That's why Talonflame fits the playstyle quite well, especially if you have a core like Wigglytuff and Giratina.
I mean, a lot of trainers are bringing Charizard. Why Talonflame over Charizard?
I think Charizard's a little bit too fragile, and you also really rely on landing the Blast Burn, because Ember is not a strong fast attack, while Incinerate is. Plus, Talonflame has access to Flame Charge, boosting that Incinerate damage even more. I have a wicked attack for against Shadow Marowak, but unfortunately Battleman didn't let me do that.
You can't always get everything, I guess, right? Game 2, it turned out you had fantastic alignment straight from the beginning, Gastradon onto Charjabug. Did that set you up for success straight away?
Absolutely. I knew that if he wouldn't win the leads, I think that I would always win the game with the 3 Pokemon that I would bring every game. I did so many practice with... I want to name some players, but I feel like I will forget someone and maybe insult someone. So thank you everyone who practiced with me. I did a lot and I won a lot. So I felt like, yes, he only wins if he prepared the exact scenarios and plays them perfectly.
I mean, those friends who've helped you along the way know exactly who they are, and they're always supporting you every event. MVP. The casters were kind of talking a lot about Talonflame, and Talonflame did put in a lot of work, but your little friend Gastradon did too. As the trainer who piloted the team, who was the MVP of that set?
I first want to say that Farid put the wrong Pokemon there. It had to be Shadow Giratina. Hello, it's me, Giratina.
That's true. You do spring to mind when we see Giratina.
This Gastrodon has actually went through a lot. This pink Gastrodon, the best Gastrodon. A long time ago, Lou, before we were born, I think Leo was born by then because he's like 55 years old.
He's a fossil.
There was a raging war going on between the East and the West Coast Gastrodon, and a lot of Gastrodon fainted permanently. You know, it was very tough to see. And this little girl here is now turned into a plushie, of course, so not as harmful. Went through all of that, so like it's really hungry for wins, and that's where this pink Gastrodon came from. It's the best Gastrodon. It's better than all the blue ones out there. And yeah, that's why it's been very safe in this tournament. It's been very good. And if I win the tournament, it is because of the pink, not the blue, the pink Gastrodon.
Hey, at the end of the day, if anyone can do it with that Gastrodon, I believe in you to be able to do it.
Do you like pink Gastrodon?
You know that I am definitely all about the East Coast Gastrodon, but if anyone can give this one some credit, I believe that it's you.
I feel very sorry for you.
Well, I mean, last time you had the pink Gastrodon, we didn't quite get the win. Maybe this time it'll be different. New season, new Gastradon, new Inadequins. Before we go, are there any shout-outs you would like to give?
Of course, everyone who helped me, everyone who's supporting me. I just want to give a special shout-out to Niantic / Scopely, fixing the one-turn swap-in delay for the major part of it. Has been so great, relieving to play at this tournament. I'm a big fan. And we now get charged TMs from spinning Pokestops here. If you play PvP a lot, like grassroots formats and Go Battle League, you don't have charged TMs. If you play the game, you don't have charged TMs. And now, I had 0 yesterday. I think I have like 85 now. 85! I need to do 80 tier 3 rates for that. And thank you, Scopely / Niantic, whoever did this, whoever's idea this was. Thank you so much. I don't have to do 80 rates, well, maybe later, but for now, I'll be spinning stops here.
Fantastic. I'm sure your kind words are definitely going to be appreciated by those listening. Inadequins, thank you for the awesome interview. Thank you to you and your Gastradon for giving us such a show to kick off day 2. Pokemon trainers, the action is going to be continuing all day long. This is only the beginning, so make sure that you're here to check it out all day. We'll be back with some more Pokemon action in just a moment.
Thank you, Lou, and thank you, Inadequins. Actually, I am 56. You just forgot my birthday, Martijn.
A living fossil.
Yes, a living fossil.
Speaking of fossils, what is your favorite fossil Pokemon?
Oh, it has to be... I think it's Aerodactyl.
Ah, yeah, that's a cool one for sure, but I have to go for Gastradon. Like, the only real fossil... I mean, we have Cordillera as well as a fossil that is actually very, very strong right now in PvP. But also, you don't have the battles up.
We have MEweedle versus 9 Alfie to MEweedle, World Champion, IC Champion, Regional Champion, Champion of the Hearts, beloved person, versus Alfie, a player who hasn't been around too much, but just comes from a top 8 performance in Bologna. So coming in hot, making day 2 again here in Frankfurt back-to-back. Definitely a name to look out for in this season.
Absolutely. Both of those players are very, very strong players. Here we are going to have MEweedle. I think I wasn't as happy with his season last time, but I think he really wants to win this regional today. We're going to have a very, very interesting team here with that Lantern, which I picked.
The Lantern, huge Pokemon yesterday. got in the matchup versus Nighttime Clasher, I think, and then baited out the Shadow Kanto Marowak, got some shield advantage for the Moltres, and we all know how strong Moltres is with shields up, because barely any Pokemon in the metagame, except for Tinkaton, really resists flying type attacks. It's crazy.
It is kind of crazy, and what we see here is one of the coolest Pokemon. We're going to have the Psyshock Pack RS4 Togekiss. This Pokemon is only viable since this season, and also we're going to have another fly here with that Ember, Blast Burn, Air Cutter, Charizard. This Pokemon does so much damage and hits also so fast. Like the Blast Burn is going to reach faster than a Corsair can get to a Nightshade.
The coolest Pokemon of all, I will say, is the Dunsparce in there. Back in the day, I think it was Lille 2023, and Inadequins brought it to a top cut in the tournament for the first time. It inspired me to play and love this Pokemon, so I'm happy to see it perform again with the Rock Slide buff. Let's see how Alfie does with this very outstanding team. The only Togekiss in day 2, so officially the first one, and that is a huge lead for Alfie. Not one that MEweedle can't overcome, but the favor is definitely on the side of 9 Alfie 2.
Absolutely, especially with the Rock Tomb being able to get that guaranteed debuff. We see the Fly coming through at the same time.
Or are we going to see the first shield here from Alfie? Knows it's not a Brave Bird, but still, this is non-debuffed damage. Does a solid chunk here. Are we going to see the first shield giving up by MEweedle? Also, we have Togekiss in the back.
This is very, very exciting. I really want to see the Togekiss. And we see a no-shield here. For MEweedle, I think he knows that he's still going to get another Fly and wins this in the zero-shield scenario. We see here the Fly coming through, but we see the swap onto the Dunsparce.
Giving up Switch to catch a debuffed Fly on the Dunsparce. Bulky Pokemon will still take a solid amount of damage there, but preserve so much energy on that Dunsparce. And now you're in a bit of a pickle here, because Kanto Marowak is clobbering down on this Dunsparce.
And very well done here by MEweedle, recognizing he doesn't need to go for the charge move straight away. He can overfarm by a little bit, because one charge move doesn't knock out that Dunsparce yet. Yeah. But with a little bit more fast move damage, we're going to see here now that this Bomb Club should be enough to take down this Dunsparce.
Throws it one before the Dunsparce reaches the next fast attack, charge attack, just in case it has a lot of attack there. Kanto Marowak has been a dominant force in the metagame for the entire last season, and now it is facing off versus Togekiss, the new big player in the game, perhaps. Rock Slide is being charged up here, and Alfie is putting on the first Protect Shield.
And of course, we still see on MEweedle's side that Credilli in the back, but we have also on Togekiss now this new move of RS4, like the buff move of RS4, which is going to be such a hard-hitting move, where we see the full farm down here on Alfie's side using another Protect Shield against the Rock Slide.
I really like this play, not throwing the first attack in case there is a Credilli, because you can get in this matchup. Keep in mind, Alfie still has another charge attack stored on its own Credilli.
This is going to be a very, very close matchup. We're going to see though as well the Essence doing some super effective damage, but it's not going to be enough to take down this Togekiss anytime soon. We see the next shield coming out from MEweedle. We still have another RS4 stored.
This is so interesting, because I think we're going to throw the next one immediately. Now MEweedle, after taking this, I reckon it's going to deal about 50%, is going to have the next charge attack stored. Might throw it immediately. Are we going to see a combo play from Alfie? Goes for the Swap It, wins the charge attack priority, throws a Grass Knot.
This is absolutely huge. Now MEweedle has to take this neutral Grass Knot. It's going to do a lot of damage, enough to take down this Credilli with all the energy that was on it.
Oh, and now the Marowak comes in here. Mud slaps down. No, doesn't quite get their acid. Too much damage. Moltres coming in, and it's a simultaneous KO here. Credilli gets the win. The Togekiss left remaining, sweeping the team.
This was so strongly played by Alfie there. Doing this combo play, getting all the energy on the Togekiss, putting all the shields onto the Togekiss against the Marowak, knowing he can fully farm it down, have the coverage against the backline of MEweedle. That was brilliantly played there.
Yes, this was clean. We saw a perfect Togekiss game. It was aligned to the Credilli. Acid, Rock Tomb. I don't care. I have Aura Sphere, and I have an Aura Sphere. And you know what? There's the third Aura Sphere. And then, of course, immediately recognizing Switch Timer isn't up yet. I have my own Credilli. You know what? Even if he didn't win Charge Attack Priority to knock out the Credilli of MEweedle, he would have been fine. Energy would have been reset on MEweedle's Credilli, and then he would have been good to go with the Togekiss smooth sailing.
Absolutely. Togekiss gets so fast with those charge moves. Would have been able to outspeed that Credilli anyway. So Alfie really played it very safe there. But also so smart. Like, having the game plan there already, knowing I have to commit those shields, I have to put everything onto this Togekiss, paid out so well. And I'm curious on how MEweedle wants to now kind of adjust to it.
Yeah, I mean, he has been standing in a long time with the Shadow Marowak versus the Togekiss. I don't quite remember if the timer was up or not, but he went for those rock slides in there. Maybe Shadow Kanto Marowak is a little bit of a liability here, even though it got onto its best matchup, the Dunsparce. This is a Pokemon. Usually you would say this is a normal versus a ground type. Nobody has super effective attacks anymore. But just not having rollout damage versus this huge amount of Mud Slap damage is actually very impactful in the mirror.
Yeah, it's definitely a very, very good matchup for that Marowak. Marowak being able to apply so much fast move pressure, while rollout really doesn't do anything there. Especially also the Dunsparce is a normal type. It's not a rock type, but it still has a lot of rock type moves, which is kind of cool as well, which makes it also so unique. But yeah, let's see here. The players are ready. We're going to have the Corsola against that Moltres. What a lead for MEweedle.
Now this is going to be incredibly hard to get out of for Alfie against a player like MEweedle, but the Cradily is a relatively safe swap here. Goes for the fly immediately. MEweedle, is he forcing the first shield? Yes, because Alfie needs to preserve his own Cradily, but this is a good shield. No matter what comes in, you're going to be in a okay situation here. But there might be shield advantage in the end for MEweedle on the Galarian Moltres.
It's going to be a very interesting matchup because, of course, MEweedle has now that shield advantage, but also Alfie has that energy advantage. And with a move like Rock Tomb, being able to drop that attack constantly, it can even play out very well for Alfie because we see already it's going to be the second drop onto the attack of MEweedle's Cradily.
And now it is even more huge that Alfie's Cradily has more attack than the one of MEweedle. We've seen that in the first game. MEweedle is charging up a lot of energy, and now there is a catch on the Rock Tomb. Alfie saying, okay, I kinda need my Cradily in this matchup. It is so safe, it is so good, but now there's just going to be a good old Moltres that is coming against a double debuffed Corsola.
I do think MEweedle is quite happy with the scenario. Having now 2 debuffs onto that Corsola means even the super effective Power Gem is mostly not that threatening for the Moltres. But then again, you also still have the shield advantage for MEweedle. And what you see as well on Alfie's side, there's not a single Pokemon that can resist that flying type damage that Moltres can apply here.
When MEweedle says, okay, I have my win condition, it is going to be Galarian Moltres once again, puts up the Protect Shield. He doesn't want any chip damage on it, identifying that perhaps a Togekiss might be in the back there, so Shadow Kanto Marowak won't do too much. Now is going to throw the first charge attack here against Togekiss.
I'm really curious if we're going to see a shield here. The Brave Bird is coming through and it's going to get no shield, and it's going to nearly knock out this Togekiss. And we see the swap out straight away into the Cradily, having to take another fly here.
Yep, shield is being put up here because you don't have any more HP. You have to shield something. Alfie is sitting with his back against the wall. MEweedle comes in with the Shadow Kanto Marowak, pressuring more and more damage here.
We see the shield coming up straight away, but I actually would even think that the Marowak would be able to survive a hit here from the Cradily. Marowak still has a lot of bulk, even though it applies so much pressure there as well. We see the Bone Club coming in before the Grass Knot is reached, and this is going to be it for that Cradily.
This was a very, very dominant win here by MEweedle. Takes out Cradily. It's going to take a soft minute here to take out the Togekiss as well. Actually, look at the Mud Slap damage. What is this?
This is ridiculous. You see already why people are running this Pokemon so often. The damage output of it is crazy, even against the flying type Pokemon, where usually ground type moves don't really do that well. It doesn't matter for Marowak.
Yeah, they're double resisted VGC players in shambles right now. Why is this doing anything? But yeah, there are no immunities in Pokemon Go PvP. And now, game 1. Great win by Alfie. Swept it with the Togekiss. Perfect technical play. Game 2, MEweedle had the Galarian Moltres on the Galarian Corsola, and that was a huge swing. Alfie went for a combo play there, or a catch play actually, bringing in the Galarian Corsola, but that might have cost him.
I think that really cost him there at the end of the day, because you just don't have that flying type resistance. Alfie just can't have anything that can take like a Brave Bird, and we saw already the bold play of MEweedle going for that Brave Bird against the Togekiss, putting it all the way down into the deep red health, putting it even into farmland range for something like a Mud Slapper.
I think the only player who has resistances to flying type charge attacks is actually MEweedle in the tournament with the Lantern and of course the Tinkaton. Tinkaton being a super hard answer, but the great thing about Galarian Moltres is even resisted attacks. You have Brave Bird. It still deals a decent amount of damage.
Absolutely, and I'm really curious on how Alfie wants to kind of adjust to it. I feel like for Alfie it's going to be very important to get this lead call right, because we saw already on what happens if you don't have it right, that Moltres can completely destroy the team just with the flying type damage it can apply. And so we have to see here on what Alfie is going to predict for what MEweedle wants to bring here. I'm curious if we're going to see Lantern. I don't think we're going to see it this matchup. Don't think it's going to look that great.
I think that we might see another Galarian Moltres encounter here. MEweedle now, no, actually not bringing it. Leading in the Galarian Corsola against the Cradily. And that is an odd matchup because, yes, your fast attacks are resisted on the side of Cradily, but you are outpacing your opponent to the first Rock Tomb, and Rock Tomb is always super tough to deal with.
I'm actually very surprised that MEweedle is dropping that Moltres after the last battle, but I guess he was expecting a lot of counters for that. But again, you can only counter it offensively. You can't really take the hits there. So I don't know. We're going to see here now the Nightshade coming through, of course, already debuffed. It's not going to do that much damage, but we have a little bit more fast move pressure coming from that Corsola.
I want to say that Alfie bringing his own Corsola, it is looking a lot better now that there is no Galarian Moltres on the side of MEweedle. Now we're going to see the next Rock Tomb. The Galarian Corsola of MEweedle now double debuffed, and it is at a range where it might be farmed down by anything now.
This is going to be interesting. I don't even think that this Nightshade is going to be enough to take down this very bulky Cradily after 2 debuffs onto the Corsola. Let's see here, Nightshade is coming through. It is not going to be enough, and so Cradily is going to be able to win this matchup. I'm curious, I would assume that MEweedle, yeah, is going to protect, no protect shield here, letting this Corsola go.
Cradily is a crazy, crazy Pokemon. It is so incredibly good, but now MEweedle capitalizes on this as well, brings in his own Cradily, gets 2 charge attacks in there. But the thing is, you are now outpacing the Corsola. That is all good and well, but there's the Togekiss in the back for Alfie. He has the alignment that he actually wants there.
Cradily actually looks really, really good against Alfie's team here as well. I think it's a very safe Pokemon, that's why MEweedle is bringing it here as well. And was also kind of happy of having this little bit of an energy advantage already going into this matchup. But of course, the Togekiss is looking like it's in a prime position to win this battle here.
Togekiss still can't really take a Rock Slide, so this is something to be wary of as Alfie. Oh, and he swaps in the Shadow Catamaran, and now the Togekiss is the answer. Are we going to see it succeed once again? The only Togekiss left in competition.
There are 2 shields still on Alfie's side. We also see the first shield coming up here against the bait of MEweedle. That Bone Club would have done nothing, but of course he can't risk it in this position. We still also have 2 shields on MEweedle's side. So basically, with the switch clock now being only 45 seconds as well, if you have 2 shields on both sides and the Pokemon can't farm each other down with the fast moves, you can guarantee to actually get still into your other Pokemon if you use both of those shields. But we don't see the shield here coming up from MEweedle. We see the Rock Slide coming up now. Do we see the final shield from Alfie? We do.
MEweedle is putting everything on his own Cradily here. Cradily is going to be able to shield twice, but fast attack damage is a thing here. Pack does a decent amount of damage, and Astonish does a lot, actually. First shield is being put up by MEweedle. Is Cradily in the position to actually sweep this game?
Alfie is one fast move away of getting to another move, and the Rock Tomb is coming through. This is going to knock out the Togekiss, and now it's only the Cradily with 1 shield against that Corsola.
The Corsola again is reset though, so the attack debuffs that happened earlier, they do not matter anymore. MEweedle is not even outpacing here. Is he going to be able to knock out that Galarian Corsola with a Rock Tomb and the few assets?
I think it's kind of tough, but I think also that MEweedle actually has to go for this Grass Knot. He knows he should only be able to get to 1 of his charge moves, and Grass Knot does a little bit more damage. No, we see actually the Rock Tomb coming through. Rock Tomb does a little bit less damage, has of course the guaranteed chance of dropping the attack instead, but it's not going to be enough here to knock out this Corsola.
The Corsola lives, and Alfie reaches for the Nightshade, defeating MEweedle here. Corsola coming in, there is no Moltres inside. Nightshade knocks out Cradily, and Alfie advances to top 8.
This was such a hype matchup. This was so close. Both players played perfectly, but we saw already as well here what the Togekiss can do.
Yes, Togekiss actually putting so much pressure on the Shadow Kanto Marowak there with Pax. But we've also seen a win condition from MEweedle in this matchup with the Rock Slide and the No Shield on this Aura Sphere. But Alfie played this to perfection. The only game which he lost versus a Titan like MEweedle was the one where the Galarian Moltres could pin down the Galarian Corsola.
This was definitely a very, very strong performance of Alfie here. But we're also curious on if MEweedle is that happy with his last play there. I'm curious if the Grass Knot would have done enough. We will never know, of course, but yeah, I don't know. We see. Rock Tomb, interesting choice.
I guess we'll never know, but yes, the Grass Knot in fact would have done a little bit more damage, but it looked like the Galarian Corsola was actually quite healthy. It is not an offensive powerhouse, but it's one of the bulkiest Pokemon we have in the Open Great League right now. Do you have a good one?
I have actually a very good one. I tried it one at the EUIC.
Nice.
A good one with 5 attack.
I played one with at Birmingham. Didn't go too well for me, that tournament, but that was because of me and not of my Corsola. Here we can see in the first game, on the second game actually, oh, it's the first game, a catch on the Dunsparce here, and in the end game, the sweep of the Togekiss. Look at this damage, charge attack priority, combo play here from Alfie, the good old CAP catch.
Absolutely, and honestly, I really enjoy Alfie's team there as well, having a lot of unique Pokemon there, with the Dunsparce, with the Togekiss, the Charizard, a lot of very, very cool Pokemon that only really recently got a little bit of a buff to shine a bit more in those regional plays.
MEweedle, Alfie has been in his head though, right? Have you seen this multiple catches in all of those games? And now in the last one, where Galarian Moltres was not a polarizing factor with the Corsola. You can see Alfie there getting the crowd to cheer him on just a little bit more, because he just made it into top 8 of the first regional of the 2026 season here in Frankfurt. We have so many different talented trainers here, and now I think, even though we know that Alfie is good because of his previous performance in Bologna, because of his day 1 performance, we have a new upset here. MEweedle in the losers bracket and Alfie in the winners brackets, proving how good he really is.
Honestly, well deserved though from Alfie. Like, this was such a well done game there. The alignment always there, and also the composure, keeping the Pokemon around that you need to keep around. It was really well played, and I love the Togekiss. The Togekiss had so much play.
Right?
So much play. That Aura Sphere is doing so much damage, especially in the current meta. You have Pokemon that are ground type, where the flying type helps a lot. And then you have Pokemon that are rock type, where the Aura Sphere is going to help a lot.
And you are packing everything. We talked about Galarian Moltres being good because nothing resists flying types at the moment, but then there is Togekiss with the pack damage. It is not the hardest hitting fast attack of them all, but it's still decent damage.
It's very decent damage, and also, of course, that energy generation. You need only 5 packs in order to reach those Chartreuse, which is so fast, and the Chartreuse hits so hard here.
Oh, and now we have Chris versus Stonecollection. Stonecollection, in an interview with me yesterday, said that he built this team one day before the tournament, didn't really know what to do, and then said, hey, I know Shadow Dragonair really well. People most likely have not been practicing against this. Let's make my opponents suffer from the new spice that I am bringing.
And Pearson actually played Stonecollection in regional before, we also was bringing Dragonair, so maybe a bit more of a signature Pokemon for him. We also see here Chris on the other side bringing, again, another Wigglytuff, the 3rd Wigglytuff already.
And he's bringing his friend Malamar. Actually, I think Malamar is all of our friends. Such a strong Pokemon. Chris has had some decent performances in Spain before as well. Close testing partner of Patoman, and of course success is going to come from that. Now he wants to overcome his friend maybe a little bit here and show what he's got. Charger Bug and Dusclops, the only Dusclops remaining left in the tournament.
Yeah, I'm actually quite curious. Like, Dusclops is an interesting Pokemon. It was really dominating before in regionals, but then kind of off now because the Corsair's there. Corsair has a bit more fast move pressure, but Dusclops, that Shadow Punch, it reaches so fast. It's way more spammy with the moveset it has.
You can get out of polarizing matchups a lot better if you have this fast pacing of that Pokemon. And here you can see one of the few Tinkaton left in the tournament. Unova, Stunfisk, I think the only one here. Dragon Breath Charizard, double Dragon Breath on his team is something that you don't want to have versus a good old Wigglytuff, even though Charizard still in a decent spot there.
Absolutely, I'm really curious on how that Charizard is going to perform. I really hope that we're going to see it here today, because the Dragon Breath is so different compared to what the Ember can do. Dragon Breath doesn't generate energy as fast, but in those matchups where you don't really want to be in, Dragon Breath can give you that kind of edge, because you're going to be able to be, for example, neutral against like water-type Pokemon.
Something, for example, like a Galarian Corsola, your Blast Burn doesn't completely knock out, but you have this extra little bit of damage that you can try and farm down the Galarian Corsola, and that is a great lead for Chris here. Can he capitalize off of that? Shadow Marowak is throwing mud, and then Ferret, as the safe swap, is looking relatively safe here. My friend Malamar is the answer.
My friend Malamar, of course, having access to that fighting type coverage against the Ferret, has to kind of respect maybe even the Swift here. We have to see him. I should be able to still take one here. It's going to be a neutral damage and quite a bit of it, but Malamar can hang on there.
Lets the Swift go, and that is really interesting because now Stonecollection can have the option to force Swish here because he has this energy advantage on the Ferret. Puts up the first shield. That might actually put the Shadow Dragonair later on in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see another Swift coming through. We don't see a shield coming up here. Malamar is going to go down with this one now.
Oh, and Chris might bring in back the Kanto Marowak. They're not revealing his last Pokemon yet. It is already at the Bone Club, but he's trying to go for a full farm down apparently here. Swift is being thrown. Can he reach another one?
There's actually no Pokemon on Stonecollection side that really wants to take the damage of this Marowak. Like anything can really, like everything is kind of weak to either the ground or the rock typing there. So very smart play by Chris, recognizing that weakness there. And here we're gonna see a Shadow Dragon there, but let's take a look at the damage here. What is this? This is going to be too sharp.
Shadow Dragonair, is it even going to reach a charged attack here? Bone Club is being thrown just before the first Aqua Tail. Puts up a shield, has to deal with the Shadow Marowak before. Maybe Chris is even pivoting out here. No, stays in there, throws more mud at the Dragon. Chris putting up his second Protect shield to try and farm down that Shadow Dragonair.
This is very smart by Chris, of course, because he knows there is still in the back the Tinkaton, which he saw already in the lead matchup, and so we know that the Bone Club definitely going to have a target there. But we see the Swift coming through. What a play by Chris catching this move.
Fantastically done here, bringing in the Charger Bug here, getting a full Volt Switch through, of course taking a little bit of damage, but that gives Stonecollection one thing that he really needs, and that is the time in this matchup to charge up more energy. The Shadow Kanto Marowak is really low here. Stonecollection is throwing a play rough here, goes to the Charge Attack priority event versus Charger Bug.
And here we see the Discharge. Discharge is going to do some sort amount of damage, but it's not going to threaten any KO anytime soon. But this player is going to do now a lot, but we still saw that this Marowak still has some energy stored. It's going to be a very tough matchup for this Tinkaton to fight through, but it's maybe even the perfect range that you want to have this Charger Bug in.
Yep, that is true. However, Chris is at the next charge attack immediately trying to stall out the timer. Timer is up. Shadow Kanto Marowak comes in, throws a Bone Club immediately, has the charge attack now, and will knock out the Tinkaton in the process. Chris takes game 1.
This was such a strong performance from Chris, recognizing especially that we have that Marowak that has so much potential against Stonecollection's side.
Marowak was super strong. We have talked about this Pokemon so many times. It's from Kanto. Everyone here knows this. For 29 years, this Pokemon is absolutely magnificent, and it is a menace in Pokemon Go. Both trainers are running it. It is one of the top 3 usage Pokemon, and you can see here why Stonecollection's team, actually now that you say it, it looks incredibly weak to Marowak.
Yeah, and of course Marowak is one of the most common Pokemon that we have in this regional, so it's interesting, but still, he definitely has some play against it. We still have like something like the Charizard, which might come in here, which can resist those Mud Slap damage, though also of course that Bone Club there. But again, when the Marowak has energy, anything really doesn't want to face it. Like, we're going to have here so many weaknesses for like either ground or the rock typing there. And of course Charizard, a Rocks that hit it, this Pokemon goes down.
If Chris can set up the Kanto Marowak, this might be his way to victory. Again, we're going into the game and we see a mirror match in the lead. 2 Marowaks staring each other down. Who has the higher attack? Is that going to be super relevant here?
This is going to be quite relevant because, of course, who has the high attack is going to be able to get to this Bone Club first. But what we see here as well is that Chris didn't even want to go for it. He didn't even want to risk it, and he's gonna go and let his move straight go through. This is actually quite interesting. I think that Stonecollection is quite happy about this because, again, we saw already in the matchup before, Marowak is a Pokemon that he doesn't really want to see with the other Pokemon that he has. Further still alright, but we still have, again, there's Tinkaton in the back.
And this looks like maybe Stonecollection's Marowak is going to be knocked out by the next Mud Slap. Chris lets it actually go here. Wants to have a little bit of farm on the next Pokemon he can bring in. Are we maybe seeing a Charger Bug farm down a Marowak here?
We're gonna see the Malamar coming in and getting a bit of an advantage there, which makes a lot of sense because you have that superpower on this Pokemon, which does super damage. But of course, we're going to see here now, this move coming through is going to also debuff the Malamar, and Malamar very likely is going to swap out straight afterwards. Doesn't really want to face a Fairy type here.
Classic chip and dip here. Energy gone. Now the Charger Bug is coming in. You have Ferret as an answer on the side of Stonecollection, but of course the energy of the Malamar is gone. You can just throw a Play Rough here to try and get ahead in this matchup and bring in Ferret afterwards.
We're gonna get the shield here from the Charger Bug. It's going to be a very, very close matchup, and the Ferret is coming in now, being able to take those hits. But Exa is quite significantly a stronger move than the Discharge here, which the Exa would have been resistant on the Tinkaton. Here now it's going to be neutral damage coming through, but also neutral damage from the Swift.
I adore Ferret. Look at how adorable this Pokemon really is. Just vibing in there. It's a bit of a nervous Pokemon, by the way. Now the first X-Scissor is launched. 2 won't knock out here, but it's going to be very, very close after the next Volt Switch here. And now this should KO the Ferret. Chris is going to see another shield. He is almost at the third Excisor.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup. Do we see the swap button to the Manama? No, we don't. We have the Charger Bug now taking the Swift. Do we see a shield from the Charger Bug, or do we see it on that Malama later on?
I mean, you really need a shield on the Malama, because otherwise the matchup with Tinkaton is just so incredibly bad. One play rough will absolutely KO you. And now Stonecollection is going for straight Bulldoze. Yesterday he said he got a lot of Bulldoze debuffs. Maybe the streak is continuing.
This is going to be a very interesting one here. It's going to be a debuff, and this is going to be so crucial because now the fast move damage is going to add up. And also, we're still going to have that ferret in the back here.
Yep, tries to go to as many moves as possible. Wants to knock out here. Just hoping. He is praying to Arceus. Can he get the KO? Yes, he can. Can throw another one. The superpower is going to be launched with 1 HP. My friend Malamar advances to top 8.
This was such a strong performance of that Malama, showcasing on how strong the move superpower is as well here. Like, fantastic gameplay. Fantastic gameplay from Chris.
Super powerful. Chris advances to top 8, knocking down Stonecollection into the loser side of the bracket. Immediately realized how good the Kanto Marowak is for him in this matchup. In game 1, won it just with the Marowak, and in game 2 said, hey, I know you're hyper-focusing on my Marowak. I think I can predict your line like that, and then won with a shield advantage on my friend Malamar.
Also, yeah, it was just very interesting to see on how the league matchup went there. Marowak against Marowak, letting the Pokemon just go through there and letting it go down and keeping the tiny bit of extra energy then on the Malama to use that superpower to the advantage, being able to outspeed that first move of the Tinkaton, being able to hit this neutral superpower and then swap out, resetting the debuff. And honestly, very well done with that Malama. Malama showcase on what it can do here.
Yeah, this is how you play this Pokemon. Back when Botha MN played this Pokemon, I think it was in Seville to a 3rd place. We just said that he was dancing through his opponents the entire time. And this is how you play that Pokemon. You throw superpowers, you swap out, and then later on you do it again. Here, game 1, we can see Marowak domination from Chris here, perfectly identifying the win condition if you have a positive lead in this matchup. And here the double superpower Malamar even overfarmed the energy, rightfully so, to deal more damage with Psywaves here, knocking out that ferret. Very close match. So well played by Chris.
Absolutely, that was so well done. And yeah, Malamar, a Pokemon that actually makes a lot of sense in this meta currently as well. With the coverage that you have, you're going to have access to Foul Play for that Corsa, which you see the entire time. You're going to have access to Superpower, which you saw on how good this move is going to be. But you have quite a lot of Steel-type Pokemon, a lot of Rock-type Pokemon, like the Credilli. And those really don't want to face my friend Malamar.
Yep, just don't get it on a Togekiss, because then you're going to be in trouble, even though Psywave in those matchups still deals a lot of damage. Malamar is walled by Azumarill, for example, or any Fairy type, but sometimes the Psywaves just do help. If you're using multiple shields, you're going to chip so hard.
This is also the reason we see more often the Shadow version of that Malamar, because with a Psywave, you're just going to have the option to get those damage in there against those Pokemon that you don't want to face, against those Fairy type Pokemon, which can resist the charge moves of Foul Play and Superpower, but it cannot resist the moves of Psywave.
Yep, Psywave really strong. It is so fast, charges up so much energy and deals a lot of damage. This Pokemon has been all the rage lately, and I'm really happy to see it in day 2.
Definitely. It's a very interesting Pokemon. We have to see on how far Malamar can go. I think it's a very smart pick though in the current meta. I think it's also so nice and neutrally. Like, you have such a fast pacing with the Psywave, with those hard-hitting moves. We have a Stab on the Foul Play, being a Dark type here, the Malamar, and the Superpower. Like,
Superpower, of course. Also, after you've used it, your attack and your defense is going to be dropped. That can also be used to your advantage by giving your opponent less of harm load. But if you want to know more about status changing charged attacks, then this video is the one for you.
Hi there, trainers. Welcome to this video, where we will be talking about status changing charged attacks. My name is Martijn. You may also know me as Inadequins. You may have seen them before in the Go Battle League or in the Show 6 Bring 3 format in the Pokémon Go Championship series. Charged attacks that alter the attack or defense stage of a Pokémon. What makes these attacks so good, and how can you use them to your advantage? To start off, how do you know if a charged attack can change the attack or defense? You can find this by selecting a Pokemon in your Pokemon storage and scrolling down to the fast and charged attacks that this Pokemon has. If you select trainer battles here, you can see not only the damage per attack, but also if there is a chance of changing the attack or defense of the opponent. In some cases, this is even guaranteed. Generally, these attacks are not strong in terms of damage, but they can be key to flipping a battle in your favor. Let's take a look at Dugong, for example. Dugong is a Pokemon that wins a lot of neutral battles, and that's mostly because it relies on the charge attack Icy Wind. When used, Icy Wind drops the attack stage of the opponent by 1 stage. This makes Dugong excellent in a battle that takes longer. You could even come out of the battle with another Icy Wind loaded to weaken the next Pokemon that is brought onto the battlefield. Having a Pokemon that can lower the attack or defense of the opponent is a strong and safe option to lead in your battles. There are also attacks that lower your own status upon using. The best example here is Deoxys defense form. It can learn the efficient low energy cost charge attack Psycho Boost, but this will drop the user's attack by 2 stages. Now you're wondering, is my Pokemon stuck with this attack debuff for the remainder of the battle? The answer is no. Status changes are cleared upon switching out of the battle. What you will see many players do is launch the Psycho Boost quickly into the opponent and swap into the next Pokemon to clear the attack debuff for when Deoxys defense comes back into battle later. There are also charge attacks that can boost your own attack or defense. Poliwrath, for example, can win the mirror matchup with Power Up Punch. This is not a strong charge attack, but it's low in energy cost and it raises the attack stats of the user by 1 stage. One last thing, not all status changing attacks are guaranteed. Some only have a chance to trigger the effect. Examples are Crunch, Scald and Zap Cannon. It's worth getting familiar with these attacks as they can aid you in building a strategy for your battles. Go to Pokemon.com/play to check out the latest news on nearby events and hey, give it a try!
Welcome back, trainers. 3 of our players are already into the top 4 here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships. I'm Fareed, I'm joined by Lou, and we need one more winner's side match, and we cannot wait to see who takes the crown.
I honestly can't believe how day 2 has kicked off. The matches have been phenomenal, back-to-back, absolutely show-stopping games, and we still got one more from that winner's bracket to go. I cannot wait.
Yeah, some big, exciting Pokemon as well. We saw Martine with the Shadow Talonflame, our 2 Worlds finalists, 2025 and 2024, up against each other to kick off this championship Sunday. Martine was the winner this time.
I think as well in our kind of caster predictions, you had picked Martine, right? I had picked Padaman. So that was a little bit of rivalry for us as well, and always good to see that competitive edge coming through.
But let's remember, this is a double elimination event. That means anyone who loses from the winner's side of the bracket will drop down to the loser's side of the bracket. They absolutely still are in the competition with everything to play for. We've got one more group winners finals. We have Ripperli here on the left. He's up against KingOWT.
And KingOWT is running a really interesting team with that Goodra, a Pokemon that we've seen Padaman run as well and can just hit really hard with those Dragon Breaths. But Ripperli as well has so many contenders on here that are familiar faces from our top 12 usage stats.
Yeah, that's right. And both of these players, we have seen them before in the championship series. Neither of them have a medal to their name, but this could be the tournament that all changes. Frankfurt, the start of the 2026 season. Every new story, every new chapter starts here for San Francisco next summer. KingOWT, he's actually coming off the back of a top 8 performance at Birmingham. So this is already a really huge step for him in terms of his momentum and his progression. He's showing that he does have the consistency when he appears. Ripperli, on the other hand, he is looking to really make a name for himself here in Frankfurt.
Yes, and we could take a deeper dive on the team as well. Again, as I was saying, a lot of these Pokemon we should be familiar with from watching the broadcast. A lot of incredible Pokemon that can hold bulk as well. The Charge Bug, the Azumarill. These are Pokemon that can really soak up a lot of attacks, get that switch timer realigned to maybe switch out to bring in your heavy hitters in the form of the Marowak or the Scizor, or even the Moltres. Those sucker punches can stack up as well into an unwilling opponent.
Yeah, a really hard meta team here for Ripperli, and he'll be up against a fairly meta team with a couple of really nice, exciting picks. It's the Shadow Charizard story here this weekend in Frankfurt. It has recently received access to Air Cutter, a very cheap flying charged attack, as well as Ember being adjusted to generate a lot of energy. So Shadow Charizard can pace really quickly, and we saw KingOWT using it to perfection yesterday. Can he do it one more time this Championship Sunday?
And that's something that Pokemon like the Charger Bug and the Scissor really have to watch out for. They do not want to take an Ember or a Blast Burn, because we know how devastating that can be. But the match is ready. Our final winners finals is coming through, and it's going to be a Cradilly versus a Goodra.
Shiny Goodra with the Community Day move, Thunder Punch. This is now pacing a lot more quickly because of the adjustment to Dragon Breath. And let's remember that Aqua Tail will be neutral against this Cradilly. It has a rock typing as well. That's weak to water, but the grass type resists it.
Yes, the Dragon Breath pacing nice and fast to this Aqua Tail. As you said, it is indeed neutral, does a little bit of chip, but there's going to be another one coming out of the blocks very soon. Cradilly first to move, however.
Yeah, this Rock Tomb will be pretty heavy. It's a strong attack that guarantees an attack drop on the opponent. And so KingOWT is going to switch straight out, but this is not the Pokemon he wanted to be responded to by. Shadow Sizzle with that massively hard-hitting Bullet Punch.
Yeah, that's absolutely putting in some work against Cradilly. Cradilly is going to try and retaliate with this Rock Tomb, but the shield goes up on that Shadow Scissor side. Its defenses are 20% less thanks to being a Shadow variant, but it cannot do anything about that drop. The attack is down, but the Bullet Punches are still coming through thick and fast.
And the really nice thing about Shadow Sizzle is it's able to use this Trailblaze. It'll take a knockout against the Cradilly and put its attack back to where it should be. The attack has risen, and here comes the Charizard. You can see the embers already, but Shadow Sizzle, it has such a high attack that Shadow Charizard does not even want to take a Night Slash.
Honestly, though, this Shadow Scissor needs to work fast. The Embers are going to come through. You can see that it's absolutely going through the Scissor. It's back into the Pokeball, but it does still do a significant amount to that Charizard, making it a little easier for these bubbles to do some work.
Now, if there's one Pokemon that you might be okay taking a Blast Burn on, it could be the massively bulky Azumarill, but the Blast Burn still hits hard. It takes at least a third of that health, and then KingOWT goes into the Goodra to try and not take bubble damage onto his Charizard. Ripperli responds by coming back with the Cradilly.
Yeah, we're back with what these trainers opened with in this game one, as the Aqua Tail will connect down onto Cradilly. Once again, chip away at it, but Cradilly has so much energy, as does Goodra. Who's going to blink first? It's going to be Goodra.
And I like this play from Ripperli, really taking that Goodra low and having the opportunity to now farm this Goodra down and throw the attack into the Charizard instead. If he can land a Rock Tomb or at least get this debuff, that will really suppress the Shadow Charizard from being able to damage the Azumarill. I think Ripperli is very much in the driving seat here.
Yes, KingOWT absolutely has to go for that final protective shield on Charizard, but it's only going to take a couple more asses to get to another Rock Tomb, and this time Charizard is vulnerable.
Superbly played by Ripperli. The reduction in attack on the Shadow Charizard means that Cradilly's nowhere near being knocked out by Ember. It reaches another Rock Tomb. Charizard falls from the sky, and Ripperli takes game number one.
Absolutely commanding play by that Cradilly right out at the beginning, applying some pressure with that Rock Tomb. Yes, you can go for shield, but you still are going to have those drops coming through, and poor Charizard at the end really didn't.
Effective Thunder Punch. I'm very interested to see the dragon pairing that we've often seen with Shadow Charizard has often been very strong in the past. It's something that we saw Stonecollection trying to use earlier against Chris. Can KingOWT use it to better leverage here?
And the Blast Burn, we actually saw still do a very significant amount of damage into that Azumarill, almost a third there. And if you don't want to go for the Blast Burn, you've got the Air Cutter as well, and that can apply pressure in other ways. But let's jump into game two. It's going to be taken to the skies for this battle with Charizard and Moltres.
A bit of a change of tactics from both players here. KingOWT no longer going for Charizard in the back, actually going for it in the lead. And there's an interesting situation where you reach a Blast Burn and bait an Air Cutter, and it really does force your opponent to throw a shield. So this is a really nice shield for KingOWT to get. And do you now switch out and try and take some of the damage on one of your other Pokemon, or are you staying in and really trying to take both shields from your opponent?
I mean, that bait came through exactly as you described, and now it's Moltres' time to try and get some damage on the board. The fly goes into the shield, though both these trainers down a shield very early doors in this game. Charizard, once again, very quickly paced to the Air Cutter.
Now, Ripperli is arguably playing quite soft to this Tinkaton. Galarian Moltres in the lead and Cradilly in the back. But the advantage with Ripperli is that Tinkaton is coming in as a safe swap, meaning he can guarantee alignment with his Sizzle. The problem is, and we've spoken about this a lot yesterday, Sizzle is a shield-hungry Pokemon. There are no shields available, so let's see how it fares when it cannot protect itself.
Particularly with the defense drop as well. Fairy Wind not going to be doing too much, but it's still whittling away and critically giving energy to that Bulldoze.
And now look at this. Sizzle is in in a position where one Play Rough, which will do more damage than a Bulldoze, should be enough to take it down. Will KingOWT throw this Play Rough against this Scissor? Or you might even be able to go for a Bulldoze now that you've got more Fairy Wind damage in.
That's very true, getting those little bits of extra damage up to allow this Bulldoze to come through. We know the defense is dropped onto that Scissor side, so Bulldoze will connect and get the knockout.
There is energy still available on this Moltres. Do you want to throw it into the Tinkaton? You might need to consider saving it for the backline. Cradley's going to come in. It's going to have to eat this Play Rough, but Cradley's a very bulky Pokemon, so this shouldn't threaten it too much. The problem is you cannot Acid this Tinkaton down. You will need to throw energy at some point to take it out.
Yes, Play Rough does connect, but Cradley actually showing off its marvelous bulk here, being able to take that reasonably well and pacing quite quickly to this Rock Tomb. There are no shields remaining on KingOWT's side this time, so Tinkaton is going to have to take this damage, even though it's not very effective. It gets the KO.
Here comes the Furret. Galarian Moltres will resist the Sucker Punches. Galarian Moltres, if it can reach 2 attacks. Oh, there is a massive catch there for KingOWT. The Charizard comes in red health already. This is a Brave Bird. That means the Galarian Moltres has had a huge defense drop, and Furret's already at a Swift. Superbly played by KingOWT.
This is Furret's time to shine. Charizard has set up the stage sublimely for it to come in, go for that Swift, hit the stars in the sky, and now you just have to deal with this Cradilly.
Can you reach the Trailblaze? Will it be enough? There is a move that's coming through, and Furret is going to get to this Trailblaze here. That will be enough to take out the Cradilly. Cradilly's in the yellow. Ripperli nods. He knows how well KingOWT has played there. Cradilly hangs on just about. Grass Knot is not going to come through before Furret Sucker Punch is down.
Sucker Punch is just too quick to even the score between these trainers, and we're going to a Game 3.
Massive shift in the momentum there for KingOWT, evening the score, as you say, 1 game each. This is a best of 3 format. That means the winner of this decisive Game 3 will proceed to the next stage of this tournament here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
So why was it so important for Furret to be able to close out that endgame? Why couldn't KingOWT let the Furret go down and bring that Charizard in to clean up the match?
KingOWT had really smartly preserved the Shadow Charizard with a tiny bit of health, which we often call a third shield. And that is because if you can use a Pokemon on low health as a catch opportunity, it's never going to reach another attack itself. Its only utility at that point is to completely neutralize the energy of the opponent. And how better to use that than to take a Brave Bird from a Galarian Moltres? That Brave Bird otherwise will have knocked out that Furret. So if KingOWT hadn't switched at that exact moment, he would have lost that game.
So it was a way to stop the Furret from taking all that unnecessary damage that Charizard could take instead, allowing Furret to be victorious and even out the score. Now, going into a Game 3, I always have the question, do you stick with the team that won you your game, or do you shake things up going into this Game 3?
I think the most exciting thing about Shadow Charizard teams is that you can move it around at your will. You can force your opponent to really start to respect it, and then you can actually perhaps take them off guard by a complete shift in tactics. So all to play for here in this decisive game number 3. We see a Cradley up against a Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, Galarian Moltres not going to be appreciating any Rock Tombs that come its way, but first of all, you've got to get that set up with the fast attack Acid, and it's not going to mind doing that either. It can Sucker Punch in retaliation and get energy of its very own.
So here, the Fly is going to come through first on charge attack priority. That's because Galarian Moltres has a higher attack stat. KingOWT wants to get the Rock Tomb debuff off first. So the first Protect Shield comes up on the right side of your screen so that Cradley can force a responding shield from the Galarian Moltres and guarantee an attack drop.
And that shield has indeed been utilized. The drop is in place. The Sucker Punches are going to be doing even less damage to this Cradilly. They can just keep going for the Acid and go for another Rock Tomb. Moltres now has to decide if that second shield is going to be utilized.
So this second shield will enable the Galarian Moltres to threaten with a Brave Bird. A Fly from this position might not be enough to take out the Cradilly. Let's remember the Galarian Moltres is double debuff, but Ripperli is going to go for a Fly nonetheless. This could be close. KingOWT considering whether or not to use his last Protect Shield. He's going to let this one go.
Decides to keep the shield for later, and Cradilly is able to hang on after the Fly. Brave Bird would have been able to get the knockout, but Fly not enough. But the adaptation from Ripperli means you've got the Cradilly in, so you now don't have to worry about this hitting your Flyer.
And this is a great position now for KingOWT, guaranteeing a debuff onto this Cradilly. But the thing is that Charizard cannot take a Rock Tomb no matter how many times it has been debuffed. It does pace quicker to the Blast Burn though, and there are no Protect Shields remaining. You know what happens when a Shadow Charizard can land Blast Burns. It is terrifying. Look at what What's in the back for Ripperli?
That was just in the nick of time as well. The Rock Tomb was right there, but Blastburn was able to get the advantage. Once again, we are airborne in this battle, and Charizard goes for the shield.
Uh-oh, Lou. Uh-oh. If you can see what I can see, this doesn't look good for Ripperli. KingOWT about to showcase what Shadow Charizard can do. Air Cutter now, first to take out this Galarian Moltres, and Ripperli smiles because he knows what's about to happen as well.
That's the thing, you clear the Moltres from the skies, and now all eyes focus on that Scissor, and the Charizard is just eating it up for breakfast, able to go for these Embers, and the Blast Burn. This is gonna hurt Farood.
We saw Martine with Flame Charge on Talonflame, but this is a Shadow Charizard. Oh baby, Sizzle goes down, and KingOWT wins the series 2-1.
What a momentous set. Charizard, little superstar. Game 1, it was in the back. And then games 2 and 3 on center stage, getting the victory for KingOWT.
There's just something beautiful about Charizard taking it all. Cannot be more happy for KingOWT. He's got a beam all over his face, and I do not blame him. Shadow Charizard, the story of this weekend in my mind.
Absolutely beautiful play. I mean, we saw at the beginning of the tournament the Shadow Talonflame doing great, but out of the flying of fire types, there's definitely a battle of contention for that #1 spot, and Charizard is making a mark for it, I can tell you.
Now, I know that this is your hometown here in Frankfurt, Lou, and your parents were here yesterday, and I remember your mum said that there is a certain Pokemon that's now her favorite. What was that?
Yes, she indeed said Charizard. She did say, I like the orange dragon Pokemon, and I had to clarify a little bit, but that's why I've got a little Charizard pin on today.
Beautiful.
And I think
that's for you, Mrs. Lou's mum.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice after the battle that we've just seen today.
It really is.
Yeah, Mum, you were onto something, I can tell you.
So one of the other questions that has often been the topic when it comes to Shadow Charizard is what fast attack do you use? You have access both to Dragon Breath and to Ember. And in this case, it perhaps didn't make a difference because when shields are down, you're throwing the Blast Burn anyway. But when shields are up, Shadow Sizzle can actually beat a Shadow Charizard that has Dragon Breath. The Steel type resists the fast attack, whereas when it's running Ember, of course, Shadow Scissor should have stayed at home.
You're kind of doubling down on the fact you've got all of that fire type attack that you can use with Ember and then with the Blast Burn, particularly when you pace so quickly to it. It's amazing to be able to hit hard with the Blast Burn, the same type attack bonus, and you can see here in this game 3, poor Shadow Scissor did not stand a chance, particularly as soon as Charizard started feeding up those flames and unleashing its attack.
And this, for everyone watching, really does start to invite a question. How do I use shields when I'm up against a team that has Shadow Charizard? So many players, especially across the Go Battle League, will look to invest a lot of resource in their lead Pokemon. This was actually a strategy that Inadequins used to use a lot over the previous seasons. He would invest a lot of resource and shield into his lead and then try and have positive alignment in the back. We actually have seen a shift in that approach from Martine, but also here, where Martine earlier today was allowing his Gastradon to go down. He wanted shield advantage, and this is because the meta is really inviting for those scary shadow sweepers, like the Shadow Talonflame, like the Shadow Charizard, and it forces so much more decision-making from players that I'm very excited to see how that progresses this tournament.
I think particularly when you have multiple Shadow Pokemon on there as well, you know, which one are you going to give your precious shields to? But I think it's time to find out from the trainer who piloted that Shadow Charizard to perfection. Let's kick it over for an interview with our winner from that last match.
Thank you so much, Cass. This was an amazing game there as well just now with the Charizard, and I'm here joined by that winner. How are you feeling?
Absolutely amazing. Obviously, game 1 was slightly rough. Goodra was probably not as useful as I thought it'd be with the Cradilly, Scizor and Azu. But then game 2, when it comes to catches, it is half counting and half just a lucky guess. And I won the coin flip this time.
We saw one time the Tinkaton as a say-sub. Do you predict that the opponent wouldn't bring the Marowak in the back?
Well, yeah, since I was fairly sure Scizor would come every game, it was highly unlikely he'd run a Marowak, especially without leading Azu. So switching in Tinkaton felt relatively safe.
Yeah, and also we saw the Goodra on your team. Like, what do you think about Goodra? Like, there's only 2 Goodras still left in the competition. Petaman also running one, you're running one. Is it like one of your favorite Pokemon right now?
Yeah, I think in practice, it was certainly quite good. I was inspired to use it when I originally faced Rise to Occasion in a practice tournament, when I used it against me to pretty good effect. And I think the Aqua Tail Thunder Punch coverage against like Galarian Moltres, Marowak, even like not being too bad versus Azu, like other dragons may get kind of walled, Goodra has a bit of play there. So I definitely think it's an underrated option.
Absolutely, but Honestly, what I have found the craziest is that Charizard. Charizard is such a strong Pokemon. We see it the entire time throughout the regional. We saw it again in that final battle. Tell us a little bit more about this Pokemon.
Yeah, so I've always loved Shadow Charizard. Way back when Wing Attack was first buffed in it, first game of the meta, back at EOIC 2023 when Tauntaun obviously won with it. I was using it back then, and seeing the Ember buff, seeing the Dragon Breath buff, personally I think Ember is far superior. Getting to Blast Bird in 12 turns is disgusting, and the stab Embers versus non-stab Dragon Breaths as well definitely makes it a better option. But I was very excited to use it. It's kind of something I'd always felt like I was going to bring, and as it's shown there, it's been very useful.
How confident are you in yourself? Can you do it all the way, getting your team all the way up to the finals?
At the moment, I'm feeling pretty confident. Obviously, as Inadequins said earlier, it's each battle one at a time, but I am feeling good right now.
Good to hear. And honestly, I'm curious on if we're going to see way more sweeps with the Charizard. Charizard was such a strong Pokemon there again. And yeah, thank you so much for that interview. Well, let's head back to the casters.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jonkus and KingOWT. Shadow Charizard, absolutely one of the big spotlights this weekend. But we also have some very exciting Pokemon and players still to come.
Yes, it's great to be able to get some insights from our top trainers as well. And you can hear how confident he is feeling. We just saw it out there on the battlefield. And I think with the Shadow Charizard by his side, he has every right to be.
It's always a very delicate balance between showing that confidence whilst not trying to come off across as arrogant and maintain humility. But the reality is you do need to get your head into the game, and these players up on stage absolutely have to do that because they are in the losers side of the bracket. That means they cannot afford to lose again if they want to continue in this tournament here in Frankfurt.
They have to believe that they have what it takes to go all the way and to come back from that one loss, reset themselves, and then keep going. Just stay on the winner's track. Now, Panaman, we know, is a trainer that I'm rooting for from my predictions. I really got my eye on this Wigglytuff, but also on the Goodra. And the Goodra we just saw in the previous game, it was really interesting to see how it was struggling a little bit with that Aqua Tail. I want to see if Panaman can bring this Goodra to full showcase potential.
And one of the really interesting things about Pataman is the way in which he handles defeat. He is one of the most composed players that we have in the Pokemon Go Championship Series. And he has been able to come back from loser sides of the brackets in the past. He's managed to reset brackets in grand finals like he did last year in Seville, and he will be looking to come off the back of his defeat to Inadequins and really remind the world that he is absolutely one of, if not the best player around.
And he's also rocking this Shadow Scissor that we know can hit really hard with those bullet punches into something like a Cradilly, but on the opposing side there is a Talonflame, and that's something that Scissor has to watch out for.
I think you mentioned the Goodra earlier, and that absolutely looks like a fantastic pick here for Pataman. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Goodra in all of these games, because quite frankly, RGR here on the right doesn't have a hard answer. RGR, a young player who has so much potential, performing really well last year at NAIC, and he did enter a grassroots tournament earlier this month, and he won that grassroots tournament in this meta. Can he show that his team and his ability can take it all the way where it really counts?
Well, the team is incredibly interesting. There's a few Pokemon here that we're not seeing in usage as much. Lapras, we know, has been really strong in previous formats as well, being able to Psywave down a lot of opponents. But Fried, I'm going to come to you as I think one of the experts in Goro. Talk us through this Pokemon in this team right now. Do you think it's got a place in this matchup against Pataman?
I think there's one thing, quite frankly, that Pangoro doesn't want to see on the other side of the field, and that is a Wigglytuff. The advantage that Pangoro does have, if it can land a close combat, it will do a heavy chunk of damage because Wigglytuff shares that normal typing, so fighting is neutral against it. And if you've got a boost as well, then Pangoro can be really scary, but Pataman will probably start leaning to Pokemon like Goodra and or Wigglytuff. Let's see how RGR adapts. We are ready with game number 1.
Going to be a Marowak versus Lapras. So Marowak going to be, I think, in a position where it has to watch out for any of the water charge attacks that come through in the Sparkling Aria. But first of all, you can go for those fast attacks. You don't mind taking a Psywave or two.
Lapras is such a flexible Pokemon, one of my favorite Pokemon in the meta at the moment. We haven't seen as much of it this weekend as perhaps we did last season, but it does still have a place in the meta, and Shadow Kanto Marek does have to shield up this first Sparkling Aria before throwing a Bone Club of its own, and RGR will have to consider whether or not this might be a Rock Slide. He lets it go, a great call from him.
Yep, keeping those shields nicely preserved, but Marowak is back on the offensive. It can go for another Bone Club, and RGR once again has to play that mind game, what's coming my way. Does not go for a shield. That's 2 Bone Clubs come through, but this time it gets the knockout.
Yes, Lapras goes down, but there is shield advantage for a Talonflame. We've seen what that can mean for a Talonflame user, and that is why Goodra is here. Pataman comes straight in, swapping in the Goodra, locking himself now into this Galarian Corsola. Galarian Corsola, such a bulky Ghost-type Pokemon, and these non-stab Aqua Tails, they don't have same type attack bonus, they don't share a typing with Goodra, they won't do a huge amount of damage alone.
This is where the pace of play really slows down. The switch timers are not aligned at the moment. Both these trainers just going to be doing a little amount of damage with their respective fast attacks, and it really comes down to these Nightshades. That actually did a huge amount of damage into this Goodra. It's going to have to do all it can with this final charge attack into the Corsola to weaken it up for later.
Thunder Punch doing slightly more damage than Aqua Tail, and there are 2 available for this Goodra. This second one might threaten a knockout, but RGR knows that this Goodra is now energy dry. That means Talonflame would be able to incinerate down. Pataman doesn't want to let that happen. He comes straight in with a Galarian Corsola of his own, but this Shadow Talonflame has an energy lead and a shield advantage. Let's see what RGR can do with that.
Banking all of this game onto the Talonflame. It's got the shields to protect it from a potential Nightshade coming through, or anything really through from the Corsola, and it's going to be able to connect that down. The Power Gem, of course, Prime, that's the thing that's really going to threaten the Talonflame, but it's just so fast, it's able to get charge attack after charge attack.
If you're wondering why these swiping patterns look so exciting, RGR's using a thumb swipe down technique on either side of his screen, and the phone looks like it connects them. That gives us that exciting edge, and this Talonflame will have an exciting finish to this game 1. It's shielding up this Galarian Corsola. Can it sweep the end game?
Extra intense with that strategy on the charge attacks, but the shield comes through first of all on that Talonflame. No shields left on Pataman's side. This poor Corsola is going to be so vulnerable to this charge attack coming through. It's going to be the fly, so you do not take any drops, but still secure the knockout.
Corsola goes down, but the Shadow Kanto Marik is trying to mudslap through. This fly lands. There's no catch from Pataman. Will this be enough to take out the Shadow Kanto Marik? I think it might be.
Yes, it's going to be close coming down. It lands. Yes, gets the knockout, and now
Will you Dragon Breath down?
I don't know if it's able to. Once Incinerate's going to come, it does! It does! Woo!
Look at that! Dragon Breath, a 1-turn fast attack. That means every half second you take damage from Dragon Breath. Incinerate, on the other hand, a 5-turn fast attack. That means it takes 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds at least to get that damage through, and Pataman is able to seal game 1 with the Dragon Breath, with the Goodra, one of the best answers to Talonflame in this meta.
Oh my goodness, that split second extra time it takes for Incinerate to go down just opened up a victory for that Goodra. We did say, Freed, we wanted to see Goodra do some good things in this match, and it absolutely came through for Pataman at the end. RGR played so phenomenally well with that Talonflame, in my opinion, but Goodra just able to come in right at the end with the speedier advantage.
And I wonder here, we've seen obviously the Shadow Talonflame from Inadequins. This one is a regular Talonflame. What difference does that make, if any? Obviously, the Talonflame was holding on at the end. It was trying to. It was in red health, but if you were a Shadow Talonflame, could you have incinerated down your opponent sooner? These are the types of questions that I'm sure lots of players at home will be asking themselves. If you don't have a Shadow Talonflame yet, it is in the Rocket Grunts. Go and get a Shadow Fletchling, get a Shadow Fletchinder as well if you want to use that too. But Shadow Talonflame is a really exciting pick. This one's a regular. RGR will want to use that to see if he can pull back this series.
Wow, I'm still shaking from that, and no doubt our 2 trainers have to really compose themselves and regroup going into this next game. Both of them are in the losers bracket, so whoever loses this set will be knocked out of the competition, and their dreams of becoming the Frankfurt Regional Champion will be crushed.
And I think the Pokemon that these players are leaning into do seem to be the strongest. I wouldn't be surprised to see Talonflame again from RGR. I want to see the Goodra again from Pataman. Will the Wigglytuff come out? Yes, there it is! And it is in the lead that RGR wanted. Talonflame as a fire type resists the fairy type charm, so we see the Goodra come in as a safe swap, and we know RGR doesn't have a clean answer to Goodra. This is a neutral matchup that Galarian Corsola will be looking to rely on its bulk to get through.
Well, this is what we saw in game 1 as the switch timers were resetting. Just a lot of Aqua Tails going through, then the Nightshades coming through, but critically on the Corsola side, the Nightshades are doing more to the Goodra than Goodra is doing to the Corsola.
And the Goodra knows Well, I suppose Pataman knows that with the
He's
Goodra,
aware.
exactly how much damage these Aqua Tails and Thunder Punch are doing. And you're seeing that he is picking between Aqua Tail and Thunder Punch based on the matchup that he knows he needs the damage for. And that is a critical decision to be made to win this matchup, or at least leverage this matchup in the way that he wants for the end game.
And it's a credit to the Goodra as well to have that flexibility so that the trainer can pilot exactly how is needed. Thunder Punch is going to come through again, though. Looks like RGR is, I was about to say, going to let it through, but a last-minute shield there to keep Corsola in the game.
RGR really wanting to ensure that the Galarian Corsola gets an opportunity to throw and maybe land this Nightshade. Pataman doesn't want to allow that to happen, using Goodra to flip alignment, now trying to go for an aggressive Dragon Breath down. It looks like he will be able to make it, and just highlighting how useful Goodra is. If the Talonflame comes back, Aqua Tail is super effective, Lapras comes in, and that means Thunder Punch is super effective. But once more, we see Pataman preserving that Goodra, coming in with his Galarian Corsola. Shields are down.
There's so much faith in that Goodra. Both shields were utilized on it, but it has so much energy in the back. We might be able to see a photo finish at the end from it once again. But first of all, Corsola is going to try and get through this Talonflame to make it easier for Goodra, using all of those Astonishes to get the Power Gem in play. But Talonflame now has the opportunity, with no shield on Pataman's side, to try and deal with Corsola once and for all.
This might not be a Shadow Talonflame, but this one has access to Brave Bird. That means it can do a heavy amount of damage, incinerate down with another Brave Bird loaded. But the Goodra has so much energy and such little health. I can't even see the health on that Goodra.
You're going to have to lock in that charge attack, lickety split. Instead, it's Wigglytuff, however, thinking maybe Wiggly is going to be able to deal with the Talonflame, and then I can utilize the energy on the Goodra to deal with the Pokemon in the back for RJR. Wigglytuff able to take that really well, and just going for a few more charms, revealing the Lapras on the other side.
I really like this play from RGR. Doesn't want to allow the Goodra to come in and what we would call snipe the Talonflame, take it out before it's able to respond. Lapras comes in instead, landing a Sparkling Aria against the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff does have a Swift, and Pataman has 2 attacks. Let's remember that. If this Swift lands, he's putting it potentially into Thunder Punch range for the Goodra, and then there is another... No! The Psywave registers first, and RGR takes down the Goodra and ties up this series.
Both sides of this Goodra, game 1 was able to get the advantage with the fast attack, but in game 2, RJR was able to flip the script and do the exact same thing in retaliation using the Psywave.
There is nothing more that Pataman could have done to save those back-to-back attacks, throw the Swift to guarantee a free swap in with the Goodra, and hope to be able to throw the Thunder Punch into the Lapras and then the Aqua Tail into the Talonflame. He could have won that game. RGR, towards the end, had his head in his hands, and that's because he knew that if he had thrown an Ice Beam into the Wigglytuff, it would have taken a knockout, and there wouldn't have been a Swift. If the Swift doesn't land on the Lapras, it's not in Thunder Punch range anyway. So RGR so fortunate that the Psywave damage registered first on that Goodra, and that is what puts him in a position where one more win can see him go through these losers finals.
Honestly, this entire match has been right down to the wire every single game. And viewers, we have a game 3, so if you're just joining us, do not go anywhere. Pataman versus RGR is turning out to be an absolute showstopper. My question going into game 3, is this Goodra? I feel like in game 2, Pataman actually did a fantastic job getting it lots of energy, preserving it with those shields, but it wasn't enough in the end game. Was there anything he could do differently, or was it just a little bit of bad luck?
I really understand Pataman's strategy there. He's using this Goodra so aggressively and freely, knowing that it doesn't have a clean answer from RGR. He, in the first game, banked that Goodra, and it was so important for him to do so. He tried that tactic again, and I can see why he did it. He had so much energy that he thought would be better used later in the game. Perhaps he could have thrown a Thunder Punch into the Lapras first before switching out. Either way, he has managed to get the lead that he needs in this game 3. The normal and fairy type of Wigglytuff has a great matchup against Corsola. RGR now forced to safe swap into this Lapras, and Pataman looks to be staying in.
Yeah, both of them just going for their Psywave and Charm respectively, getting lots of energy up on the field. But first to move, erratically with that move. I absolutely love to see this. It makes the intensity even stronger from RGR as the Lapras can go for damage onto Wigglytuff.
Now, we did see Wigglytuff get an extra Charm through there. It doesn't do as much damage this season as it did last season, but Pataman's going to bank that energy and come in with his own Galarian Corsola to try and sponge a lot of this Lapras damage.
Yep, looks like Pataman is letting it go through as well, keeping those shields nice and safe, maybe for the Goodra a little bit later on, but we know Corsola has the bulk to be able to withstand these attacks, and another one it's going to have to endure.
Pataman is now putting that Lapras into a range where he might just be able to throw Nightshade. He's taking the Sparkling Aria absolutely comfortably, but now RGR brings his own Galarian Corsola in, and you can sponge one Nightshade, and if your Astonish has landed as well, you will take out all the rest of the energy that's on that Galarian Corsola. So this is a pretty good position for RGR. However, he now has to be trying to work out, I guess, how to take out this Wigglytuff, because he's going to get debuffed by this Icy Wind as well.
I mean, from one Corsola to another on RJR's side now as well, you're letting these attacks come through, preserving your shields for a little bit later on. But the Astonishers are stacking up, and now you have the utility to go for this Power Gem that obviously Pataman is letting through, and you're going to get that debuff. So it could potentially be setting your partner Pokemon up for success.
Power Gem lands, but it isn't enough after the debuff to take out the Wigglytuff. And honestly, the trauma response in my ears, hearing those charms, knowing what's happening. Goodra comes in, responding to this Talonflame. This is a fantastic position for Pataman. Look how quickly Goodra reaches those Aqua Tails. They would do heavy, super effective damage against Talonflame. RGR knows it. Talonflame can't reach its flying type charge attacks quickly enough.
But I like the way that RGR has preserved these shields, not utilizing them on Corsola, because Talonflame certainly needs them to gain momentum in this match. The issue is, as you said, it takes a longer time for Talonflame to get to these charge attacks, meaning that on the opposing side, Pataman, who also has the shields, can utilize them. And it's just going to be relentless coming through from Pataman's side.
Okay, this is actually a Brave Bird here. RGR giving up a little bit more energy to try and guarantee a knockout, but it's going shielded anyway. I wouldn't be surprised to see a switch straight into the Lapras to try and reach an attack. The problem is Lapras does not have anywhere near enough energy. Goodra has backed so much. Thunder Punch will threaten a knockout. RGR needs to think, do I want to use my shield here? The reality is Pataman will reach 2 Aqua Tails before Talonflame is able to reach a fly. This is so superbly calculated by the Spaniard.
The last hurrah for RJR here, bringing in the Talonflame. That final shield has been utilized as Aqua Tail is unable to find its mark, but as you said, it's so fast to pace. Goodra has another one locked in, and Talonflame now with no shields remaining is going to have to take this downpour.
Goodra gaming confirmed. Talonflame goes down. Pataman seals game number 3, and he will proceed to the next round here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
What a match, what a show. And Goodra, can I change my prediction of his ace Pokemon here for Goodra over Wigglytuff?
I think Pataman is absolutely flying, because what a player. He gets knocked down, he continues his run through the loser side of the bracket, and now every player that is in this tournament has to know that even if they're on the winner side, if they drop one match, there's still this guy down there to face.
Oh, that's formidable. Formidable opponent indeed. And, you know, commiserations to RJR as well. Fantastic play. Great to be able to see how the Talonflame was utilized, but it wasn't enough against that Goodra.
It wasn't enough. Goodra, Aqua Tail and Thunder Punch, as well as the Dragon Breath new pacing, giving it so much flexibility. And when you don't have a fairy on your team or anything that can resist a lot of the Goodra's potential, it's just so free and so flexible.
That's the thing. It gives you so much variety and flexibility across your team. There's so many Pokemon out there, a lot of flyers who don't want to take the electric type attacks and water types that don't want to take them either, as well as a bunch of fire and ground types that don't want to take those water attacks. As a quick recap, you can see it really was a battle between these two throughout the entire set, Goodra versus Talonflame, who was going to come out on top, and it turned out to be Goodra.
I really like Goodra as one of the options that Pataman is using as a form of anti-flyer. We know he's got a Charger Bug on his team. We didn't see it in that match, Charger Bug using the electric type Volt Switch, but Goodra being a more neutral option where it has the electric type Thunder Punch instead. Now, this meta has a number of flyers in it that we're seeing. We've seen Talonflame a few times. We've seen Shadow Charizard. Talonflame a few times. We've seen Shadow Charizard. For those of you wondering why we aren't seeing any Corviknight, it's because Air Cutter Corviknight is not eligible this weekend. There is a eligibility rule that requires 2 weeks, and then the next Tuesday before a Community Day Pokemon can be used. We haven't reached that point yet. That's why we're not seeing any Corviknight, but it will be eligible from next Tuesday. So in the next tournaments, I'm sure you'll see plenty.
Definitely one to keep out on your radar, as we are seeing a horde of flying types out there in the meta at the moment. And I think it's going to be interesting when Corviknight does join the fray, how that's going to mix things up, particularly as Corviknight's also a Pokemon that doesn't want to take these fire type attacks that we're seeing coming around.
I think it'll really invite any Charizard players to really question again, do I need to start thinking about this Pokemon more as a fire type that comes in to counter the rise in this steel type Pokemon?
Yes.
Corviknight is very, very flexible, very, very bulky, and has one of the best resistance profiles in the game. Steel and flying, we've seen it before with Skarmory, 11 resistances in Pokemon Go.
That just gives you so much defensive capability, and you can switch it in so safely, buy a little bit of time for that shortened switch timer to reset as well, and get that Pokemon out there and bring in maybe your heavy hitter to get the damage out on the field. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Corviknight can do to the meta once it is unleashed.
And honestly, when Corviknight comes back, maybe that could be an invitation for the rise of Dedenne. We don't see Dedenne as an electric type here. Instead, we've got MEweedle and his electric and water type, Lantern. He's actually going up against a friend and teammate of his. We've got Lawrence on the right. Lawrence! What can I say about Lawrence? This is a player who has been attending Play Pokemon events for the past year, learning the game, honing his craft, and he has, for the first time in his Play Pokemon career, made it to day 2. And I have to say, what a run it has been, because this player was the first match of the Frankfurt weekend. He played round 1 on stream, and what happened?
He lost against Vampirus,
He
lost to
lost.
the Meowscarada and the Aurorus that I don't think I was planning on seeing. But the fact that you've lost game 1 and you're still here in the tournament day 2, that is incredible.
And who is he up against? None other than one of the best players in the world, a player that has a senior world championship title. He has regional titles, he has international titles, and he is back in the 2026 season to remind everyone that he is the cream of the crop, the best of the best, and he's taking Lantern to try and show that he can do it.
He's one of these trainers that really has won it all, but Frankfurt Regional Champion is one accolade yet to be awarded, and could it be MEweedle's for the taking? Having a little recap of the team, a Pokemon that Jonkus and I were really championing yesterday was the Tinkaton, and I feel like it's been in a great position throughout this entire tournament, going for those fairy wins, just being able to apply pressure with the play roughs in particular into Pokemon like Shadow Moltres that have been really, really interested. I mean, Galarian Moltres, not Shadow. It's just, you know, the effect.
Yeah, it's very dark and scary.
Yeah.
Lawrence, he has beaten so many big names in his run here to day 2, and MEweedle will be one more if he can take victory with his Shadow Torterra, one of my favorite Pokemon. I'm so excited to see it in action. Let's remember, Lawrence has just come off the tables back in the format, back on the floor. He played Zweilous. He beat Zweilous 2 games to 0. And if you can beat Zweilous, that surely gives you the confidence to feel that you can beat anyone. How has MEweedle prepared for a Pokemon like Shadow Torterra, which has received Mudslap this season?
I mean, MEweedle did beat Zweilous yesterday as well, so both of them have been able to go up against that Titan and come out victorious, and now they're going to face off against each other. Talk us through this Torterra, because I'm a big fan of Mudslap, and I know it's a really key Pokemon out there, so if we see it in the match, I want you to be able to tell us what it is doing here, whether it's going to be able to apply pressure.
I have no doubt we'll see it. It seems to be Lawrence's MVP. There it is straight away, and it's got the lead you wanted. Your ground type Torterra up against Tinkaton. Tinkaton has to get out of there. This is not a safe swap for Torterra. Torterra will reach the Frenzy Plant first, and now Galarian Corsola has a huge question to ask. You are always going to be outpaced by this Torterra, and I think MEweedle knows it. Lawrence in the position he wants, gets that burst shield, and now can come in with a Crazily to try and sponge some of this Galarian Corsola energy.
I don't need to ask you what Torterra does. Lawrence is showing us on the center stage. Cradily now in place to try and go up against this Corsola. Going to eat up this Nightshade, keep those shields nice and preserved for Lawrence later on in this match. Cradily is able to get all of that beautiful energy up now, utilizing that Rock Tomb.
Rock Tomb will guarantee a debuff. It won't threaten a knockout of this Galarian Corsola, but it might allow Cradily to hold on to the next Nightshade that would land, which is why MEweedle is going to save that energy and come back in with his Fairy Steel-type Pokemon Tinkaton. This will resist all of the charge attacks of the Cradily, but it will also mean that it gets its own attack debuffed, and Lawrence might be leaning in for his Torterra very soon to come back and start chunking down Tinkaton with Mudslap.
Those Mudslaps are really putting in some work, but Tinkaton now has the option to go onto the offensive with that play rough. It is a Shadow Pokemon on Torterra, so the defenses are weakened, so a wise shield on Lawrence's side to keep it in the game.
Good shield, Lawrence, good shield. Mud Slap goes through, and look at the damage it's doing. Tinkaton reaches one more play rough, but Lawrence has a shield to use. He's going to let this go. This could threaten a knockout. Torterra is not a very bulky Pokemon, but Lawrence has decided that it's done enough damage. And look what's in the back. It's another Shadow. It's a Shadow Primate, and MEweedle is trying to get out of there as quickly as possible. He has so much energy on this Galarian Corsola. That is a really good position for him because this will do a ton of damage if it lands.
This is great as well because that Tinkaton was energy dry, so you needed to get it out of there, bring in this Corsola to apply pressure to that opposing Primate. The Karate Chops are going to be doing nothing to Corsola. It's able to get to another Nightshade. There's no shields remaining on Lawrence's side. This is going to be able to connect.
It does a massive amount of damage, and Lawrence is losing his Primate because MEweedle already has a shield. This Astonish will now land, and MEweedle suddenly has turned the tide. He is in the driving seat because there's a Cradley in the back with full health.
Cradley in the back, waiting safely. Cradley on the field for Lawrence here is going to try and deal with this Corsola, but its HP is dwindled down. It's in a very vulnerable position, an uphill mountain for it to climb, particularly when its counterpart has all of that HP. And first of all, you have to deal with the Tinkaton.
Well, this is really, really intelligent play from MEweedle. He's come back in with the Tinkaton. Why? Because he does not want to show Lawrence what he had in the back. He's only showing Lawrence 2/3 of his team. That is 33% information that MEweedle gets over his opponent going into game 2 of this series.
It's always amazing when you can actually hide that information. You don't even have to have rotated through all three. You just jump between the two. And that's got to give MEweedle a confidence boost going into this because you have not given over or shown your hand to Lawrence what you had in the back there. Now, that game kicked off with Torterra in a fantastic position. What went wrong for Lawrence?
Well, I was in a frenzy. You saw those frenzy plants coming through, and MEweedle shielded them correctly. But Lawrence allowed that second play rough to land on the Torterra and take it out. And all of a sudden, he was in a much more difficult position. And this is a conversation that you and I have had a lot this weekend. We talk about shield-hungry Pokemon. Torterra, absolutely. A very shield-hungry Pokemon.
Loves them.
It's what we would call squishy. It's similar to a Shadow for Alligator. It's best when you have shields available.
Yes.
But he also had the Shadow Primate in the back, and although on paper it would have been perfect had it been aligned onto the Cradilly, the Galarian Corsola was able in a zero shield environment or a low shield environment to take advantage of that bulk.
We are seeing this time and time again this weekend where a lot of trainers have multiple Shadow types on their team, but all of them want those shields. So if you're bringing two into the match, it makes it very, very difficult to give them to one Pokemon because the other Pokemon is going to feel vulnerable, left out, not as loved by its trainer. But these trainers have to make those decisions.
What's the adjustment I'd make? I'd maybe drop the Shadow Primate, keep bringing the Shadow Torterra. Lawrence agrees! He's got the lead again! This time, Tinkaton is going to say swap again into the Galarian Corsola, but Lawrence is going to immediately respond with Cradley. Rather than staying in and getting that first shield, he's not going to allow the Astonish damage to take that Torterra into a range where Play Rough might knock it out.
I like this though. You're preserving the Torterra for later in the game where you can maybe get Mud Slap down onto that opposing Tinkaton. Cradilly can hold its own respectively against this Corsola, particularly with the Rock Tombs coming through. You are going to be giving it the debuff.
The other reason I really like this play from Lawrence is because he hasn't allowed the switch timers to misalign. He's not staying in for a duration where MEweedle is able to return with the Tinkaton and get value against the Cradley, with Lawrence not able to come back in with the Torterra.
Going to be able to see the Night Slash land down onto that Cradilly, but as you can see, it's holding its own on the field. The Rock Tomb once again being thrown across, but MEweedle keeping these shields intact, and that's something that Lawrence has to get away from MEweedle.
Yeah, after these Rock Tombs and attack debuffs, the Nightshades are not doing enough, but Astonishes still add up. And now there's the question, will the Cradley be able to reach an attack? It does reach an attack! This is a huge moment for Lawrence, forcing a massive shield decision from MEweedle, and he shakes his head! He's not going to let the alignment go his way, and now he comes back in with the Tinkaton, gets no farm, knows Torterra is coming back, but Lawrence has made an adjustment, and this time there is no Primate, it is a Charger Bug instead. So he's going to get a shield from this Cradley first, and then will he come in with the Charger Bug? Charger Bug is a bug type. Yes, it's electric, but it means it still takes super effective from those Rock Tombs. So there's a big question as to when it's going to go and when he's going to swap into it.
This is honestly the Torterra show right now in this game 2. Lawrence utilizing one of those pressure shields to keep it in the game, make sure that it's not going to take unnecessary damage because Mudslap is in a prime position.
I love this from Lawrence. He's put the Cradley in a position where one X-Scissor will be enough to take out the Cradilli. The only problem is we're in a new switch timer environment. That means MEweedle might be able to land this Rock Tomb and get out of there and not give Lawrence the opportunity to land that X-Scissor and now come in and maybe go for near full farm down with this Tinkaton.
The thing is, Tinkaton has a huge amount of HP remaining, so you've got to find a way to get it dwindled down. Discharge will connect, puts a little bit of a dent into its hammer there, but all of that energy is up on both sides of the field. Charger Bug, relentless, going for another charge attack.
MEweedle is calculating this to perfection, sponging all of this damage on his very, very bulky Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon. And let's remember, Charger Bug has been debuffed as well. MEweedle nodding his head. This is a 50-50 call. Do you use your shield now to preserve yourself from this play rough? This is a massive moment for Lawrence. If this is let through, it will take it out. The shield goes up.
Yep, Torterra not wanting to be fooled by a play rough, goes for that shield as Cradilli joins the fray. So much energy on both sides of the field, but the fist bump from MEweedle. He is happy to see this go.
The run was beautiful, but the run is over for Shadow Torterra. MEweedle proves too much to handle, takes this series 2-0. What a victory!
What an incredible player, someone who we know has what it takes to go all the way in these high-level tournaments and already making such a strong impression here in day 2.
We get to see so many fantastic players here in the Pokemon Go Championship Series using so many fantastic Pokemon. Shadow Torterra, as you can probably tell, one of my favorites, but MEweedle showing that meta is often king. Tinkaton, Cradilli, Galarian Corsola, some of the bulkiest Pokemon that we have available, and they will take MEweedle one step further here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
Wow, honestly, that was incredible. And it was great to be able to see Torterra in action. Even if it didn't quite go its way, you could see the offensive pressure that it was putting out. But Tinkaton on the other side, the Pokemon that maybe wanted to avoid those fast attacks, was actually the one throwing the charge attacks back with those play roughs, tussling with the Torterra and coming out victorious.
Do you know what's really, really almost heartbreaking for Lawrence?
Do tell.
The way that he played that second game, coming straight out of the Galarian Corsola safe swap into his Cradilli, leaving it on such low health that there was no farm for the Tinkaton. If he had run the Shadow Primeape in game 2 and played like that, he would have been able to respond to that Cradilli immediately with Primeape and probably win that game. So the adjustment that he made, whilst it made complete sense given the shield-hungry nature of Shadow Primeape and Shadow Torterra, was maybe what actually cost him. And MEweedle played to all of his win conditions at every point. He relied on his bulk, he relied on managing the switch timer. We saw there towards the end of the game, the Cradilli lands the Rock Tomb onto that Charger Bug, and then it doesn't take any super effective damage from X-Scissor because he goes back into the Tinkaton. So that was really smartly executed.
I feel like MEweedle completely danced around that opposing Charger Bug and just did not give it the stage to be able to do what Lawrence had hoped it would do in replace of that Shadow Primeape, and it just meant that Charger Bug wasn't able to get the momentum in play. And actually, it's a really interesting kind of reflection on that, the Shadow Primeape would have been the play, even though in game 1 it looked like it was the Pokemon to switch out, and ultimately that's what our trainers have to do. They have to look back on these matches, learn from the mistakes, and just, you know, be more prepared for next time. We can all do it.
I think Lawrence is going to be very, very pleased with himself. This run in Frankfurt has been nothing short of sensational, and he'll take lots of learnings from it, and hopefully a lot of confidence as well. Definitely a player to keep an eye on going forwards. MEweedle, a player on the other hand that we've had our eye on for a long time. He won the very, very first Senior World Championship. He has so many accolades to his name already, and he will continue in the loser's side of the bracket alongside another young superstar in Pataman, and it's very exciting to see how far these players will go.
Yes, a lot of names on our list, players to watch out for, not just in this event, but as the season unfolds. And there are so many events coming up in this particular season. So why don't we have a little reflection on last year's season events so that you can see what action might be coming up this season too.
Hi, I'm Eric Wong, otherwise known as Nighttime Clasher, and look how far we've come. The final event of the 2025 European Circuit has just wrapped up in Bologna, Italy, and it was definitely one you wouldn't have wanted to miss. With European motivation at an all-time high, thanks to nickname 29585 winning the last 2 tournaments, Stockholm and Utrecht back-to-back, everyone wanted to show why they deserve to take the crown for themselves. To do so, on day 1, more than 50% of trainers opted for Shadow Jump Off on their teams thanks to its incredible neutral play and damage output from acrobatics and aerial ace. Last year's Bologna champion Colin 6, Dortmund champion Kazim 33, and Stuttgart champion PvP David all put their faith into it, and it definitely paid off. However, Malamar was the true hero of day 1, represented in nearly 70% of the day 2 teams. With the star-studded lineup taking the field on day 2, anyone would have imagined that we'd have a repeat event champion here in Bologna. However, Philbeg wanted to keep it exciting, defeating nickname 29585 in a swift 2-0, relying on his trusty Furret. He didn't stop there though, taking down another huge name in Colin 6 in another 2-0 fashion, not dropping a single game yet and already finding himself in the winners finals. While PvP David fought his way into the winners finals, prepared to face off against Philbeg, Colin 6 bounced back, finally ending Kazim 33's lower bracket run to secure himself in the top 3 as well. One close game after the next though, Philbeg managed to inch ahead of PvP David, taking a dominant 3-0 victory. As he observed from the winner's side, PvP David and Colin 6 played a masterful mirror matchup that highlighted the strength and neutrality of Blastoise and Shadow Malamar. Finally, PvP David was able to overcome the former Bologna champion, and a tall task was ahead. Game after game, Furret was able to shield its way through the competition, masterfully avoiding Tinkaton, giving us a historical moment here in the Play Pokemon series as Philbeg's 18-0 run becomes the first ever full sweep in the European circuit.
It's always great to get an insight to the event experience out there in the hall, and I cannot wait to see what incredible match we're going to be showcasing up next on the broadcast. I am Lou, and I am joined by Junkers backstage once again. I'm so excited to cast with you on day 2!
Yeah, I'm so excited for day 2 in general. I'm curious who's going to be able to win this regional. There are a lot of Pokemon that I'm excited to see again as well. We saw a lot of very interesting Pokemon in day 1 already. We saw a lot of interesting Pokemon already here.
Yes.
We saw some Charizard sweeps. Let's see what we're going to see today as well still.
Charizard is doing incredibly well. I'm glad I picked it as my pin this weekend. I feel like it was a good choice. And it's just being so formidable out there on the field. And I think out there we're seeing Charizard, but also seeing Talonflame. So these fire flying types really are all the rage right now.
Absolutely. We saw especially with the Inadequins and how good this Talonflame can be. I'm curious on if it's going to continue that streak. But honestly, when you see the damage that Talonflame can apply against something like a Shadow Scissor, it looks more like a charge move with the fast moves there. It's crazy.
And I think a lot of our trainers are finding that alignment, which is completely wild. Poor Scissor shaking on its little legs when it comes down against such a titan of a Pokemon. But speaking of titans, we have got 2 incredible Pokemon trainers in front of us with Stonecollection and Boom. And not only is there a Shadow Charizard, but there's also a Gastradon on the other side. This is a show I am delighted to see.
Absolutely, and I'm also delighted to see a Charizard here that is not running the usual moveset there. We're going to have the Dragon Breath on it. It's going to perform a little bit differently than what we're used to seeing with that Ember being super fast to get to those moves. Dragon Breath a little bit slower, but has better matchups against like those Pokemon that you usually don't want to face. Exactly, like against like a Water-type Pokemon, he's still going to do some neutral damage against it.
The Dragon Trainer Stonecollection indeed, with Charizard and Dragonair both running that Dragon Breath. It obviously has had a little bit of a change coming into the season, making it really faster pace to all of these incredible charge attacks. And if you do not have a way to deal with the Charizard, those blast burns are just going to come through again and again.
Absolutely, and here we are also going to see the achievements of Stonecollection World Top 16.
Wow.
That is such an incredible test there. We're going to have here also Stuttgart Regional Finalist. We see a player that has a lot of experience already. You see top 16, really good achievements here.
And Stuttgart is another regional on our roadmap this season, but I wonder if Stonecollection can try and get that #1 spot here in Frankfurt. The Lille regional champion from 2025, Boom, is going to be standing in his way though.
And it was his first like regional ever, and he just immediately won it. It is crazy. Like, Boom is definitely a player that we have to watch here. You know, doesn't enter all those tournaments, but when he enters, we saw already, he can win them.
Yeah, he's actually played more of his regional games on stream than off stream, which I think not a lot of players are able to say. But with these Pokemon by his side, he is definitely making his mark here in Frankfurt.
Absolutely, and I'm curious to see on where the Goliath spot going to be here. I think this was a Pokemon that we saw already in day one, performing quite well for him. But also, I'm really a fan of that Shadow Steelix.
Yeah, Shadow Steelix is great indeed, particularly if you can get the alignment right and just throw those bullet punches down and whittle away at your opponent. But with the potential Shadow Charizard on the other side, the Scizor has to watch out, and that's the exact leads we've got coming out here. Oh no, Scizor!
But this is Dragon Breath that is going to be resisted damage instead of double super effective damage. And with that, Scizor actually doesn't really mind it too much, but it's still not the best matchup because Charizard is still going to be able to outspeed to this first move.
Yes, although it's not dealing the damage, the pacing is still incredible, and you're able to get to these charge attacks really quickly, forcing an early shield on Boom's side of the field.
And we see actually the Trailblaze coming through. This would be double resisted damage against the Charizard. Do you see the no shield here on Stonecollection side? We see the shield coming up, and also the boost on Boom's Scizor now.
Even if it's double resisted, you don't want to take that unnecessary damage as a Shadow Pokemon. You have to contend with the attack buff on Scizor's side, so that's why the Charizard is trying to force that second shield to come through. Coveted, both of them have gone on Scizor.
And immediately we're going to see the stop out here into the Ferret. Going up against the Moltres. While the False Move Ferret is going to be resisted, still the Swift is going to do some solid damage here as well.
Yes, both trainers just throwing sucker punches across the field. It really does come down to the charge attacks to get the damage on the board. Swift will chip away at that opposing Moltres, and Moltres pacing to get to a fly, but is Boom trying to get to that Brave Bird as well?
Oh, we're going to see that Boom doesn't go for the charge move here. He wants to get a little bit more energy here. He knows he can still take a Swift, and the energy can be very, very helpful in the later match here as well. We're going to see again more and more sucker punches coming through, up to 2 flies now. Now a fly is stored for the next matchup afterwards.
Poor Ferret is trying its best, but Moltres is just picking away at it, getting all of that energy up as it can go for a fly, using less energy to secure the knockout.
And we're going to see the Stunfisk here actually quite happily taking this fly. It's going to be a resisted hit because of that electric typing on this Pokemon. And we see also the bulk of Stunfisk. We don't really see a lot of damage here because Pokemon has quite some bulk to it. And it's super fast getting to the moves, but we see a Pokemon here that you like a lot.
Yes, Gastradon is on the field, but it's gone away just as quickly as I looked over. Scizor now, once again, up against a Pokemon it does not like to contend with, but as the shield is not up on Stonecollection size for once, Scizor is able to take down the Goliath of the Charizard.
This is going to be a very, very tough matchup here for Stonecollection. Having this grounded electric Pokemon still against the Gastradon, but also against this Trailblaze here coming through from the Scizor. This is going to do some super effective damage. We see the shield coming up.
Nice to have that shield in your back pocket for Stonecollection. Is going to be utilized on the Stunfisk that has so much energy. I think it's at 2 Mud Bombs there as well, as Gastradon rejoins the fray. Even though there are no shields, Gastradon is going to be able to take this, but it's going to have to take 2.
A minimum of 2. Maybe Stonecollection can even get to 3 Mud Bombs before that Gastradon is going to be able to get to this Whirlpool. It's going to be a very, very close matchup here still. It's not over yet.
Yep, Gastradon has got to grit its teeth and stay in the game. It is going to be able to take another one of these Mud Bombs, but we know from the Stunfisk, the Thunder Shocks, although they're not doing much damage, they are getting lots of energy up on the board. Water Pulse comes through. Gastradon is going to be able to get it.
This is going to surely knock out this Stunfisk. And we see here which Pokemon is the better ground type. Of course, it's going to be that Gastradon.
Yes, that's my boy. Gastradon doing incredibly well on the field to secure game 1 here for Boom against Stonecollection.
What a first game this was. Also, we saw again the choice of Dragon Breath on that Charizard kinda decided a little bit of this battle there. You had a very good lead. The lead that you came on maybe want to have as a Charizard, but even though you are a Fire type against a Scizor, you didn't really get the Fire type damage onto this Pokemon. You're still going to outspeed to the Air Cutter there, but it's not the better matchup there, really.
I think that's a great observation, actually, because it's really unique having that Dragon Breath on there, but exactly in this matchup, it gave Scizor a greater time, a little bit more flexibility on Boom's side, because if you could utilize up all that energy without the fear that Embers are coming your way, we saw how much damage the charge attacks could do from the Scizor.
Absolutely, and what I also found quite interesting is that Boom decided to go for the more energy move there with a Trailblaze to get the guaranteed boost onto the fast moves, knowing that Charizard, while it's resisting those fast moves, it doesn't really look like it's resisting it. It still takes a lot of damage there from that Bullet Punch.
I also have to admit, I really like the way that Gastradon came in there. It came in just for a second, almost Boom, like peekabooing it out, saying, hello, I'm here, and then was able to bring it right in at the end to deal with that Stunfisk. And from Stonecollection side, do you think Stunfisk should come again into that next game? Yes, it was good to be able to get the Thunder Shock onto the opposing Moltres, but other than that, it didn't do a huge amount.
I think Stonecollection really expects the Moltres to come, and that's why he brought this Pokemon. But I feel like maybe even the player of user here, we're going to have the Tinkaton, that might even work out a little bit better there against, of course, this Galarian Moltres. But I'm generally curious here. I think that especially the Gastradon on Boom's side, yeah, of course, it's your favorite Pokemon, but actually it looks really, really good against Stonecollection side. The only thing that really has to worry about is going to be that Ferret with the coverage move it has, with a Trailblaze. It's going to do double super effective damage against the Gastradon.
That's the thing, you have to find a way to get through the Ferret, and I feel like the Moltres on Boom's side did a fantastic job. I would personally love to see that Tinkaton come through on Stonecollection side. We saw in the previous game MEweedle use his Tinkaton with great success against a Mud Slapper, so it could be a nice way to try and deal some good damage into that Gastradon.
Absolutely, we're going to see what is going to happen. Let's take a look here. The trainers are going to be ready now, and we're going to see a matchup of the Stunfisk against the Scissor. It's actually a very solid matchup for the Stunfisk.
Yep, same lead coming out for Boom here, but an adaptation on Stonecollection side. We're just going to see lots of energy coming across the field, being able to put that Stunfisk into a great position. Mud Bomb is ready. First charge attack is on a go.
This is going to do some solid damage, and we see the immediate no shield here on Boom's side on the Scissor. Doesn't want to use any shields here at all on this very squishy Pokemon, but we're going to see as well the Trailblaze is going to be also no shield. This is going to be a super effective hit that's going to do a lot of damage from the Shadow Scissor.
Oh, Trailblade does connect, does super effective damage into the Stunfisk and gets that attack boost to boot. Now, Stunfisk is going to go for another charge attack, doesn't want to try and farm down against the Scissor, and Boom has a decision. Scissor normally loves these shields, is finally able to utilize them, but there's still one ready for later.
This is a very, very interesting decision here from Boom, trying to keep the alignment, and also he still has access, of course, to another charge move, which is going to be quite hard hitting against the team of Stonecollection, because we don't see the Tinkaton, which would be able to resist those hits. We only have the Charizard here, which is going to shield up a double resisted Trailblaze here.
Once again, we're seeing Charizard shield that Trailblaze. You get the attack buff, but you are going down here. Gastradon in play. The Dragon Breaths coming through are going to chip away and get lots of energy up on the Charizard side. And Charizard, we know, is not playing around. Air Cutter is going to be allowed through on Boom's side.
This is going to be kind of an example on where Dragon Breath actually is going to be a little bit better, because you're going to be able to do a little bit more fast move pressure here. And we're going to see the attack boost here as well from that Air Cutter. Is going to be huge for that Charizard.
Charizard, the Shadow variant, utilizing all the shields up on Stonecollection side, does not want to take this unnecessary damage from the Body Slam, particularly as another Air Cutter is primed, and so is... Oh, Blast Burn needs one more, I think, to be able to get to it.
This is going to be such a close matchup. We're going to see the shield of the Gastradon. Gastradon, of course, has access to that move. Water Pulse, not there yet, but do we see a catch here? No, we're going to see a Body Slam coming through, going for the guaranteed damage here. Is it going to be enough to take on this Charizard?
Boom protecting the Gastradon at all costs, as the Body Slam will connect. It is not enough to be able to get the knockouts. The Charizard is able to go for a couple more Dragon Breaths, but switches out with all of that energy banked.
This is going to be such a tough matchup. We're going to see again that Ferret going up against this Moltres. The fast one is going to be resisted, and a Brave Bird is able to land here as well very soon, because there are no shields enabled anymore.
That's the thing, in game one, the Moltres versus Ferret ended up with the Moltres coming out on top, but Ferret is here for its redemption. Sucker Punch is going across the stage, and now we're going to see the fly coming through from this Moltres.
It's going to be, I think, a Brave Bird.
Oh, Brave Bird,
this should be enough to take down this Ferret, and this is going to be it for this little boy. And in comes the Charizard, not being able to get to another move, and the Moltres showing again why this Pokemon is so popular, why it's so strong. We have that Brave Bird that landed there. This did so much damage, even against a bulky Pokemon like the Ferret.
So much damage. Moltres reigning supreme for its trainer, Boom. You saw the celebration there at the end, Boom popping off to the crowd. There's a lot of trainers here in support, and you can see why. What a masterclass. Incredible play.
Absolutely. I think Boom did this so well. I think the Pokemon that he brought, they worked so well together. I think the combination between Gastradon and that Moltres, I think we saw it quite often already this regional, seems to be such a great core, and Boom just used it into perfections there.
Yes, and a fantastic showcase of how that team can be utilized so incredibly well. What I love is that we've seen all day, we were literally talking about it before the match, Charizard versus the Shadow Scissor, and Charizard is always coming out on top. But in this particular matchup, the script was completely flipped, and we saw Scissor do so incredibly well, thanks to the good support of its good buddy Gastradon.
But also quite interesting that we saw two shields against a Trailblaze. Of course, the Night Slash would do so much damage against that Charizard. But of course, on Stonecollection side, if you see the double resistant move coming through, you shield it. A bit unfortunate, I think.
Not always the best feeling, but I guess that's the risk you take. If the Night Slash had come through, it would have been a very different game.
Absolutely.
Here you can see the Gastradon facing down against the Stunfisk in the end game of that game one. Even though Stunfisk was able to get a huge amount of charge attacks out, I think it got 2 of those mud shots in, Gastradon was able to take 1 Water Pulse to close out the game.
And here we're gonna see that big Brave Bird from that Galarian Moltres being able to knock out the Ferret from half health. This is so much damage here, and even the Charizard cannot do anything anymore.
Yeah, the fact that Boom had actually been able to get to that Brave Bird as well was absolutely incredible. I was thinking another fly is coming through, is it going to be enough? But Brave Bird, you don't even have to hesitate. You know you're going to get the knockout, and I think in that moment, that's when Boom knew, I've won this game, I'm moving on.
I love the emotion at the end from Boom. Like, really, like you saw the pressure, kind of the relief of it, and yeah, just the fist up there, celebrating the victory. What a victory it was as well, though.
And you've got to be feeling confident as well. You know, you've advanced from day 1 into day 2. That's already an incredible accomplishment. But then to have such a commanding game against such a veteran of the competition as well, Stonecollection, a trainer we showcased a lot in the 2025 season, you now are that trainer who's been able to take him down, and a one to watch as we go through the rest of day 2.
Absolutely. It's going to be very, very interesting on how far Boom can go. But we saw already he won a regional before. Maybe he can do it today again.
That's the thing. I think we saw the statistic about how he's played more games on stream than off stream. And I feel like if his on-stream games continue with the same excellence we've seen today, then him and that East Coast Gastradon couldn't DPR winners at the end of the day.
And we are going to see here the losers finals as well. This is going to be very interesting. We have here Ripperli with a very interesting team and bats, which we saw already before in day 1 with that MEweedle.
Yeah, MEweedle was really interesting. And one critical thing is Bats and Ripperli played yesterday as well, with Ripperli coming out as the victor. So now we're going to be able to see them go up against each other, maybe a little bit of redemption for Bats in this day 2. It's interesting because they've already played. So they already have an insight to not only each other's teams, but each other's playstyles as well. That's got to be an interesting bit of information to take forward to this match.
Absolutely. Here we're going to see the team again. We're going to see the motors, which we already just saw in the matchup, and how strong this Pokemon can be. And we also have the Azumarill, a Pokemon that we have seen for quite a while. It is still there. It is still one of the strongest Pokemon you can run. And also the Charjabug, a Pokemon that we saw already in day 1, being one of those Pokemon that maybe not everyone expected, but with a Voltage buff, it's so strong.
And again, we've got this Shadow Scissor in play, a Pokemon that can deal a huge amount of damage if you set it up correctly and keep the shields in play. Marowak, however, another Pokemon that also likes to take on those shields. But you have a beautiful balance of offense here with defense. Pokemon like the Charjabug, Pokemon like the Azumarill have that bulk to be able to stay out on the field and have that longevity.
Absolutely, and I think especially Marowak, we've seen a lot of times here using those 2 shields in perfection, a lot of times hiding in the back and then trying to close out those battles because you have great coverage against the Pokemon that you're weak to. But here we're going to have a very, very interesting team.
Yes, the Meowscarada with that Leafage and the Frenzy Plant, it's able to pace to it so quickly, and Frenzy Plant can do a huge amount of damage. It's kind of the grass-type counterpart to Blast Burn and Hydro Cannon, so it's great to be able to see it joining the fray. But the Shadow Fortress as well, the way that it can go for this Bug Bite, just tearing through opposing Galarian Moltres, is so impressive.
Absolutely, those Pokemon stand out, but also I really like the pick of the Clodsire. I think it's such an interesting Pokemon. It has a lot of bulk to it, and has a very, very interesting typing in that Poison and Ground typing, being very good against, of course, the Electric-type Pokemon like the Charjabug.
Yes, and again, the Poison Sting, that can do a huge amount of work into opposing Azumarill, for example, and I believe that was something we actually saw on the broadcast yesterday, where those two kept being aligned against each other. But Pokemon trainers, if you're just joining us, let's get into this match. Clodsire versus Cradilly.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup. Of course, we're going to see Cradilly's Acid as a fast move being very much resistant. We're going to see the immediate swap into the Marowak, applying a lot of pressure already onto the Clodsire, and Clodsire actually wants to stay in, which is interesting here. We're going to have the Charizard as a swap, but of course, we have Rockslide as an option onto that Marowak, which would absolutely knock out this Charizard.
Yeah, things get very difficult here for Bats. You're forced to switch out your Clodsire thanks to the Mud Slap, but then you have to decide whether you're going to shield or not, and shield on a Bone Club, not what you want to see.
Absolutely, that Marowak is going to be in a prime position here right now as well. We're going to have that Air Cutter being shielded last second here. This is going to be huge for Bats.
Ripperli keeping Marowak into the game, now going for another bait with another Blown Cup, and that second shield is going up. That's 2 of them gone, and for no real reward.
Absolutely, 2 times a resisted hit going to get shielded here. But of course, you have to respect that Rock Slide. This would completely destroy that Charizard. We're going to see here another Air Cutter coming through. Is it going to be enough to take out the Marowak here? I don't think it would be, but we're going to see still the shield coming up.
I guess even though you've used your shield, so has your opponent now, forcing those to go up on that Shadow Marowak.
This is going to be an insane movement here because you're going to have the boost on the Charizard. And with that boost, the Air Cutter most likely going to be enough to take that KO here, which is going to be so huge because we also see the Motors coming in. And we see the swap out straight away here into the Fortress. And Fortress has played against both of the remaining Pokemon.
Charizard trying to prove the doubters wrong by getting that boost, and now a switch up on either side of the field. Now we're going to see the Fortress come in with those Bug Bites.
But we're going to have a big Brave Red coming through, and against a Shadow Fortress that is going to do way more damage than you want, and now it's going to be a very, very close matchup. We're going to see, we'll say, the swap out straight away to try to clear the debuff onto this Moltres. We already see here Ripperli trying to click onto that Cradilly, and we have the Clodsire up against the Cradilly again.
The Flyers giving us a show left, right, and center. That Brave Bird doing huge amounts of damage. Clodsire is now turned to shine, going to be able to get some damage damage using that Earthquake, very powerful, into the opposing Cradilly, chunking away at it. But of course, we know that Cradilly is going to be able to take that.
Absolutely. And now it's the question, do you want to go for a Rock Tomb to drop the attack, or do you want to go for the damage?
Ooh.
You want to go for the damage here straight away. By one Grassman, of course, just going to be a neutral damage here. It's not going to be enough to take down something like a Clodsire.
Yes, just puts it over into the yellow zone, but Clodsire ready with another Earthquake in tow, and I think it's going to be enough to get the knockout.
Absolutely. Clodsire looks like in a really good position to take this game home. We still have the Moltres though with half health, but we have also the access to the move Sludge Bomb, and we have a lot of energy on this Clodsire already. Sludge Bomb is coming through. Is this going to be enough to knock out the Moltres though?
Clodsire is just such a difficult Pokemon to shift off the field. Now that you've also got the Sludge Bomb coming through, Moltres being vulnerable, it's not going to be able to get the knockout, but it puts it in a very dangerous spot. Poison Sting's coming through. It is going to be able to farm it down.
That was perfectly played, and again, I felt like it was such a back and forth the entire time. We had like hard-hitting boost coming through the entire time. We had the Air Cutter boost on the Charizard in a crucial moment in order to knock out this Marowak. Oh, what a game this was.
I think that was such a great observation, the fact that you got that boost up, meaning the KO was going to be in play. Otherwise, it could have been a very different game.
Absolutely, and I'm curious on what kind of adaptations we're going to see from both players. I do think that actually the Meowscarada would have been a very cool fit for Bats there as well, but Bats won anyway, even though the Fortress was only in there for a few seconds before it take Brave Bird and went down straight away after.
I think that's the thing, though. We saw yesterday the Fortress in a position where it was just able to go for those bug bites. It was able to have possibly the shields as well to prevent it from taking that huge damage. But this time the shields went onto that Charizard, and it did work out at the end. You know, putting them onto the Charizard, giving it the opportunity to get that boost is what enabled the victory for Bats in that game 1.
Absolutely, for Bats, definitely also that Clodsire was the MVP for the first battle. I'm curious on how Ripperli wants to respond here. We may be going to see something like the Shadow Scissor here in order to deal with it. Of course, we already saw that Marowak, which unfortunately got knocked out from the Charizard with that Air Cutter boost. But yeah, we're going to see on how Ripperli going to respond here. Bats in a very, very good spot. And again, I'm curious if we're going to see more of that Fortress. I want to see Fortress with a few shields up there as well, because the fast move pressure that this Pokemon applies is quite strong there.
It's really intimidating. I personally would really like to see the Azumarill come again. I think being able to have something like the bubble pressure onto the Charizard can be really nice. You also have Ice Beam for something into Clodsire, and if Meowscarada wants to make an appearance, you also have that utility as well. But then you have to be careful that you don't take huge damage from something like the Clodsire with a Sludge Bomb.
Absolutely. I would assume that you're going to see the Clodsire here again. It looks like a really, really strong Pokemon. As long as you can avoid the matchup against that Marowak, it should be alright for Bats. But let's take a look. The players seem to be ready, and we're going to have here the next match coming in.
Okay, remember, the loser of this set will be knocked out of the competition, and once again, we are airborne. Moltres versus the Charizard. Charizard gets out of there, and Fortress is once again facing down against the Moltres, so Marowak switches out, so it's evening the score.
This is so smart by Bats, though. This is exactly where he wants to be. He wants to get this Pokemon out of the way, so Clodsire doesn't have to worry about the Marowak anymore at the back, and this is so well executed, because now we still have the fast move pressure that we're going to see here from the Bug Bite, and with the guaranteed defense drop from the Sand Tube, it's just going to hurt more and more.
That was just going down and down and down. Bug Bite really putting in a huge amount of work. Fortress going unshielded. Bats maybe think, Fortress, you've put in some work. You can go down. We're going to keep the shields for later.
But I think this was, again, a very, very smart play by Bats, because now we have the drop onto the defense. Maybe 2 Embers are going to be enough to knock out this Marowak at this point, and Marowak is not close to that Rock Slide. We see, again, actually the ground type move coming through, and I think Bats knows. No, actually, we're going to see still the shield coming up just to play it safe. If it's a Rock Slide, it would immediately knock out, of course, the Charizard. We're going to rather play it safe here today.
But we're still playing that same old game, Rock Slide or Bone Club. But now you don't have to contend with it. It is out of there. But that Azumarill has enjoyed during the fray. Bubble coming through. Clodsire on the field. Moltres on the field. So many changes, and switch timers are reset.
But I do think that Ripperli is really happy on how he is aligned right now. He really wants to have that Azumarill against Charizard. Charizard is not too great against Azumarill because, of course, the Fire type is going to be resisted there. And Air Cutter is not really known for doing that much damage unless you get the boost with it.
Yeah, so much energy going up on Moltres' side of the field, and it's trying to unleash some of this now on the unshielded Clodsire. Bats really trying to keep these shields in tow as the Fly is going to come down and connect, only just putting it into the yellow.
And we're going to see another Fly coming in here as well. I do think that Clodsire still would be able to take this hit, though.
Yes.
But do you want to have your Charizard aligned against this Azumarill? I think there is no other way for Bats to win this battle here. He really needs to kind of rely on his Charizard. And we see actually a shield coming out. I find it quite surprising, because I feel like Azumarill is in a very good position here as well.
Yes, the shield could be greatly utilized on the Azumarill, but I guess Bats will be happy to see that come through because you want to leave it a bit more vulnerable. Charizard is going to be able to land this air cutter down onto the opposing Azumarill. No shield has gone into it.
But Charizard not really known for the bulk it has, and we see already Bubble is chunking away off that health. Already in the yellow health here right now. And we have another air cutter coming in. Can we see the boost here? He really needs to have that boost coming in.
Charizard did it in game 1. Can it do it again in game 2? It does land the air cutter down onto the Azumarill. Does get the boost now, so it is going to be able to deal even more damage, but Azumarill is prepared, is able to go for this Ice Beam, forcing that shield out from Bats.
This could be now a different game here. Can we see enough damage from this Charizard? I'm not too sure because the Bubble is really doing a lot of damage here against this Pokemon, doing super effective damage, and Azumarill I think can still take a hit here.
Yes, Azumarill can take a hit, but it's going to go for the shield just to kind of make sure that it has that bulk on the field. Moltres is going to join instead, going for those Sucker Punches to deal with the Charizard, making it easier for that Azumarill later on. The Moltres, even trying to deal with the Clodsire, is successful, takes the game, and we're going to even out the score. We've got a game 3.
This is so exciting. Both players giving it all, and honestly, it's such a close matchup. Both of the games were really, really close, and here as well. But kind of recognizing there at the end, he really needed to not throw the energy with the Charizard there when we saw the swap out into that Moltres, because otherwise he wouldn't have no energy for that Azumarill. So trying to still play it out the best way he could, even though, yeah, it didn't really work out at the end. Ripperli really well adapted there. This was really, really well done.
Yes, I really like the Azumarill coming in there, particularly in the end game being lined up against that Charizard. You didn't even need to use those charge attacks. Yes, you had the Ice Beam that forced that final shield, but the bubbles were putting in so much work that even though Azumarill, we talk about it being slow to pace, that didn't really matter in this case.
I really enjoy the current meta that we have at this region. Like, we have a lot of Pokemon that, yeah, have a little bit of both, like the Azumarill here, but also we have those Pokemon like the Charizard and the Scizor, which are so exciting to play because you just really need to be careful with them. Like, you really need to be careful. We saw already on how just the fast with our Azumarill did so much damage against the Charizard. You have to align yourself correctly, but this makes it so exciting because you have, of course, for those Pokemon, those potential. For Scizor, you can farm down Pokemon quite easily. You have the option to sweep through opponents with the attack boost, and for Charizard, you have that big blast ball.
It really makes you sit up and pay attention when you see a Charizard come out onto the field and have the potential to go for something like the Blast Burn or even the Air Cutter. That anticipation about, is it going to get the boost? We've seen it do 2 for 2. One time it was really beneficial, the other one it almost felt a little too late. Coming into this game 3, do we still feel like Charizard is the play?
I feel like maybe Charizard should get dropped there. What I could feel like would be kind of interesting would be here also the Meowscarada, because we saw already, we had the Azumarill, we had that Marowak. This is exactly where Meowscarada wants to be.
Yes, Meowscarada would be a great adaptation here, and it would give you some good answers into the Azumarill as long as you can avoid something like the Play Rough. But hey, that's what shields are for at the end of the day.
But we also saw even already earlier yesterday on how much damage a resisted Frenzy Plant can do from the Meowscarada. So even if you're going to be up against something like a Moltres, where the Sucker Punch is going to be resisted, your Frenzy Plant is doing so much damage.
It can be so offensively pressuring. Like you say, even if it's resisted, it can do so much, and it paces so quickly that it can make Meowscarada so formidable out there on the field. But I think our trainers are getting ready. They're locked in their teams. Both of them need to guarantee this win to advance in the tournament. The loser will be knocked out. There's your Meowscarada, Jonkers, facing down against the Moltres.
I don't think that the Meowscarada is too happy to be in this matchup, but I still think it has a lot of potential here. We saw already earlier on yesterday that the Frenzy Plant against the Moltres can put into a range from Meowscarada. Can win this matchup, and we're going to see the no shield here straight away. This is going to do massive damage even though it's resisted.
Yep, take note of this damage. Frenzy Plant doing a huge chunk, putting it down into the yellow zone. Yes, it has all of these beautiful flying type attacks, but there's going to be a switch, and Azumarill is here to catch them.
And this is actually perfect for her bats, because we still have the Meowscarada quite healthy, and we have 2 Pokemon in the back here with that Azumarill and also that Marowak that Meowscarada really likes to go up against.
And it means that Forretress doesn't have to be the one to deal with that Moltres. The other 2 Pokemon putting in some work. We're now going to kind of slow place down a little bit as we have an Azumarill Mirror. Both of them just going to be going for some bubbles, farming up as much energy as they can as those switch timers do their thing.
This is going to be very interesting. I could see for Bats play here as well, they maybe want to get out of here with a bit of energy, because what we see as well on Bats side is going to be that Fortress, and we know already from early on that Ice Beam and Play Rough and Steel-type Pokemon resisted.
Exactly. Azumarill on Ripperli's side is, however, going to be paced to this Play Rough, and it will be able to connect over onto the Azumarill on Bats' side. It is going to put it into the red zone, though, as the... What's this? It's going to be retaliating with another Play Rough?
Another player coming through here, doing a little bit more damage against the Azumarill, but it's not even close to putting it into the red health here. Still quite healthy with the yellow HP there, but we're going to see as well, there's already a player start on Ripperli's side. Do we see the swap here? Do we see that we... Oh, we see another Play Rough. It's going to be here an CAP tie. It's going to be, the Azumarill that has a higher attack stat coming through here first, and it's going to be on Ripperli's side.
I mean, both of these trainers had the switch timers aligned, they could have made a switch, they could have preserved that energy, but we're going to see Meowscarada come in now, try and face off against this Azumarill. Both shields are on Bats' side, so you do not have to worry about this Ice Beam connecting and doing some huge damage into Meowscarada. It can take this attack thanks to the shield, and then it can just keep going for the leafage. But we're going to see a Moltres actually in play.
Moltres coming back in here.
Wow.
This is going to be a shield coming up as well. Everything goes onto that Meowscarada. But I'm not too sure if we're going to see a full farm down here with a leafage. It's going to be very, very close. Do we see a Night coming through? Yeah, we're going to see the Night here. It's going to be able to knock out that Moltres, and we have 2 shields still in play onto that Marowak, which we've seen plenty of times already this regional, which is like a strategy that we see a lot of trainers are utilizing. Just 2 shields Marowak, and a lot of times Pokemon can't really deal with it that well.
That's the thing, Meowscarada could have got a few more of those leafages in, but instead you're in a prime position already. You don't need the extra ones. You can throw 1 charge attack and now lead straight into this Frenzy Plant, forcing that shield to come through from Ripperli's side. The Marowak certainly would not appreciate taking that.
I think Marowak is in a very, very good position here right now, still having those shields. We're going to see the swap out here now into the Fortress, but this is going to do a lot of damage still against the Fortress. It's going to be a neutral hit.
Yes, there's no defensive capabilities on Bat's side of the field, so Bone Club will come through. Thanks to the bulk that the Fortress has, it is able to take that. And these Bug Bites are putting in a huge amount of work into this opposing Marowak. The issue is, Marowak as well can pace to a Nuller Bone Club.
Is this going to be enough here already to knock out the Shadow Fortress? It's going to be very, very close. I think it is going to be enough.
Down.
It is going to be enough, and we have the Meowscarada coming in here right now. It's not really looking good for this Pokemon.
Yeah, Meowscarada doing everything it can to clean up, but Ripperli still has that shield, so the Marowak is in a prime position to take this Night Slash, and it already has the preparation to be able to deal with the Meowscarada. Doesn't even need its charge attacks. Fast attacks take it down, and Ripperli is going to be the victor.
What a game there. I really enjoyed the Meowscarada there, but I couldn't really find the matchups that I wanted to find. Of course, a very tough lead there against the Moltres, but still Ripperli played out so well. Again, we saw that Marowak in the back with 2 shields, cleaning up the game at the end there. Something that we definitely saw quite often so far.
I have to say, knowing these 2 trainers faced yesterday and Ripperli was the victor, seeing this game on day 2, I was so ready to see some redemption, and both these trainers really put it all out there on the line. Ripperli coming out victorious again, but Bats, that is another trainer whose name I will be watching out for in the rest of the 2026 season. I love the team, I love the gameplay, one to keep an eye on.
Absolutely, what a creative team here from Bats. Like, definitely something. It's very, very unique, and I like this. I like when when players have like those unique ideas to try to counter the meta, especially as we are now starting in a completely fresh meta. We have Pokemon that we maybe didn't expect coming up a little bit more. Like, there are Pokemon that can shine. Meowscarada, definitely a Pokemon that I see the play for. You have those Pokemon like the Azumarill, you have Pokemon like the Marowak, they can counter with it, and it's like such a fun Pokemon as well because you also have the Dark typing for the core slab.
That's true. It has a really nice, unique typing to be able to bring into this meta that does incredibly well. Also against that Moltres as well, being able to hit hard with the Frenzy Plant. Did not expect to see that. Moltres going down here in the game 1, and now as we come into game 2, Azumarill really is what pulled the game back. Bats had taken that game 1, Ripperli had to win both to stay in the tournament. Game 2, it was all about Azumarill, and then I think in the game 3, Moltres and the Marowak put in so much work.
Absolutely, we see it again also. Just the ground type together with Moltres, such a good call this tournament so far. Moltres is definitely a Pokemon that's here to stay. We saw it already performing super well in the World Championships, and it's still here, and I don't think it's gonna go anywhere.
Yes, and this Shadow Marowak as well. I think it was a Pokemon that when everyone was able to finally access it, everyone wanted to try and bring it. They wanted to make sure that they had that potential out there on the field. And you can see why in that particular matchup, the amount of mind games that poor Charizard had to go through. Is it Bone Club? Is it Rock Slide? And that constantly meant that Bats was using those shields. Yes, you're using them to make sure nothing terrible happens, but you're still using them when you didn't need to.
Absolutely. And I'm also curious on if maybe actually Moltres is going to have a little bit more of a tougher time with Corviknight coming in. It's going to be at least resisting those charge moves of this Pokemon. But also, Corviknight itself cannot really hit the Moltres, so it's going to be interesting. There's going to be more Flying-type Pokemon coming up most likely in regionals to come. But we see, maybe we see a rise of Gastradon again, just to counter those very prominent Flying-type Pokemon currently.
That's what I love, though, about the Pokemon Go meta. Across the season, there are always going to be some changes at different points, and so therefore different Pokemon get to shift into that spotlight. And it means for a lot of trainers out there, there's a phrase we use where we say every Pokemon is somebody's favorite Pokemon. And there's often the opportunity that in Pokemon Go, that could indeed become a dream come true.
Absolutely. For you, of course, Gastradon now finally being in the meta. Greninja saw us right already on day 1 for myself, but didn't perform that well. I still think Greninja is a very cool Pokemon in the meta currently as well, especially with the core slab, with a Marowak. Just needs a little bit more bulk, but I think that's Not gonna ever happen.
Keep that dream alive. Don't give up on the bolt coming Greninja's way. I certainly didn't with Gastradon, and look at it now, a superstar in day 2 here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships, along with some other Pokemon that are really establishing themselves as core contenders. Yes, there are a lot of familiar faces from last season, Azumarill, the Galarian Moltres, but then we've also been able to have, I think, for me, it's the grass types that have really been so impressive. You've had Torterra been showcased today. We've also just had that Meowscarada. Are there any other grass types you're thinking are good in the meta right now?
Credilli, of course.
Oh,
that is quite an obvious one.
Forgot about that one.
But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Grass types generally, of course, we have the flying types, which we already talked about. But while, yes, we're going to have the Charizard, we're going to have, yeah, like the Moltres or whatever, we don't have that many of the new ones. We had like a lot of updates to flying type Pokemon. We had the Altaria getting access to, like, getting buffed as well with Dragon Breath, having Peck, having a lot of updates towards it. Altaria, I think, did sometimes quite well as well already in day 1, but didn't really perform as we expected. But I also like other Pokemon. We had Murkrow, which got access to Peck. We have, of course, the Togekiss, which still should be in. It's a very good Pokemon as well. But yeah, I think Grass types still definitely have a lot of play in this meta, even with Shadow Scizor around.
Yes, I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing some Togekiss action a little bit later on. But I also want to check out what's going in the rest of the venue. Now, I'm quite short, so I don't really have the capability to see very far. So I think it's time to go ask Leo, what's going on in the rest of the venue?
Thank you so much, everyone. In case you have never been at one of those events, or you haven't been recently and you're just really missing the vibes, we're going to show you a bit of the venue. But first of all, we're going to show you our amazing Go crowd! I love these trainers. All right, everyone. This venue is massive. We have thousands of players, if not millions. I didn't count them myself, but I think it's pretty close to 1 million. All of the different games are to be played here. You have a fan zone where you can draw things, you can play multiple minigames, and you can, of course, play the old games for the Nintendo versions. And of course, VGC and TCG are also here. As you can see, this venue is packed with people. TCG is one of the latest rounds of Swiss, and it is an absolute blast. Every single person you can meet here is fanatic about Pokemon and about competing in these events. So the next time one of these events is close to you, make sure to travel to those. Back to the casters.
Thank you, Leo. I needed your expertise and wisdom to be able to see what was going on there. And it's great to be able to see not only the Go crowd, as excited as we are as well, but also everything else going on in the venue. There's something for every Pokemon fan out there.
Absolutely. The venue is so generous as well. You see so many players. It's so hyped to see. Like, especially when you walk down in the morning, you see everyone getting ready. It's just such an exciting feeling.
Yes, and particularly if you're not someone who's feeling confident enough to play yet, you can always come along as a spectator and soak up some of that atmosphere. 2 trainers, however, who definitely have the confidence right now, right here, are Inadequins and Chris.
I really want to see that Giratina finally on the screen. I hope Inadequins gonna bring it, but of course, there are a lot of very interesting Pokemon that you're gonna take a look at here as well. On the Inadequins side there, we have, of course, the Giratina, but the Talonflame. The Talonflame was the main star of the last matchup for her.
Exactly, going down against Padaman's Scizor. It was just absolutely destructive out there. But again, there's a lot of shadow Pokemon on here, a lot of Pokemon that then want to use those precious shields. So Inadequins has to decide which Pokemon is going to benefit from them the most. I also would love it to be the Giratina. When you think of Giratina, you think of Inadequins.
Absolutely. It's his favorite Pokemon, his signature Pokemon there for sure. But also, again, you have your Gastradon there on that side. Not the right color, but still, Gastradon is a Gastradon.
Yeah, I'll take it at this point in the tournament, let's be honest, in this winners semis match. His opponent, however, is going to be Chris. Chris also has 3 shadow Pokemon that are going to be wanting to use up those shields, but the critical one for me is that Malamar, the best friend of everyone.
Absolutely the best friend of everyone. We saw already on how strong this Pokemon was for him in the last game there. But also what I find quite interesting is the Dusclops. I haven't really seen that much from the Dusclops yet. Maybe this might be the time for Dusclops to shine. This Pokemon has a lot of potential there, with Shadow Punch being reached so fast, and Ice Punch is great coverage there, especially in the current meta. We have Pokemon like Marowak and the Credilli both being weak to the Ice typing.
Yes, I think that's really nice coverage that you have the utility to deal with, as well as the fact that Shadow Punch gives you that same type attack bonus. It can also hit incredibly hard if maybe you can align it onto something like a Corsola.
Absolutely. It's
or
going
a Giratina.
To be a Giratina. Oh. That's going to be definitely a very, very interesting matchup there. We also have the Blasters on the Inadequins side, which I also haven't really seen that much of. Not too sure. Do you think it's going to be a good Pokemon for this matchup?
I think it's going to be an interesting one. There's a lot more Pokemon I'd say are more reliable and more stable in the meta at the moment, but potentially if you can get that Blastoise aligned with that Talonflame, that's going to be one way to deal with it for sure. You just have to watch out for Pokemon like the Charjabug, I'd say.
Absolutely. Charjabug looks like a really good Pokemon, but there's also a Pokemon that can completely counter Charjabug, which is of course that Shadow Giratina. I want to see an Ancient Power Boost. I want to see this Pokemon generally on the screen to showcase on how much damage this Pokemon can do, but also on how bulky it actually is.
That's one of the big momentum swings as well, when you can get those boosts that don't necessarily have the guaranteed chance. We saw that previously with the Charizard. Maybe Giratina is going to be able to get that and swing the momentum into Inadequins' favor. You do have to make sure though, it is that Shadow variant, so yes, it does have reasonable bulk, but it has 20% less defenses that it can capitalize on by 20% extra offensive pressure.
Absolutely, and speaking of offensive pressure, I think that the Talonflame on Inadequins' side looks really, really good. Let's see if we're going to see it here today.
Well, we're going to see the Blastoise first and foremost. Those of you who are like, what can Blastoise do? Inadequins is going to show us against the Malamar.
We're also going to have that Shadow Giratina finally, and I'm so excited for this matchup. But first, we of course have my friend the Malamar against that Blastoise. Blastoise, very well known for having a lot of bulk as a starter here.
Yes, the Malamar is going to do its best to put a little bit of a dent in it. The Foul Play does a significant amount of damage, but honestly, those Psy Waves, the thing's putting in a huge amount of work. Blastoise has been able to pace up to the Hydro Cannon, but it will be shielded last second by Chris.
This is going to be interesting. We're going to see the Gastradon swap in here right now, and Gastradon honestly looks really, really safe against Chris' team. There's not really a Pokemon here that really wants to take this off the Gastradon. It looks like a very, very nice neutral play, and this can be something that Inadequins can use for also later games already.
Doesn't want to take the Foul Play though, is going to go up for a shield here, because as you said, it can just Mud Slap down here. It's in a really nice position to soak up all of this energy and unleash the Water Pulse. Being the Shadow variant, this is going to leave the Malamar a little bit more vulnerable, particularly as there is no shield, and it does get the knockout.
This is going to be such an interesting matchup. As you're going to see the Marek coming in. Marek should be able to speed to that Bone Club a little bit faster, but we're going to see the Wall Pulse coming in now. I think Chris just wants to try to go for the full Farm Run against that Gastradon.
Yeah, Mud is flying on the stage right now. Both of the Mud Slappers in play, but Gastradon forcing that shield with the Border Pulse through onto the Marowak, and as you said, looks like it was trying to go for lots of energy. Gastradon getting out there, Blastoise in a better position to take that damage, but it already has got a lot of HP, and the undercharge is coming through. Chris is going for energy.
This is a very, very nice play from Chris, but also Inadequins was just able to get to the Blastoise just as the switch clock come up there, and this is a change of this season where it's now 5 seconds less to wait for the switch clock to come up, and this was actually quite crucial for him here. But can we see the Giratina coming in now? We do see the Giratina coming in now.
There it is, Giratina on the stage as the Bone Club is thrown from the opposing Shadow Marowak. Now Inadequins has to decide whether Shield, yes, at the last second, preserves his signature Pokemon to keep it in play.
This is going to be such an interesting matchup here. We still, of course, have the Ancient Power, which is going to be very good against the incoming Talonflame here. Do we see the Ancient Power connecting here already? We're going to have the charge move coming through now.
I absolutely love the timing of that. You could have gone for it any time. There's no shields on the opposing side, but you farmed up all the energy just before the Talonflame was able to reach its charge attacks, and Ancient Power will knock it from the sky before it's able to get anything done.
But also, we're going to see the Dragon Claw coming in here. This move got buffed in damage this season, and we're going to see how much damage it actually can do. It is going to be enough to take down this Marek, I think.
It is gone. A nod of approval from Inadequins, knowing his signature Pokemon did what he trusted it to do. Get those knockouts, stay on the field, and it looked so dominant there.
Very well played by Inadequins there again. Recognizing that there's very likely going to be the Talonflame in the back, and really was able to store as much energy as possible on that Giratina there. Played very composed, and being able to get this Ancient Power off, certainly not getting the boost, but being able to knock out this Talonflame in just one charge move.
And that's not what Talonflame wants to see. We've spoken a lot over this weekend about how these Shadow Pokemon, particularly the more frail ones like Talonflame, need those shields. But both of them had already been utilized on Chris's side, so Talonflame was so incredibly vulnerable. What do we think about Malamar in this particular matchup? It was putting in a lot of work into Blastoise with those Psy Waves, but I feel like the water combination of Blastoise and Gastradon just made it really hard for the momentum to get going on Malamar's side.
I do think so too. I think Inadequins did an excellent job at kind of playing around this Malamar. Like, he kind of soaked up some energy on the first lead there on the Blastoise, and he soaked a little bit of energy there with, I think, a shield on that Gastradon. So he did just very, very well against, but we see again my friend the Malamar.
and my friend the Gastradon, both of them on the field to kick off this second game of winners semis. First of all, charge attacks coming left, right, and center. Sidewave and Mudslap just getting all of that energy, and Malamar is the quicker to pace, but it's over-farming a little bit just before the Gastradon goes for the Water Pulse.
And Inadequins wants to no-shield here, the first charge move, and that's actually very, very smart because he knows he still can go for that Water Pulse here. He's still going to be able to survive a hit, and Water Pulse is maybe even threatening the KO against this Pokemon.
Yes, and the Water Pulse will be coming through here. The shield goes up at the last second. Chris saying, I do not want my Malamar to be damaged at this point, particularly when I can keep going for these beautiful side waves, get all of that energy and try and farm down this Gastradon. But Gastradon is able to get to the Body Slam, but not able to use it.
That's quite unfortunate for Inadequins, not being able to get to the Body Slam, but we're going to see now the Superpower coming through. No shield straight away, kind of trying to rely on that Blastoise here.
Yep, the Wigglytuff can do a lot of damage with Charm, but it takes a lot of damage from that Superpower in retaliation, particularly as the Malamar has two of them stacked up.
No shield again. So Wigglytuff is gonna get a really, really low now with this one, but it's not gonna go down. But we're gonna see now the Blastoise, and Blastoise looks really, really good against the remaining Pokemon. Here we're going to have that Marowak, which still is going to do a lot of damage, but we're also gonna have the Talonflame, which of course Inadequins doesn't know about yet.
Yes, the rollout not doing too much to the opposing Marowak here, but it really is all about the Hydro Cannon. The shield coming up on Inadequins' side, making sure that Blastoise is staying in the game nice and healthy to unleash those Hydro Cannons. There's still one shield on Chris's side that you have to get gone though.
This is going to be very, very interesting, but very, very played by Inadequins again here. Recognizing that Blastoise has a lot of potential with those shields in the back. We're going to see the Hydro Cannon coming through here, but do we see the no-shield here from Chris? I could definitely see that this would maybe come here. Let's see. We're going to see the shield coming up.
Yep, shield coming up once again. Talonflame is going to be exposed without any shields in the game to keep it from the relentless onslaught coming through from this Blastoise.
This is huge. This should be enough, hopefully, to now knock out this Marowak. I think it's going to do enough damage. It's going to be a Hydro Cannon. It's not enough.
Not
Just
enough.
Slightly not enough. But we're going to see now the Talonflame coming in, and Talonflame does not want to take a Hydro Cannon here.
Yeah, it does not want to take those rollouts either. So much damage coming poor Talonflame's way. You know the Marowak is in the back, but only on a slither of HP remaining. Hydro Cannon connects. The bird falls from the sky as the Marowak comes back in, but it's not going to be enough. It goes down. Inadequins celebrates knowing that he has been the victor in this winners semis.
This was so perfectly played by Inadequins. Like, I'm so impressed, especially recognizing on how much play that Blastoise has at the end there, keeping everything forward, taking those two superpowers from my friend the Malamar onto the Wigglytuff, and then, yeah, sweeping at the end with that Blastoise.
Such bold plays. We were both in shock when we saw that second no shield on the Wigglytuff, wondering whether Blastoise was going to be able to have the capability to take that match, and he most certainly did.
Absolutely, but here you see as well, again, the experience that already Inadequins was able to collect throughout all of the regionals he participated in, all the training that he did for this tournament as well, as he had already in the interview. He did a lot of training towards that. And also, like, just generally recognizing that, yeah, okay, maybe Wigglytuff has not the greatest matchup at the end. Like, thinking that there's very likely going to be that Talonflame in the back, and then just executing it so well with the Blastoise, like, perfectly played there.
I mean, we spoke before the match about whether Blastoise has utility in this game, and we said that if you can get it up against that Talonflame, then it's in a really good position, but it also put in so much work against the Marowak as well. That Hydro Cannon can apply so much pressure, particularly once it's all paced up. But game one for me, it was the superstar here, the Giratina. Although the other Pokemon definitely enabled its success, I think everybody wanted to see it in action.
Absolutely, I'm so happy that we saw it in action, and it did so well in the first battle. Like, he again completely proved on why this Pokemon is on his team. Like, it has a lot of unique, play basically that other Pokemon cannot really replicate. Having the Rock type coverage, having like the really nice bulk, having that Ghost and Dragon typing is just so unique and such a good pick for this meta.
And it's not always the easiest Pokemon to pilot, which is why you need the rest of the Pokemon on that team to set it up for that success. And that's exactly what we saw in game one. Game two, we didn't see it come onto the field, but it really was all about Blastoise and making sure that it had the capability to deal all of that damage. But damage it dealt, but the bulk it also had to withstand those attacks.
Absolutely, Blastoise did so much in the last battle. And you see again, it's a starter Pokemon, it's a Pokemon that's featured quite often as well. You don't need always like those legendary Pokemon like a Shadow Giratina in order to succeed. Also, starter Pokemon have a lot of play, which you saw already as well. We saw quite a lot of starter Pokemon. I saw Superior already in the tournament. We saw Swampert already in the tournament, of course, the star, Charizard.
Oh, and Meowscarada as well.
Oh, yeah,
one of those first partner Pokemon. I do always like little Sprigatito, though. I remember when I had my copy of the game, I never evolved it the whole way through. I got a level 100 Sprigatito because I just didn't want to evolve it up. It was so cute. But I did get a Meowscarada separately.
Did you beat the Elite Four with the little one there as well?
It was in the team. I'm not going to say it put in a lot of work, but it definitely was on the team. You've got to keep them.
Yeah, definitely. Like, Spiritomb is such a cool Pokemon as well. And I'm happy to see Meowscarada, because Meowscarada is such a Pokemon that you haven't seen at all before. And now with the boost of Leafage being a little bit more better in terms of generating that energy, and now with this unique meta choice as well, having access to that Marowak, which is a great matchup for you, also the Azumarill, and also, of course, Corsa, which are, like, they're all everywhere. And even a Pokemon with Meowscarada doesn't really have, like, the most amount of bulk, doesn't really have, like, the greatest typing in general. If you think about, like, the defensive capabilities of it, it has so much play offensively against the current meta.
And I think this tournament has really showcased why Pokemon like Charizard and the Meowscarada are doing incredibly well. Blastoise has kind of been a little bit more kept under the radar. And in that match, yes, we got to see the fast attack rollout and obviously the Hydro Cannon doing well, but it was also rocking that Skull Bash. What could that be for?
Skull Bash is a very, very interesting move. Of course, Skull Bash is taking a lot of energy, but the benefit of Skull Bash is that you're going to have the guaranteed defense boost on it, which makes a Pokemon like the Blastoise even bulkier. We sometimes even see it on a Pokemon like Lapras.
Oh, yes. And Lapras doing really well, too. You know, it's still out there. We've been able to have Psywave doing a lot of damage. But, of course, there are plenty of Pokemon out there. So let's check out a little deep dive on a Pokemon that we know well in this Spotlight video.
Gastradon. Then in Gastradon.
Gastradon. We're Team Gastradon over here.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. The Pokemon Go meta is always evolving, allowing new Pokemon to join trainers in their exciting tournament battles. For some Pokemon, the journey to meta viability is a test of patience and determination. So today, I'm going to tell you the story of the rise to the top for the best Pokemon I know, Gastradon. In the 2024 season, Gastradon dreamt of being in the top usage stats for Pokemon Go, but unfortunately wasn't ready for the spotlight on center stage. Our friendly Sea-Slug had to wait on the sidelines, watching other water ground-type Pokemon such as Swampert, Quagsire, and Whiscash each having an opportunity to shine across the season. Inspired by these performances and determined to one day be the very best, Gastradon trained hard and found its way into topics of conversation while gaining some supporters along the way. It started making a splash and may have appeared in some prediction lists. But sadly, it wasn't making any waves on the tournament floor just yet. As time went by, there were concerns about whether or not it would ever be good enough to compete with the veteran Pokemon of the meta, and it had to watch as other Pokemon advanced in their viability, such as Clodsire or Annihilate. But Gastradon never lost sight of its goals, and was motivated to prove the doubters wrong. There were of course some who believed that it was possible. Champions of the season also gave encouragement to Gastradon by providing wisdom on where it needed to improve in order to catch the attention of seasoned battlers. This wise advice gave hope to Gastradon, and as the 2024 season concluded with the spectacular Pokémon World Championships, Gastradon watched with amazement and was renewed with the dream to one day be able to battle amongst these world competitors. And it just so happened that after a year of waiting, Gastradon's moment finally arrived. The 2025 season updates introduced new move changes, resulting in an opportunity for Gastradon to prove itself and break into the meta. As part of the maxed out season update, Mudslap received a buff that saw it become one of the strongest fast attacks in Pokemon Go, with Gastradon arguably benefiting from it the most. With immense fast attack pressure and very few flying type Pokemon in the meta to resist the damage, Gastradon can use Mudslap to force its way through a number of key matchups, notably including the ever-present Clodsire. With a low-cost charge attack in Body Slam, paired with the high-damage Earth Power, Gastradon has finally achieved its goal of overtaking the likes of Whiscash, Quagsire, and Swampert, and is now widely regarded as the premium water and ground-type Pokemon in the competitive game. But if you want to keep it safe, then Gastradon needs to stay indoors and avoid touching grass, as this Pokemon type can deal devastating damage. But if you avoid grass-type Pokemon, then victory and success could be yours. Who knows what success Gastradon might achieve in the 2025 season, but its story of perseverance and patience is a lesson we can all learn from. If you believe in yourself, then there's no limit to what you can achieve. Good luck, trainers, and Gastradon in your future battles.
Welcome back, everyone. We are succeeding in the tournament. The first person who has guaranteed himself a medal in the 2026 season. Who could it be?
Who else would it be? Inadequins is the first player to reach the grand finals here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships, but we are about to see one more player join him, our next matchup. Two players that haven't seen a massive amount of success in the Play Pokemon Championship series, but actually both players that have had some past success in their previous events. We have Alfie 2 up against KingOWT.
Both have made it into the top 8 of the last tournament that they've played, which is already a huge accomplishment. Didn't have too many other tournaments to show their strength, but now they are back, coming off of recent success, going up against each other. So one of these trainers will have their first loss, but the other one is going to advance even further beyond.
So Alfie's last event, he played at the Bologna Special Championship at the end of the 2025 season. He did get that top 8, as we said, and he has brought a Togekiss. He is the only player to have Togekiss to this stage of the competition, pairing it with Shadow Charizard, one of the main staple aggressive forces here in Frankfurt, as well as Lou's favorite, I think she's mentioned it once or twice, Gastradon.
Yeah, and the ever so chill Dunsparce just lying on the ground, throwing rocks at everyone. What a Pokemon that is. Also one of the signature picks of the first medalist of the season. But there on the other end we have KingOWT, also the Shadow Charizard in there. Goodra is the dragon type of choice, a Pokemon which is so incredibly cool, fast-pacing, versatile, and then as well a Pokemon that is using Sucker Punch. You know, we've seen a lot of Galarian Moltres, but Furret is here.
This is a player that played last at Birmingham in the 2025 season back in January, and the one Pokemon that remains on his team from that event is that Shadow Kanto Marowak, a Pokemon that we've seen so much of over the year and into this season as well, which will be the Shadow Pokemon that these players will lean into as they face each other in these winners semi-finals.
In our Gastrodon spotlight that we've just seen before, Lou said that Gastrodon arguably benefited the most from the Mud Slap buff. I think Kanto Marowak wants to have a word with that as well.
Kanto Marowak, so good, also receiving a Rock Slide buff, giving it a better matchup against the Flyers. One of the Flyers that we want to highlight in this match will be that Togekiss. Will we see it? The players are underway for game number 1.
That is a huge lead here for Alfie with the Togekiss resisting Sucker Punch. Having the Aura Sphere, there is an immediate switch here from KingOWT. Do we see a Chip and Dip Aura Sphere launched?
This is one of the great opportunities that Togekiss has to showcase its Community Day attack. Aura Sphere, it is a hard-hitting, fighting type attack that recently got massively buffed in the attack update for the Tales of Transformation season.
Now there is one good win condition for KingOWT. There is Gastrodon in the back for Alfie, which he doesn't quite know yet, but he has to make sure that the Furret tries to get onto that Gastrodon to hit with double super effective grass-type damage.
And Alfie going for a Grass Knot here. Rock Tomb would guarantee an attack drop, but Grass Knot does more raw damage, and it takes this Cradley into the yellow, which makes sense because it is debuffed itself.
It is really, really strong. Oh, we see a switch out into the Furret. The good answer to Gastrodon is now getting debuffed as well, but Furret has counter technologies.
And now Alfie has the opportunity to try and realign the switch clocks and maybe go back into his own Togekiss. It looks like for now he's staying in. There's the Togekiss. This resists the Sucker Punch, and let's remember that this first Swift is debuffed. Will Alfie want to give up his first Protect Shield?
Swift debuff, but will still deal about half of the current HP of Togekiss. Oh, pretty precise here, but now no charge attack priority event. Alfie decides to put up a shield, wants to overfarm a little bit more, wants to have more aura.
Alfie charging up more if he can get to another attack more quickly. These Sucker Punches won't do anywhere near as much damage as the acid that would come from the Cradley when KingOWT lets this Furret go down. Or do you at this point just come in and try and sponge damage on your Tinkaton? Big decision to make.
Tinkaton can resist those packs. Aura Sphere, of course, just a neutral attack, non-same type attack bonus boosted. It's still a strong attack whatsoever, but Tinkaton takes it like a champ. Charges up more energy now. Can you get a farm down here, or will you be facing another Aura Sphere? There's a combo play. Tries to go for the snipe down with the acid.
I really like the speed speed with which Alfie gets out of that Togekiss, comes in with his own Cradily. He's going to eat this Grass Knot and then maybe come back with a Gastrodon. It's going to have a shield to its name. And can it now power through? We mentioned the Mud Slap buff that Lou is such a big fan of, and now it's time to shine.
Are we going to see a Rock Tomb bait here, forcing a shield? Perhaps Alfie is falling for the trap. Better safe than sorry, he says, as he shields up that Rock-type charged attack.
Yeah, no way you're not going to shield that potential Grass Knot. Tinkaton now with a shield advantage, but it's not an advantageous matchup for this Steel-type Pokemon. Mudslap's doing heavy damage. This Play Rough is unshielded. There are no Protect Shields remaining for Alfie, one Protect Shield remaining for KingOWT. Everything on the back of Tinkaton.
Alfie just needs to get him into shield range for this Water Pulse. Has to force a shield here because there is an Aura Sphere on the Togekiss. We're going to see a Let It Go moment here. Goes for another Mudslap that will take out the Tinkaton.
KingOWT tries to predict the Body Slam bait. Water Pulse lands, and there is the first game of this semi-final series. To our player on the left, 9, Alfie 2.
Wins the first one out of this set, best of 3. This is not yet a finals match, so we are still not in the best of 5 range. So Alfie, one game away, one win away from proceeding to the winners finals, also guaranteeing a medal for himself. Which Pokemon is he going to bring? People have talked about Togekiss before this tournament a lot. He was one of the few people who were brave enough to bring it, say, I trust in my Pokemon. And on the other side, KingOWT, bringing a unique Dragon type. Not necessarily the matchup you want for your Dragon type.
Well, I think the Togekiss just looks so good here for Alfie. It is running Psyshock instead of Dazzling Gleam. That gives it win conditions, or more win conditions, versus the Shadow Charizard, which paces a little bit slower to the Blast Burn. It has win conditions against the Shadow Kanto Marowak, beneficial matchups against the Furret and the Goodra as well. The Goodra can hit back with Thunder Punch, but even that Cradily, it cannot really take Aura Sphere comfortably, and that just gives 9LP2 so much flexibility with his fairy type of choice.
Cradily is a Pokemon that ramps up damage. Not too quickly, but it does a lot with Acid at some point. Also, it's really bulky and debuffs your opponent, so you get more and more attacks and you're going to stick around for longer. If you get, for 5 fast attacks, a 50% damage charge attack onto the Cradily, that's worth a lot.
Let's see which Pokemon Alfie leans into here. KingOWT has to make an adjustment. This is a best of 3. That means one more win for Alfie will see him proceed to the winners finals. Game 2 is underway. We see a Corsola up against the Cradily.
KingOWT says, don't be silly, play Cradily in the lead, wants to outpace here. This looks like it is not the best matchup for Cradily because you have these resisted fast attacks. Everything from Corsola is neutral, but in the end, in the zero shield scenario, you're gonna come out on top.
Yeah, this looks really, really close. It really depends on how bulky a Pokemon you've chosen to build for this matchup. Everything can matter. Every little sliver of bulk and health could make all the difference as these players start to work out how to play out this lead matchup.
Alfie throws a Nightshade here. Both players in this very neutral scenario can calm down a little bit, make some predictions. What is in the back? Have to try to get into the mind of their opponents.
And we do see the Togekiss and the Cradily in the back, and those are 2 great Pokemon. There is KingOWT's signature Shadow Charizard. We've seen him land so many Blast Burns, and both players seem reluctant to use shields because they know that they might be better used on their Pokemon in the backline instead.
Cradily again with 1 HP and a Rock Tomb here, trying to force the switch. No shield use by the Corsola, so KingOWT has the advantage, can decide what to align against what, but Alfie got a free pack.
And now this becomes a little bit of a bait game for the Charizard. It's slightly down in energy. It needs to try and land a Blast Burn. So will KingOWT go up to a Blast Burn and throw an Air Cutter? If the Air Cutter lands, KingOWT will be begging for a boost. There is a boost potential on this attack. Even if you don't get it, maybe KingOWT commits to the Ember down. Will the shield go up?
No way!
No shield!
He calls it correctly, but now this is still a lot of chip damage. Just gets the attack boost, gets another air cutter in. You have to force the shield now here, and now you are maybe an Ember down range.
9 Alfie 2 shielding the next
Another
one.
boost!
One more boost! Now this Shadow Charizard, it is an absolute weapon on the field, and KingOWT knows that if he can start to get more damage off, that Credilli will go down quickly. And so Alfie doesn't allow a farm down. He's coming in to try and get a full acid down, but look at the air cutters, and he's only one more Ember away. 9 Alfie 2, a huge shield decision to make, but it might not make a difference.
This is double boosted. You have to shield everything here. Are we throwing immediately? No, Alfie knows there might be a catch here. Charges up a little bit and then says, hey, I'm locked in this anyways. Let me Rock Tomb your Furret. But in the back, there is still this Shadow Charizard waiting to throw air cutters at everything.
And look at how close this could be. That Shadow Charizard is one Ember away from an air cutter. That could make all the difference. KingOWT didn't want to risk an attack coming through from the Credilli. That's why he leaves and goes into this Furret trying to put this Credilli into air cutter range.
Credilli throwing immediately, does not want to take any more Sucker Punch damages. Alfie, recognizing the win condition that KingOWT is, swaps immediately into the Togekiss, and there's going to be the Air Cutter here!
But there's too much work for Shadow Charizard to do. Air Cutter landing into this Togekiss. Credilli has enough health. KingOWT Shadow Charizard doesn't, and Credilli will acid down. Alfie wins the semi-finals here in Frankfurt. He proceeds to the winners' finals.
He is cool, calm, and collected here, celebrating with his friends from the crowd. They are yelling, they are celebrating Alfie with his best performance yet. He still cannot believe it. This far in the tournament, he has his medal now. He can basically, it's up to him to decide which color it's gonna have.
His first ever Play Pokemon medal. And we could not be more pleased for him. Togekiss has reached the winners' finals here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships, and this will be a massive moment for this player.
People have not believed in Togekiss, but Alfie did. People have said, oh, you take super effective damage from Credilli. There is Empoleon that deals a lot of damage to you as well. Those are all difficult scenarios. Maybe it's not the position for Togekiss to shine. Wrong.
And one of the big questions for anyone that's considering Togekiss is, what is the second charge attack that you want to use? Aura Sphere is near guaranteed. It received a buff this season. It is the same efficiency as a Hydro Cannon, but it's even better typing, fighting one of the best offensive coverage attacks you can get. Togekiss here for Alfie with Psyshock, and he was showing exactly why it was so useful, able to come hard and fast against the Shadow Charizard matchup, giving it so much flexibility, and Togekiss was the MVP in these winners semifinals.
This was top tier gameplay by both of them. You could see how fast these switches happen. You maybe take one fast attack in the process, but then you're not going to give your opponent any extra energy in the matchup. That is not necessary. Here you could see this Water Pulse connect. KingOWT saying, hey, maybe you are slipping up here. Maybe you're throwing a Body Slam bait and I can no-shield this. No, absolute perfection from 9 Alfie 2.
And KingOWT, he is not out of the race. He does drop down into the loser side of the bracket, but this is a double elimination tournament. That means you need to lose 2 matches before you are knocked out. Alfie, he remains on the winner's side of the bracket, and he has an absolute titan to face in the winners finals.
And I was just going to say, Alfie has a Fairy type to possibly combat the Shadow Giratina, but after thinking about this matchup might not even be too great. You have Aura Sphere, which is double resisted, and you have a Psyshock, which hits for neutral, but Shadow Giratina has Ancient Power.
Well, this is one of the questions as to why players have often been leaning into Dazzling Gleam as Togekiss's second attack, and it's for those Dragon-type Pokemon as well as neutral damage, and to say something like an Azumarill or a Galarian Corsola. But the Dragon that is waiting for him in those winners' finals also has brought a Dragon-type Pokemon. The Shadow Giratina altered form, mastered by Martine, Inadequins, one of the best players in the world.
Togekiss feels more like a flying type rather than a fairy type if you do not have a great one yet. Guess what? You can come to these events. We have new event spawns every single time at these event Pokestops. You can catch Togetic, you can catch Piplup, Horsey, Rookity. Turtonator might be the star of the show for LAIC, for example.
Turtonator looks like a really exciting Pokemon, and now it can spawn. The shiny is available as well, that golden color. Incinerate, Brutal Swing, Dragon Claw, so many different options for that fire and dragon type Pokemon. So this is a great place to come and get them.
Yes, Togetic. We have just seen how amazing this Pokemon plays, but all of the others have seen some spotlight. Lapras was on stream, Golisopod was on stream. Of course, Wimpod has to evolve first. Quite a lot of candy, actually, but you'll get there eventually if you are at these events.
And we have seen Golisopod being brought by many players last season and some players this season as well. So all of these Pokemon, great options for you as we enter the new meta in this Tales of Transformation season.
I have a very important question for you.
Hit me.
A Pokemon that has been hyped up for this new season. I was very sure it is going to become a meta staple. Where is Altaria?
Altaria's got a pretty interesting position in this meta. It did receive a beneficial update in Dragon Breath and Sky Attack, as well as access to the coverage attack Flamethrower.
And it has Peck.
It does have access to Peck as well. I suppose you're probably not going to be using a Peck Altaria when Dragon Breath is available. Better maybe for the mirror. Not that there are many mirrors, because we're not seeing many Altaria. I wonder if, when Corviknight comes in, we will see a shift in the meta. Corviknight is not eligible for this tournament. It is eligible from Tuesday next week. So
with Air Cutter. You can play Sky Attack, Iron Head Payback at this event, of course, as well.
The steel type of choice on screen is going to be that Shadow Steelix, mastered by Boom 20. He is up against Pataman, and what a match this is. Boom is a player that played one event last season.
And he went all the way into the grand finals, undefeated, lost one match versus Colin, but then took it away in the end with absolute perfection in his playstyles. His reactions were fast, his energy management was precise, and then now he is playing against the European Titan of the last season, the player that everyone is looking up to, Pataman.
Quite frankly, one of the greatest players to have ever entered the space. Pataman, our world's finalist, an international champion, a regional champion. He has so many accolades, and he wants this weekend to only contribute to that list. He has brought that Goodra that we've discussed before, and he is going to go up against a player that wants to establish themselves as a Titan in the area.
I would say if you have a 100% tournament win rate, you can consider yourself a little bit of a Titan, but adding more and more accolades there certainly won't help on that mission. I am quite curious if we're going to see a spotlight of this Goodra from Pataman again, as we have seen in his last match. So many, he even got versus RTR a 1 HP Goodra win.
Yeah, Boom will be looking to show that Leal was no fluke. He's up against Pataman. We're locked in for game number 1.
The lead is going to be Golisopod versus Corsola. That is big for Pataman. You have neutral damage in Aqua Jet, but the neutral Astonish damage plus Power Gem are so much stronger in that matchup. Are we going to see a potential catch here?
Golisopod charging up and now going into that Gastradon. Boom looks to take any damage from this Galarian Corsola onto his much bulkier water and ground type Pokemon, preserving that Golisopod energy for something a little bit better in the back.
This is such a Boom move, farming up a lot of energy, hoping to confuse their opponent and to later on bring in that Pokemon, but that is a huge catch here from Pataman, knowing when the Water Pulse was coming, throwing in the slug.
An amazing catch from Pataman, taking that resisted water damage onto his bulky Dragon-type Pokemon with Gastradon now in a range that Aqua Tail will threaten a knockout. Goodra wins Charge Attack priority. Boom about to let his Gastradon go. Pataman very much in the driving seat here.
That is a lot of energy gone. Not only the catch on the Water Pulse, but also another Body Slam there. But now, Boom, the last resort. There is Golisopod trying to take on that Goodra, and Pataman says, you know what, I have another Pokemon that resists Fury Cutter. Come at me.
Pataman has built this team to perfection. Corsola and Wigglytuff just look so strong going into the backline of Boom's Golisopod and Galarian Corsola. The players don't know the backline. Now Boom sees it, and he might slightly question, how am I going to take out this bulky fairy type?
Pataman possibly sensing a Shadow Caesar in the back. The Corsola is not yet revealed by Boom, bringing in the Wigglytuff there, and Wigglytuff takes a lot of damage from these attacks. Are we going to see a shield put up? Yes, wants to preserve some HP in case there might be something like a Corsola.
First shield going up on the side of Pataman, and now Galarian Corsola goes in, and Pataman knows that he is in a great position because these Astonishes are double resisted. Not only that, Icy Wind guarantees a debuff against this Galarian Corsola. The damage output has been reduced, and Boom has a mountain to climb in this first game.
The mountain is called Mount Wigglytuff. This is a huge HP Pokemon. Now you're going to see a Power Gem that is debuffed. This is not even going to knock out. It is going to be quite close here, but you can reach another Icy Wind. This is so big for Pataman.
What can Boom do? He does have two shields. The Galarian Corsola is in a position where it might be farmed down, but the switch timers could be up. Can he get rid of these debuffs quickly? He's going to save some of this energy, maybe look into his Golisopod, but the Corsola doesn't have enough health to hold on. It's not going to be able to reach two attacks. There's not a lot he can do. Pataman at the Power Gem. He's going to go through. Boom 20 concedes this game. Pataman about to win.
1-0 for the Spaniard versus Boom. Two champions fighting against each other. Pataman takes the lead and takes game one in the process. Has the Wigglytuff. This Pokemon is so incredibly dangerous. One of the most picked Pokemon in this tournament was Galarian Corsola. Wigglytuff is the hardest answer you can find.
Neither of these players like losing. Boom. He's not actually particularly experienced when it comes to losing. It doesn't happen a lot. The question is now, how can his mentality and composure respond? What can he do to come back against this great player?
Yesterday, he has lost 3 games in a row, and then he came back, qualified for day 2 regardless, and is absolutely in the zone. He has proven sometimes with younger players, you would think maybe their mentality is not as strong. Boom has shown again after also losing 1 grand finals in Lille and then getting the game back. He's an absolute monster concerning mentality.
And there's going to need to be an adjustment of sorts. Boom is a player who is very highly calculated, but Pataman currently 1 step ahead. With that Goodra pick, the bulk of Wigglytuff as well. Both of these players, they don't want to let up. They want to take the most of every opportunity. Boom needs to win this next game if he wants his tournament to continue. Pataman refusing to let that happen.
What a catch as well by Pataman there in the last game. No turns waited for Boom, just throwing the water pulls there. And of course, Pataman read it like a book, threw in the Dragon type there, took it like a champ, farmed up with the new pacing, 9 Dragon Breath to an Aqua Tail to also deny the Body Slam and basically negated the Gastradon. But we're going into game 2 right now. The players are ready.
And it looks like we've got that same lead matchup. Golisopod up against Galarian Corsola. How will Boom 20 play it out this time? Pataman happy to stay in. The ghost typing of Galarian Corsola resisting the bug type Fury Cutter from Golisopod.
Now you would think if something didn't work, you might try to adjust your game plan, but Boom goes for the same plan all along. However, this time I think he's going to be more wary of a potential Goodra catch.
Boom has the opportunity to pause and wait and see if the Astonish is coming through from the Galarian Corsola. Pataman recognizes that it's unlikely to make a catch again, so instead he'll come in aggressively with the Goodra, preserving as much health on the Galarian Corsola as possible and taking these body slams, which don't do a huge amount of damage.
If you are not going to be able to farm down with the Goodra, but you will get quite a little bit of energy advantage. However, Boom's Pokemon all have a lot of fast attack pressure on this Goodra, so if you get too low trying to get to 2 charge attacks might prove costly. However, he's already there. The pacing is so quick.
Look at that, Pataman showing just how meticulous his energy management can be. The question is, can he now reach an attack against this next Pokemon? He's already got the Thunder Punch banked. This does a little bit more damage than an Aqua Tail. It is the correct one to throw against this Corsola, but just a little chip for the bulky Ghost type.
Might have also been aimed at a potential Golisopod that comes in there, and now there's a lot of energy on the Corsola of Pataman, but if shields are being used here, the Corsola of Boom has the HP advantage. advantage.
Boom really needs to get the most out of this Galarian Corsola. Pataman needs to bear in mind the amount of energy that's still available onto that Charger Bug. And Boom is going to go for a full farm down here. He does have access to Power Gem. He doesn't know what's in the back line yet, but Power Gem will be super effective against the Charger Bug. And as it comes in, Boom might be pretty pleased to see it.
Yes, I can imagine there's going to be shield. There's a lot of energy on the Golisopod of Boom, but the pacing of Charger Bug is also super quick. Right now, it's really comfortable to just throw one Astonish and then throw your Charge Attack. Are we going to see an immediate switch out by Boom? Try to get a few more Fury Cutter?
Boom needs to be very careful about the Volt Switch damage that's about to come through. And look at that! That is perfect! The question is, was this Charge Attack priority? If Boom threw this Aqua Jet just before Pataman was able to click Discharge, Golisopod will get to throw another attack. He's going to go for it. Golisopod wins Charge Attack priority. This Aqua Jet will land.
Sublime energy management by Boom once again takes out the Charger Bug. Charger Bug has been doing nothing this entire game and gets a full Fury Cutter down on the Corsola. Boom 20 ties it up with the perfect energy management.
What a game! We have the pleasure to witness these two superb players up against each other, backs against the wall now, approaching this decisive game number 3.
That took everything that Boom had there. He is scratching his head going, wow, how did I win this again? This time didn't let Pataman catch the Aqua Wave, so it is incredibly close between those two players. Also, this time around, Pataman did not bring the Wigglytuff. That would have been the hardest answer to the Corsola you could imagine. Is Pataman going to shift back to the Wigglytuff that he has used to great success this tournament, applying so much pressure on his opponents?
So many questions, so many thoughts, so many plans we running through the minds of these players. Boom seems to have found a team that he likes, a strategy that he's happy to continue to lean into. Whether it wins or loses, he backs himself to adjust in the moment. Pataman is a player that has so many tools at his disposal, so many Pokemon that really could threaten Boom's team. What adjustment will he make, or how will he predict his opponent to respond after that Game 2 loss?
These matchups are incredibly close. Not only that, it is so likely that your opponent brings 5 out of 6 of their Pokemon. You have to be prepared for everything. There is a good chance that Boom is running the same team, saying, okay, this is the most neutral into everything. I just need to call the backline correct during the match.
Pataman knows. You mentioned the Wigglytuff was strong in Game 1. Will we see it here in Game 3? The players look locked in, and we are ready to go. We see one more time Golisopod up against Galarian Corsola.
Let's run it back a little bit, but if you're looking closely, there's a Pokemon that changed on the roster of Boom 20 that is looking really good into the backline of Pataman.
This is a player that knows how to adjust, playing the same way, getting the energy on the Golisopod, going into the Gastradon to sponge the first Nightshade. Pataman now having a think, when will I go into my Goodra? We know it's going to happen, we've seen it before, but no, this time he changes and Wigglytuff comes out and somehow avoids the Steelix.
Wigglytuff looking good here, dealing a lot of damage, might not even be knocked out by a Body Slam following up this Water Pulse here, so there could be, oh, actually goes for the Charge Attack Swift. Now, Wigglytuff is at a decent amount of HP here and has very little energy. This might be a huge farm down for a Steelix.
Wigglytuff is switch locked. That's why Boom does not want to allow any time to pass before he comes in with this Shadow Steelix. Wigglytuff will be leaning for the Icy Wind. It does reach the Icy Wind. This will do neutral damage against the Steel and Ground type Shadow Steelix.
Getting a debuff is huge here, but Boom might be able to switch out immediately when the next Pokemon comes in. If it is Corsola, you might throw a Crunch here. The Goodra is coming in, immediately swapped out. The Golisopod is following.
Nightshade coming through, 2 shields available for Boom, 1 goes up now. So much energy on this Golisopod. Fury Cutters are resisting, but they still add up. Golisopod has so much attack, and now the first Aqua Jet will threaten a lot of damage on this Corsola. Not a knockout, but enough for Pataman to consider a shield. He's going to let this go.
Maybe a farm down range for the Steelix later on, but there's still so much energy on the side of Boom, who is throwing. He has 2 charge attacks here. Again, the energy management. Boom and his Golisopod.
Golisopod throwing on charge attack priority. Pataman thinks, I did click the Nightshade. That means I will get an opportunity to force the last shield from Boom. Boom lets it go. And now Boom needs to watch out as Pataman will likely aggressively come back in with this Goodra. But Shadow Steelix has so much energy. X's are coming through. Takes that first shield. Shadow Steelix might come in now.
X's would threaten so much damage, but also a crunch of Shadow Steelix would do the same thing, basically. But the pacing of this Pokemon is now so fast. He goes for the X's. Pataman gets the full farm down. He has so much energy. He has multiple Aqua Tail already. Crunch is being charged at the Goodra.
Boom did not reach the X's. The Golisopod got fully farmed down. Gastradon is down already. Steelix is the only Pokemon left. And now the Aqua Jets will start firing fast and hard.
Stealing, overwhelmed by these red tails, taking them to the face. Aqua Tail is being thrown again. No Protect Shield left remaining. It looked so good for Boom in the beginning, but you can never count out Pataman!
Your next regional winners finalist. Pataman proceeds through this tournament and he will, sorry, not winners finalist. He proceeds through the losers round and he will take it one step further as he looks to reclaim his medals, his titles, his crowns. He proceeds, Boom drops out for the first time, I guess. Boom doesn't win his regional event.
Really good record regardless going into day 2 again. Boom is just performing and performing, but Pataman, who am I talking about? Performing and performing. NAIC top 4, EUIC champion, world second place, the runner-up. Pataman is truly one of the greats, and if he's not coming from the winner side, it's gotta be the loser side then, right? You can still go into a finals then.
We both have both of our world's finalists still in the competition. Inadequins on the winner's side, Pataman progresses on the loser's side, but that was such a close game. I wonder what could have happened if Boom had gone straight into the Shadow Steelix, gone into a Psychic Fangs and then into a Crunch. It could have been a little bit closer, but losing the X-Scissor on his Golisopod was the moment that you saw Pataman celebrate.
You know, I was thinking that Steelix versus Goodra is a really good matchup, but now with this even faster pacing of Goodra with resisted Dragon Breath that don't deal too much damage regardless, spamming Aqua Tail in this matchup while not taking too much Thunder Dragon damage, Thunder Fang damage is also super fine here. So Goodra MVP again for Pataman.
I really want to see just how far Pataman can go. I think we're all very, very excited, anticipating, can Pataman go and have a redemption match up against Inadequins, but he still has to go through the rest of the losers side of the bracket. We're really excited to see. There's no reason why it can't happen. Both of these players remain in the tournament, but there are still some more that have something to say about what happens here in Frankfurt.
Yep, looking at the winners finals already, it is Inadequins versus Alfie. A Titan versus a rather newcomer, as we have seen in this matchup as well. I wouldn't call Boom a newcomer, he played one event and won it, but Pataman, of course, one of the Titans. I think this is the story of this event at this point. The new players in this new season, no championship points from regionals yet. They are trying to climb back up. End of last season, okay, everyone already had their points, the big names are already up there, but now you can start from scratch. You can become one of the big names that are there on this leaderboard. On top of them, play for stipends, play for travel awards.
I'm really excited to get back into the competition.
Yes.
I really want to go and play myself, but it's so difficult watching and just admiring these players and their Pokemon and the way that they're playing and taking these victories. And I know you'll be competing in the Championship Series this season.
Yes, definitely. I've already registered. I'm not going to see where I'm going to play, but it is definitely the case that I will try and have better results than what I have now. Please don't look it up online.
And we all have to start somewhere. Leo, you are within reason relatively new to the game, and you have been progressing through your local tournaments, and that is a great opportunity for you to get involved as well. So take a look at this if you want to get involved with your locals.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Me and some of my closest friends in this community have traveled far and wide to play locals in different countries as well, cups and challenges. And let me tell you, the stories I have lived through with these other trainers and the friends I've met on the way, I love it. Just so many of these trainers that we have seen in these tournaments. If you're scanning your code, you will also find them. You will get to meet them. I have met. They are absolutely lovely. After the events, everyone goes to get dinner together. You have a chat, you trade some Pokemon. It is fantastic.
And you get some special little reward packs that you can only get at these local events. You also get championship points. So a lot of our competitors here in Frankfurt and across the region will be attending locals near them so that they can go further up on the leaderboard, as it will make all the difference come end of the season.
And it is the best training that you can imagine for these kind of tournaments. Yes, you can sit at the comfort of your own home and play with players online. But if you're going to these locals, you have the tournament atmosphere. You are living the stress in a good way. And you know, you're coming to a tournament and then all of a sudden your next opponent, call in 6. How cool is that?
It is. And Pataman, I'm so used to Pataman being on the winner's side of the bracket. He's on the loser's side of the bracket at the moment here in Frankfurt. Let's take a look at who else we have here. Pataman will be going up soon against KingOWT, and on the other side of the losers bracket we have Chris, who is sat waiting for the winner of Ripperli and MEweedle. I believe they will be next on stream.
Ripperli, a player who is known from grassroots, has not stopped playing after his last big success in Utrecht 23, or in the 24th season rather. He was really successful so far. Then stepped away from the championship series a little bit. Now comes back immediately day 2. Pokemon Go apparently is like riding a bicycle. You won't forget it.
He is a very good player. MEweedle also an absolutely superb player. MEweedle bringing that Lantern to this event. He's a big fan of what the electric and water type Pokemon can do against the meta. And I suppose that might be the right call, because if we were to go back onto the winner's side of the bracket, there are two. There's a Shadow Talonflame there, and there's actually also going to be one in the loser side. The winner of this match will be the one to face it.
What is really special about Lantern in this metagame is that this is one of the only Pokemon that we have right now that resists flying-type charge attacks from a Galarian Moltres. Tinkaton, right next to it, also does resist it, but if you're looking at all the other Pokemon on the screen otherwise, nothing resists a Brave Bird.
Now, MEweedle is a player that we saw go up yesterday against Z's Wireless, and the strategy that he used there was Lantern was so safe. He relied on Lantern to try and get shield advantage so that his Galarian Moltres could try and hit unresisted damage against his opponent's team. As you've exactly pointed out, there is nothing on the side of Ripperli that resists flying type damage, so will MEweedle use that strategy once more?
I wouldn't even consider the strategy necessarily safe, because Lantern got a little bit of an energy head start on the Shadow Kanto Marowak that was swapped onto it. It would have won the zero shield scenario. So through a Surf that got shielded up, and then the Marowak got a little bit of an advantage there with some Mud Slaps through a Bone Club, but then Moltres capitalized on it.
Ripperli here on the left with a fairly hard meta team, a double bug team. We have seen a few of these around. Pataman we just saw as well, rocking the double bug, and that Shadow Sizzle. Such a threat with those bullet punches. They get same type attack bonus. They do a massive amount of damage.
It's a Pokemon that was underestimated apparently by many trainers going into this tournament. Very likely considered in team building, but then only 18% of the trainers, or 19, used it in the end in their team. So this came as a surprise for many players. If you're looking at the top cut, there are plenty of Caesar in there. Ripperli is one of the players that has it.
Now, Ripperli knows that Cradley might be one of his best responses to a Lantern, but Cradley itself is a grass and rock type Pokemon. That means it still takes neutral damage from the water guns and surfs that this Lantern has on offer. Lantern, as a water and electric type, would take super effective from the grass type Grass Knot. How will these players adapt? They look locked in. We start game number 1.
This is a fairly positive lead for Ripperli here. Does get outpaced. Bone Club could be thrown first, but if you're connecting a Grass Knot, it's GG for Marowak.
And looking at the backline immediately, there's not a lot of space for Tinkaton to go. Ripperli going for the Rock Tomb bait, knowing that Shadow Kanto Marek wants to shield it. He gets the shield, he guarantees the attack debuff. MEweedle looks up and smiles. Now this Shadow Kanto Marek going to throw a debuffed Bone Club. It won't do a huge amount of damage to this bulky Cradley.
Yep, not a lot, not even enough to knock out with one more. Maybe those Mud Slaps health goes for the Rock Slide. Slightly little more damage here. Is that enough to knock out?
MEweedle hoping that this debuffed Rock Slide could be enough for a knockout. Cradley hangs on, and now MEweedle takes advantage by catching on his Tinkaton. But what is the response? Because Ripperli has his shields. He now also has alignment, and he is in the driving seat in these losers round.
This is looking incredible. Alignment, shield advantage, and a potential sacrificial catch on the Cradley there. And as you have advantage with the shields, with the energy, you also have the Shadow Caesar in the back threatening everything else. Can you get to the play rough as MEweedle? Ripperli is not risking it throwing a Bone Club.
Ripperli takes out this Tinkaton. MEweedle has got some value from the Tinkaton, getting that Bulldoze debuff and taking a shield away. Now coming in with an energy dry Shadow Kanto Marek. He's not going to invest a shield in it. This Bone Club will do a decent chunk of damage, and I wonder if MEweedle will then look to pivot out into the Galarian Moltres. Here it comes.
Marowak's job in this scenario was just to free the Moltres from the energy of the Marowak, because the Bone Club doesn't do anything. The Mud Slap too. Now you have energy head start on the Shadow Caesar, but there is a lot of bullet punch damage.
How is your counting? MEweedle knows that the Shadow Caesar is at a Night Slash now. He knows he's going to have to shield up one attack here. This is the first Night Slash. The Shadow Caesar is 3 bullet punches away from its next one.
This is looking really hard. I don't think you can outpace. You can reach for a charge attack priority event, but the Night Slash of Caesar comes through the Dark on Dark type action here. Does it knock out?
It will do a decent chunk of damage, not enough to knock out the Dark and Flying type Galarian Moltres. And now MEweedle needs to work out, is there any path back in this game? A completely undercharged Fly so that he can come back in with his Shadow Kanto Marek, but it is not enough. Ripperli already had enough energy.
Throwing a Bone Club here to knock out the Marowak. Mud Slap is going to be double resisted on the Moltres, but there's so little HP to Mud Slap. Taking it out here. 3 Pokemon left from Ripperli. This is dominance.
A big win there for Ripperli up against MEweedle. He made the calls correctly. His Shadow Kanto Marek putting out so much pressure against Tinkaton in the mirror, and then the Galarian Moltres couldn't do enough against the Shadow Sizzle. This is still best of 3. One more win for Ripperli will see him progress on the loser side of the bracket.
He has been an absolute menace to deal with. Pokemon Go community, if you have forgotten about Ripperli, he is back. What a performance so far in this tournament. Not the spiciest of teams, but just running into these great trainers with a hard meta team proves how skillful he is. Is not relying on any catching off guard of his opponent with perhaps move counts they do not know or matchups they are not familiar with. No, he is playing what he knows, what they knows, and he's dominating.
Ripperli opting for Cradley, Shadow Kanto Marek, and Shadow Sizzle. 3 Pokemon that all have play into the Lantern of MEweedle. He was really over-adjusting almost, expecting to see the Lantern, and MEweedle did not bring it. However, those 3 Pokemon all still had a decent amount of play into the Tinkaton, and I really question whether or not Tinkaton was the right option for MEweedle. It doesn't look to have the play that perhaps MEweedle wanted it to.
On paper, Tinkaton looks like the prime answer for a Cradley. In practice, it's a little bit different. Those continuous debuffs on a Pokemon that already doesn't have a lot of attack, they just make this matchup very long and very neutral indeed. But now both of these trainers have locked in. Ripperli versus MEweedle, number 2. Let's see, the lead is Azumarill versus Tinkaton again.
This is a much better matchup for that Tinkaton. It resists both of the charge attacks from the Azumarill. Ice and Fairy resisted by the Steel typing of Tinkaton, but it really also depends on how much defense MEweedle's Tinkaton has to determine how much damage these bubbles do, because they're neutral as a water type attack.
This will help out Azumarill a lot. Swaps out immediately into the Kanto Marok, answered by the Moltres. Ripperli perhaps hoping that the Moltres is not on the team of MEweedle this time, but he has shown so many times that he loves his legendary bird.
Hearing the cry of the Galarian Moltres hit the field into a great matchup up against the Shadow Kanto Marok, but it does need to be aware of these super effective rock slides. Will we see the first shield go up? No. MEweedle is going to let this land, backing his Galarian Moltres to be able to hang on.
Perhaps hoping for a cheeky bait there, but now Bone Club is going to be enough, and now you, if you want to keep your Moltres, have to shield this, but the damage done by Sucker Punches is enough for MEweedle. Let's the Galarian Moltres go.
And now MEweedle will come in with his Galarian Moltres and look for a full farm down, maybe one shield in the process. Ripperli comes back in with his Azumarill, goes to throw a player up, but MEweedle anticipates, and Tinkaton comes in to catch this resisted damage.
At this point, MEweedle is at a really weird spot in the game, because those charge attacks that are going to be thrown at the Tinkaton and at the Corsola, those are not always attacks you want to shield, but you still have 2 left remaining.
Tinkaton will look to land one play rough and then gather as much energy as it can against this Azumarill, maybe needing to throw a Bulldoze in the process. But if MEweedle can gather enough energy to throw a play rough into whichever Pokemon Ripperli returns with, that will give him a huge advantage going into the endgame, because there is a Kanto Marok with some energy still available. Will we see a Bulldoze just before the Ice Beam? We see it on charge attack priority. That is great counting from MEweedle.
Precision wins games. MEweedle now taking out the Azumarill that just reached the Ice Beam. He is reaching for his Corsola immediately. Has taken a little bit of damage. We all know how important that is in these matchups. Throws a Nightshade before the first debuff.
Ripperli doesn't want this Nightshade to land, knowing that he can get to a Rock Tomb and guarantee an attack debuff against this Ghost-type Galarian Corsola. MEweedle will just continue to astonish through, and he does still have 2 shields available, but he knows that this is not going to be the most efficient attack that he needs to shield. He knows he's not in a range where he's going to get fast attack down either, so he's going to save them for now.
He is playing a risky game, though. 2 shields left available to his name. Not a lot of HP on his Pokemon that he's using. Corsola is deep in the yellow and Tinkaton deep in the red. Throws another Nightshade here, and we're going to follow this up with another Rock Tomb. Now we're putting in shields.
Now look at the switch timers here on the right side of your screen when they reappear, because MEweedle will go into the Tinkaton. There it is, and he does have the player, and look at that. He's actually absolutely fine with this, because the Shadow Kanto Marok doesn't get any damage up against the Tinkaton, and it goes down to the play rough.
Now can Cradley farm down this Tinkaton? This is a resisted acid. It does not a lot here, and MEweedle is reaching, just barely reaching for the play rough, going for the KO against the Cradley. This was way closer than anticipated. Almost got it with the Cradley, but Tinkaton reigns supreme.
Really superbly played by MEweedle to tie up this series on the loser side of the bracket. He cannot afford to lose, but now neither can Ripperli. It is 1 apiece. A decisive Game 3 awaits us.
Ripperli versus MEweedle. We have seen 2 very exciting games so far. Precise energy management, reaction timing, anticipation. Everything is on top level, but what else would you expect from players like Ripperli, an OG, and MEweedle, a world champion, an IC champion, a regional champion? He has won every single title you can get in Pokemon Go.
Every single player that I see entering the Pokemon Go Championship Series is getting better and better. And yes, you have the Titans like MEweedle with so many accolades to their name, but there is no reason why this man, Ripperli, cannot bring it all down. MEweedle does not want to let that happen, but everything is on the line for this final Game 3. It's a best of 3 format, 1 more win, but either of these players will see them through here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
The Pokemon are being assembled to play together with their trainer. It is going to be very hard to win this game. Technical play, you need it. You need reaction, you need anticipation, you need every single aspect of Pokemon Go. You need to use all of these skills to perfection to overcome your opponent in this scenario.
The players are almost ready to go. Every moment of thought and calculation could make the difference. We see MEweedle nod, Ripperli nod. They look locked in. Our game 3 is kicking off. Let's go. We see Cradley up against Galarian Corsola.
And now this is a matchup on paper. We've seen it again and again. Looks good for Galarian Corsola. But of course, Rock Tomb is such a strong attack that is going to debuff your opponent's attack. Maybe we are going to see a different kind of technology here. We're going to see a switch out immediately from the Corsola to just clear the debuff with the energy. Or we're playing these... Oh, we are going to see a switch out into the Kanto Marowak. No Moltres as an answer for MEweedle.
MEweedle has to respond with his own Cradilly, but Cradilly as a rock type is taking neutral damage from the ground type attacks of Shadow Kanto Marowak, and a shield goes up for MEweedle. And now a big decision to make for both players. Do you throw the super effective Grass Knot? Do you throw the resisted Rock Tomb? MEweedle gets one acid through as this Bone Club is thrown by Ripperli.
Damage will be dealt. None debuffed here, not too much. MEweedle is reaching directly for the Grass Knot. Ripperli is calling a bait here, wants to keep the Marowak with a little damage, but the Grass Knot is going to take out the Kanto Marowak here.
It was not a bait, but Ripperli does not mind because the Cradley is locked in and he catches the Rock Tomb on his own Cradilly, and that does show skill, but it does also lock him in with a debuffed Cradilly, and I just don't know if that's what he wants as MEweedle now returns with a Galarian Corsola that hits maximum energy.
This Corsola has infinite amount of charged attacks, unleashing them onto this Cradley. Cradley barely hangs on here, tries to reach for the Rock Tomb, gets taken out by the Astonish. No, it's 3 Pokemon versus Shadow Caesar. Shadow Caesar is strong, but can it take it all the way here to defeat the previous world champion MEweedle?
Ripperli will be hoping for a Night Slash boost if he can get it. Is he going to throw the Night Slash? He's actually going to allow this Corsola to get to its second Nightshade. All of the energy of Sizzle will be reliant on whatever is in MEweedle's backline.
That is interesting. The Lantern is going to come in soon. There's almost a complete farm down here. Now you have multiple Trailblaze, only one shield on MEweedle's side. This game might not be over.
The Trailblaze is going to land, and now Ripperli can maybe think about going for back-to-back Night Slashes because the attack has been boosted, and MEweedle reaching for that Surf. He's not at it yet. He shields up the first attack.
The question is, does the Cradley still have energy? Night Slash is being shielded. No switch timer available anytime soon. Night Slash is going to be reached here. Everything is so low HP. Is this the absolute Shadow Caesar madness?
How much damage is this going to do? A boosted Night Slash. Lantern goes down, and MEweedle knows he's not going to be able to take down the Shadow Sizzle.
And that is the boost after the Night Slash as well. Take down the Corsola. Now there is Cradley. You have the counter. You have the bullet punch. Takes it out, and Ripperli advances to the next round, defeating MEweedle.
MEweedle cannot believe it. Ripperli with his Shadow Sizzle played it to perfection, taking out the Galarian Corsola and unleashing those charge attacks against the Lantern.
And the Night Slash boost to flex in the end when it was not needed anymore. Caesar said, I can get it without the boost, but I will show you that I'm also very much capable.
And this is why we are here, for the magical moments that see special players like this take on the world. Ripperli and his Shadow Sizzle progress here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
This was a Pokemon Trainer Ace Pokemon scenario, right? The Shadow Caesar back against the wall. 1 shield up. 3 Pokemon left to go. A full HP Lantern, super bulky, lot of fast attack pressure, just went right through it.
Such a race there at the end as Lantern looked to get to that Surf, and if only MEweedle had shielded a Trailblaze. Because you almost know that a Trailblaze is going to be the first attack. It guarantees an attack boost to that Shadow Sizzle, and I completely understand that MEweedle's thinking to himself, I would rather shield an attack after the boost has come, but the reality is that once he landed that Trailblaze, he no longer needed to throw another, and he could go for those 2 Night Slashes instead. Shadow Caesar, what a Pokemon.
Trying to avoid the boosted Trailblaze that would have been thrown afterwards, but it did not help him. So much energy, 100% energy for this Caesar, absolutely maxed out. Look at this. Punching through this. Oh, this catch as well was absolutely insane, draining the last bit of energy, being the third shield on the side of Cradley.
And we weren't sure at the time how much this catch would really help Ripperli. It turns out that setting up Shadow Scizor with shields is everything that you need to do. Shadow Scizor is a shield-hungry Pokemon, and look at what can happen when you protect it.
This was absolutely beautiful, and also playing to your win conditions. It was massive by Ripperli. This is something that you can learn from to see, hey, it is not looking great right now, but if I find the niche win condition, my opponent doesn't have a lot of fast attack pressure for my Scizor later on anymore. If I give this 2 shields and a catch, I might be able to still pull it off.
And Lantern, it double resists Bullet Punch. It is a water and electric type Pokemon, and that means it's not taking very much fast attack damage. Scizor does not care. Trailblaze boost. Bullet Punch is such a strong attack anyway, and then the back-to-back Night Slashes, getting the knockout. Bullet Punch then taking out the Corsola and the Cradilli. Scizor sweeps, and Ripperli advances here in Frankfurt.
I want to comment just again on what Alfie said yesterday in an interview with Lou. Said, the biggest surprise to me is the low usage of Shadow Scizor, because you could just see how strong Shadow Scizor is if you play it perfectly. Now, in the Play Pokemon Championship Series, we have seen multiple instances of perfect plays, and now we're going to show you one more.
Here we are again, trainers, yet with another episode of Perfect Play. Here we highlight and break down some of the best plays made in the Championship Series. My name is Martijn Versteeg. You may also know me as 2024 Worlds finalist Inadequins. Let's talk about Beelzeboy, a competitor from India who had reached top 4 at 2024 Worlds. He made a return to the big stage in 2025. He pressured the opponents with Shadow Marowak, made waves with Lapras, and punched through the competition with Shadow Annihilate. The Pokemon Beelzeboy relied the most on, however, was Galarian Moltres. This is a legendary Pokemon that is only encountered on the Daily Adventure incense, and it was the key to overcoming the Grand Finals on Championship Sunday. His opponent was Pataman, who had defeated Beelzeboy before on day 2. How do you overcome a fearsome opponent like that? The team of Pataman doesn't answer Galarian Moltres quite well, and Beelzeboy exploits this weakness. His plan is to set up Galarian Moltres for an energy advantage. If he notices a lead matchup that will be favorable for Galarian Moltres, he just swaps it in immediately. This gives Galarian Moltres a head start on whatever Pataman will bring in to answer it. We call this an energy advantage. Let's analyze how Beelzeboy utilizes this strategy under great pressure. The final battle for the title of World Champion. Beelzeboy leads his Lapras into the Galarian Corsola from Pataman. This is not a lead he likes, so he swaps out into Galarian Moltres. This is a terrible matchup for Pataman, so he's forced to switch out. His best answer is Cradilli, but this is a tricky position. Cradilli and Galarian Moltres usually plays equally fast to their first and second charge attacks, but now that Galarian Moltres is ahead, Pataman needs to call the charge attack launched at Cradilli. A Brave Bird would inflict massive damage, but letting a fly go means that Cradilli may feint to fast attacks if Beelzeboy decides to use protections on Galarian Moltres. This forces Pataman to switch out, and it allows Beelzeboy to save his Galarian Moltres. Steelix tanks the energy from Galarian Corsola, so Galarian Moltres can then launch a Brave Bird into Lapras. Beelzeboy now has his own Lapras to close the game, and this secures him the 2025 World Championships title. If you ever heard players talk about energy advantage, this was the base of Beelzeboy's plan. A strategy well executed. Think you have what it takes to become a champion? Visit Pokemon.com/compete and start your road to victory.
Welcome back, trainers. We are back here as well. I'm here with Lou.
Hello and welcome back to the incredible, the awesome Pokemon Go tournament here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships. Jonker, so far we have had an incredible showcase of Pokemon play. So many Pokemon we are knowing from previous seasons and some new faces too.
Absolutely, there are a lot of new faces here, and I'm excited for the final battles. It's going to be only a few more battles left, and there are going to be a lot of exciting ones. There are a lot of very well-known players still left in the competition as well. We see who's going to go on top.
I think this is one of my favorite kind of turning points of the competition. When you come into day 2, you've already whittled it down to a remaining number of players, but as we go stage by stage, more Pokemon trainers get eliminated, and we're now down to just a final few. But in this losers round 2, it is KingOWT versus Padaman. This is going to be an epic match.
It's going to be definitely an epic match. I was able to already interview KingOWT before on the stream here, and he was able to win with that trusty Charizard. That was such an amazing game there for him. But also Padaman, of course, a player that we have to look out for, a player that can definitely still even win the entire regional here, even from the losers bracket, because we know this player is a very, very strong player that won already a lot of regional championships.
And day 2 didn't quite start Padaman's way. That Scissor found its way against a Talonflame, and there is a Charizard on the other side here for KingOWT's team. But the Scissor, when it is in the position where it finds the alignment correct, it can be so formidable, particularly if it shields up. It just has so much flexibility.
Absolutely, and we see the consistency as well of Padaman. Like, he really knows how to play out every matchup perfectly here. But yeah, I'm excited for the Scissor. This Pokemon is going to be definitely an interesting Pokemon here as well.
Yes, and the Wigglytuff, a Pokemon that, when I was speaking to Padaman yesterday, was saying has been, with that Charm buff, has really been a standout and a Pokemon that can be relied on in a matchup. On the opposing side, however, for KingOWT's team, the Goodra does not want to take any of those charms, but Goodra has been a standout so far this weekend.
Absolutely, and we have the 2 Goodras that are currently still in the competition against each other here as well, which is going to be very, very interesting, because they do, of course, super effective damage with a Dragon Breath, but those awkward hits and Thunder Punch, they resist it.
Yes, and I always look forward to seeing, particularly with the shadows at the moment, there are so many shadow Pokemon out there, which ones our trainers are going to capitalize those shields on. KingOWT has the utility to go for something with that Charizard, and Charizard has some decent play here. It can go into the Charge Bug, into that Scissor, but it does have to watch out for those mind games that we keep talking about with the Marowak Rock Slide versus Bone Club.
Absolutely, I do think that Charizard has a lot of play here, especially as well here. There's only one Pokemon that can really resist the Fire-type damage, which is going to be that Goodra here on this side.
Yes, and Goodra as well, using that Dragon Breath to be able to get lots of damage and lots of energy up onto its side of the field with its great utility, Thunder Punch and Aqua Tail, giving it some great coverage across all of the different Pokemon here. Something like the Aqua Tail in particular could be devastating into the Charizard or into the Marowak.
And the first battle is going to start here, and we're going to have the Charge Bug already against the third. That's going to be a very, very neutral play. I like the shiny, of course, on KingOWT side.
Adding a little bit of style to the stage here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships. Furret is going to be first off the mark to that Swift, just trying to get some damage down onto that Charge Bug that goes unshielded.
This is going to do some solid neutral damage here, but of course Charge Bug can take a hit. But we're going to see very, very soon that Exeter coming through as well against that Furret. And yeah, this Exeter is going to now connect, and it's going to do a lot of damage.
Volt Switch is putting in a lot of work energy-wise. So much energy on that Charger Bug, and now has the utility to go for that X-Scissor and put the Furret into the red zone with a Discharge ready to follow it up straight away.
Do we see a shield here, or do we see the Furret go down? The Furret is going to go down with a Discharge. Interesting play to go for the Discharge here, expecting maybe a swap into something like the Charizard to take that Exeter and just trying to play it safe. We're going to have here now the Marowak up against that Corsola.
Yes, Charger Bug unleashing all of its energy, but now it's Corsola's time to shine. You have the Bone Club coming through from the Marowak. Again, Corsola very, very bulky. Padaman maybe wanting to preserve those shields for something like the Goodra in the back. Corsola able to take it.
This is going to be a very, very interesting endgame here as well. We, of course, still have the Goodra on Padaman's side, but there's also still that Credilli, which is going to be very, very strong against the remaining Pokemon. We see the shield coming up here from KingOWT for that Marowak.
Shield on the Shadow Pokemon indeed, and look at all that energy that is stocked up on KingOWT's Marowak. It's able to unleash this down onto the Corsola. This will be able to get the knockout, I believe, if Corsola goes unshielded. But no, Padaman's saying you need to stay in the game. I need you to do some more work.
This is going to be such an interesting matchup. We're going to maybe see even the final shield here on KingOWT's side. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna see the shield coming out here. That was kind of to expect there because that Marowak still has so much potential against Padaman's side.
I think both those Pokemon had so much energy, it would have been such a waste to see them go down, unable to utilize it. Bone Club coming through once again, that final shield going unused into this Goodra. Still takes a heavy hit, but look at those Dragon Breaths coming through, stacking up all of that energy. Now can apply so much pressure with this Aqua Tail.
This is going to be very interesting. The Oroctum is coming through not first. We're going to see, of course, the Aqua Tail coming through first. From the Goodra storing up so much energy before the Credilli can go for a charge move.
And that Gudra is going to be trying to go back-to-back with these Aqua Tails. One more Dragon Blast sealed the deal. It's able to go for another one. No Protect Shields remaining on KingOWT side.
This is very, very interesting here that Credilli can still hang in. I'm curious on if KingOWT wants to keep a little bit of energy, but no, we're going to see the Rock Tomb now coming in straight away.
I think this is the thing with Aqua Tail, though. There's no same type attack bonus. It's not the heaviest hitting charge attack in the world. So Credilli is able to hang on and fire back this Rock Tomb that lowers that attack.
This is going to be such a close matchup. We're going to see the swap out here into the Charger Bug. Charger Bug is not having any energy on it currently, but that Exeter is coming through very, very soon here against that Marowak.
And Charger Bug not happy with these Volt Switches down onto the Marowak. Yes, Marowak is exposed and is able to get to that Exeter nice and quick. That's a sigh of relief for the little Charger Bug.
This is going to be very interesting. Can Credilli take this game home? Still 3 Pokemon on Padaman's side. Credilli is very, very low. Does the Gudra have a charge move stored? This is going to be the question here right now.
Yes, which Pokemon's coming in for Padaman's side? Which one has the energy to try and deal with this opposing Credilli? Of course, Dragon Breath as well, fast and furious. Doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but Corsola comes in. This is great because it can eat up all of the energy that Credilli has got, unleashed it, and maybe paving a way for Gudra to take the win.
But also Credilli still has another charge move stored here. There's already another charge move on it, and we're gonna see here that the Aqua Tail is coming through first. Gudra having a little bit more attack than Credilli, taking the first game for Padaman.
Gudra once again coming in at the last moment to clinch out the game for its trainer. Padaman takes game 1 in this losers round 2 in tremendous fashion.
That was such an interesting game there. I really wanted to see if the Credilli can win there as well. At the end, they were so close. The 2 charge moves were stored, but at the end of the day, it just came down to who has more attack, the Gudra or the Credilli. In this case, the Gudra won this one with an Aqua Tail. Very, very well done there as well from Padaman, leaving that Aqua Tail on the Gudra just for the end game there.
This was one thing Padaman said in his interview yesterday, where he's very good at having Pokemon on very low HP, but still being able to think turns ahead with the energy conservation in order to get that victory. And I could see KingOWT doing that as well with that Credilli. It was on very low HP, had all of those Pokemon to get through, and it very nearly was able to do it. But Gudra just had the edge.
This was such a close battle, and I'm curious on how those players are going to adjust the team right now. I really felt like for KingOWT that Marowak really had a lot of play against Padaman. And looking at it, there is not really a Pokemon that can resist the 2 moves of that Marowak, so I think it's going to be a very safe Pokemon to play. But if you are in KingOWT side, like, which Pokemon do you want to bring here?
I think you definitely bring the Marowak. It had a lot of play, as you said, and I feel like he used the shields quite well on it to set it up for success. Credilli as well did put in a huge amount of work, but I'd almost be tempted to switch out a Pokemon like the Furret. Furret, yes, it was out in the lead, it was very neutral up against the Charger Bug, but the Swifts were not putting in as much momentum as something that maybe Tinkaton could even do. Tinkaton versus that Gudra would be a really good way to counter it.
I do think that the Tinkaton has to kind of come here because it's going to be the best way of dealing with that Gudra. Gudra cannot really do a lot against this Pokemon, and we see Gudra a lot of times as like the safe swap there. So if you can maybe have a Tinkaton in the back, that could be a very good shout. But let's see what the players decide to do here.
Well, we're going to see the Gudra coming out for Padaman and the Marowak for KingOWT. 2 of these Titans that the trainers have utilized so well throughout this tournament. Just going to be trying to get up energy on the board. Gudra gets there first, but there's a switch to that Credilli.
This is going to be very, very interesting. Does Gudra want to just keep the energy? Yes, Gudra's going to swap out now, and we're going to see the Corsola coming in. But now Credilli going to have a little bit of an energy advantage, and it's going to be able to fire off those Rock Tombs quite early on, dropping the attack of that Corsola.
And this is the thing, Corsola can take the attack, but the attack drop is always going to come through whether there is a shield or not, and that's going to negate some of the offensive pressure that Nightshade can deal.
This is going to be very, very interesting. It's going to, now actually a no-shield coming out straight away from KingOWT, just wants to play this matchup out like it is, and we see another Rock Tomb coming through, which is going to even drop that attack further off that Corsola.
I think both of these trainers keeping an eye on the clock as well, making sure that they're in a position to switch in a Pokemon to gain some momentum as soon as they have aligned. There's another attack drop onto this Corsola. It's really doing such minimal damage with these Astonishers.
It's going to be such a close one. We're going to see the Rock Tomb coming in first against that Corsola. Do we see a Protect Shield? No, we do not see a Protect Shield. Yeah, that Corsola is going to go down with this Rock Tomb.
Yep, Corsola takes the hit, keeping the shields intact for Padaman in play, but KingOWT also has those shields preserved. The Credilli is going to be almost mud slapped down. It's just able in the nick of time to get to its charge attack.
This is crucial here. Do we see a shield? We do see a shield here. Of course, you have to respect the super effective damage there with that Grass Knot. But it's going to just be that Rock Tomb, which is going to drop the attack of the Marowak. Kinda maybe wants to make it swap out here just to clear the debuff.
Quite possibly, and the thing is, you were able to get a lot of farm down onto that Cradily, so there's lots of energy on Padaman's Marowak, but KingOWT's was able to join with the energy it had stored previously. It does have to contend with this Goodra now with that Aqua Tail. No surprise to see a shield in play.
Absolutely, and I would assume that we're going to see the swap out straight away into that Ferret, which is going to have a very neutral matchup against this Goodra. And honestly, I don't know on how this matchup is going to go here from now on. There's going to be so much in play. Goodra has so much energy stored already, but Ferret also is, of course, a very bulky Pokemon and can take those neutral Aqua Tails.
And a lot of HP had already been taken away from the Goodra when the Ferret joined the field, so the Sucker Punches are stacking up, particularly as it has now got to the Swift. This is forcing one of those shields. We don't often see the shields go out on Goodra. It's very, very bulky, but it has to be in play to try and apply pressure with its charge attack so that it gets to quicker than the Ferret in this match.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't be surprised if KingOWT tries to keep that shield for that Marowak. Marowak looks like to be in a prime position, already has a move start as well to maybe even win this battle. As you're going to see that Aqua Tail coming through. Do we see the no shield here?
Oh, let's have a look. Ferret might indeed go down, leaving it up to Marowak to clean through the rest of Padaman's team. And I think this is a good thing because Goodra takes so long to get to its energy. It was energy dry at the end of that. It doesn't take too long to get to it at all. And now Marowak in play. That final shield has gone through. This is nice. Padaman using up all of that energy on the Marowak on his side of the field. Now it's up to KingOWT to try and get the knockout.
This is huge here. Apparently KingOWT's Marowak has a higher attack set than Padaman's, and this is going to decide this battle here because Padaman had a move start already as well, wasn't able to get it off because of that higher attack set for KingOWT. Taking this game, it's a 1-1.
I love a Game 3. We get to see more competitive action, and as you said there, in the Battle of the Marowaks, KingOWT's came out on top, and that is crucial information going into this Game 3, knowing if that situation aligns itself again, KingOWT has the advantage.
Absolutely, and here just showcase sometimes so like those common Pokemon that are having a little bit of attack on them can be actually crucial in those mirror matchups, and this was such a close one. Literally came down to who has more attack on their Marowak.
And I love the Ferret in this game too. As I kind of said, maybe Game 1 I would have benched it for something like the Tinkaton, but the way that it was able to come in once the Goodra had been weakened up a little bit, gave it a little bit more momentum. It could go for those Swifts, it could go for the Sucker Punches, and that, I think, really did set up the Marowak for success in the end.
Absolutely, Ferret sponged up all those Aqua Tails, and while it didn't really get any KO there for KingOWT, it did a job. It just wanted to get rid of the energy in order to put this Marowak into a prime position to sweep. This was a really, really well executed there.
I think as well it paves the way for a Pokemon like the Marowak to have more room to maneuver once a lot of HP has gone from its opponent's side, and I think that's a really nice position for it to be in. Taking a look at Game 3, KingOWT I think has brought the same 3 Pokemon to all of the matches. Are we going to see him stick with that again or shake things up?
I think he maybe has to shake some things up because I do think that Padaman recognizes this as well right now. And I think there's some Pokemon that could help Padaman as well. We saw the Cradily a lot of times as well. We saw the Ferret. I think something like Scissor could be very, very strong here. But KingOWT has to kind of also predict this and see, and maybe we're going to see like maybe something with Charizard there.
Of course, and don't forget, trainers, if you're just tuning in, this is Losers Round 2. The winner of this next game will advance in the competition. The loser will be knocked out and will no longer be eligible to become our Frankfurt Regional Champion. Cradily versus Scissor. Nice change up here from Padaman.
This is looking really good for Padaman. As you're going to see the swap out straight away into Ferret. Ferret still does some solid damage with a fast move here, but it's not an ideal matchup at all.
Both of the fast moves having an impact here as well. Those Sucker Punches connecting, the Bullet Punches connecting, doing a lot of damage, and now enabling this Night Slash into that opposing Ferret. Scissor is going to switch out, however, straight away Charjabug joins the fray.
Charjabug is in a really good position here right now because it can take that Swift and it's going to have a lot of fast move pressure with a buffed Volt Switch this season. This is going to be very, very interesting. We're going to see the first Swift coming through here, but Ferret has already another one stored.
Yes, the buff to Volt Switch, the same type attack bonus, really enabling Charjabug's buck into this metagame. But Ferret is going to try and swiftly remove it from the game. Swifty will come through. It's going to be able to take it down into the red zone, but not enough for a KO. And look at all of that energy on the Charjabug. It's able to unleash this X-Scissor now.
There are 2 X-Scissors stored already on this Pokemon, and there's no Pokemon on KingOWT's side that wants to take it right now. The Charizard is still at home there. It's not out on the battlefield, and we're going to see here an X-Scissor doing a lot of damage against the Marowak.
All aboard the Charjabug bus, as they say, back-to-back charge attacks. X-Scissor finds his mark down onto that Marowak, does a significant amount of damage, but now Charjabug has been put into retirement. Goodra out on the field, going for these Dragon Breaths, stacking up all of that energy, but the switch on KingOWT's side, all that energy banked on the Goodra. Scissors back in the game.
And this is exactly where you want to have your Scissor. This is the best matchup for it. We're going to see the Night Slash coming through. We're actually going to see an undercharge a little bit as well from Padaman's side because he wants to bank a little bit more energy afterwards. He knows he's going to have to invest a shield here, but he wants to really have those Night Slash stored for
well afterwards.
Once again, as Padaman said yesterday, thinking turns and turns ahead in order to set up the end game, and that's exactly what that undercharge is enabling the Scissor to do. We do see that drop come through, but the super effective bullet punch is cleaning up against this Cradilly and all of the energy on that Scissor side.
This is looking really, really good for Padaman. As you can see, no shield here from KingOWT. I think he knows this game is gonna be over here. That Night Surge is nearly going to be able to knock it out, but one more fast move is all it takes to take down this Marowak.
Padaman is here. He is doing everything he can to become the Frankfurt Regional Champion, and he is one step closer to that dream. Oh my goodness, what a thriller of a set, Junkus.
This was an epic match up there. Honestly, I really enjoyed as well, especially the last game there with Padaman. Changing the team up a little bit, bringing that Scissor. The Scissor really was the Pokemon that decided the last battle there. It had so much potential against the Cradilly, did so well there, and I loved on how the undercharge really worked well. They ended up perfectly at a nice touch afterwards.
I've loved the journey that Padaman has taken the Scissor on throughout the Day 2 tournament. Right at the beginning of the day against Inadequins, Scissor had a really tough time against that Talonflame, constantly found the wrong alignment, but I think it got its redemption just now. As you mentioned, that perfect undercharge, enabling it to get that victory at the end.
Absolutely, like the Scissor was so strong in this matchup. And honestly, I think the Goodra was really strong as well. It had so much potential with the charge through pressure that this Pokemon have. It's like so unique with the water and the electric typing.
And the water typing, I think, really was the one of choice in this particular match. Those Aqua Tails not only were able to hit really fast, but applied a lot of pressure to that Shadow Marowak that was MVP, I think, for KingOWT.
Absolutely, the Marowak was really strong against Padaman's side. It's still a wonder. There's going to be mostly a few more Marowaks to face for Padaman in this competition here. But so far, he was able to deal with it, and mainly because of that Goodra. Being able to pace so fast to that Aqua Tail is so huge against this Pokemon.
I think Goodra definitely was a superstar to enabling success. We saw earlier when the Charger Bug went up against the Marowak, it was a slightly different story. This face-off between the Marowaks, though, was incredibly exciting for Game 2. KingOWT's revealing that it had that advantage, was a little bit faster, higher attack stat, made this Game 3 possible.
And here we see the Scissor in action again. KingOWT knew already at this point there was not a lot that he can do there. And that's fine. This is going to be the Scissor. This is going to be showcasing again what this Pokemon can do. It's a Pokemon that people kind of underestimated in day one, but really is taking a lot of victories here today.
Yes, it's definitely been one of the key Pokemon in the storyline of the Frankfurt Regional Championships. One thing I really liked about that match as well was the energy conservation. Both of our trainers spent a lot of time using their fast attacks naturally to get all of that energy stored up, but they were very critical of the time when they clicked that charge attack button.
Absolutely, like especially we saw it on Padaman's side. He always knows on when to store up those moves, and it came in clutch so often, like especially with that Goodra getting to those Orchid so fast. It helped him out so, like even in like the first battle there, in the second battle, he always kind of has all the energy stored for when he needs it.
Because I think a lot of trainers, maybe just picking up the game for the first time, will see the charged attack button ready and will go for it straight away, because why would you not want to use one of your most devastating attacks? But sometimes being a little bit slower, being aware of the right moment to click that button can be critical, and we saw with that undercharge as well. Yes, you can get that damage on the board, but if you don't do as much and you know your opponent cannot get to that charge attack, you can use the opportunity to get more energy for the next turn.
Absolutely, especially as the Scissor, of course, wasn't pressured here by the asset of that Cradilly. And we're going to take a look here at the next losers round as well. We're going to have here Chris versus Ripperli.
Yes, this is another losers round 2 for both of these trainers. It is going to be their tournament on the line. Both of them want to keep advancing, keep the dream of being the champion in the sight. So, for Chris, we're taking a look at this Dusclops. Dusclops has been a Pokemon that's been really impressive for me. I like the coverage that it has, particularly with that Ice Punch.
Absolutely, but I feel like we haven't really seen a lot of it. Maybe in this matchup it's going to be a little bit different and we can see a bit more of the Dusclops. I would really like to see it, but we also see some other Pokemon that have been stars of the show so far. We're going to have here the Wigglytuff with the charm change there. This Pokemon generates energy faster and gets to this ice events so fast, allowing it to take more hits as well, getting a bit more bold because the opponent doesn't do as much damage. And then we have the Talonflame.
If Wigglytuff can get some of the charms on that Galarian Moltres on the other side, that could look really beautiful for Chris. But at the same time, you have to contend with a Bullet Punch from the Shadow Scissor on the opposing side as well. So Wigglytuff has to find the right alignment. Malamar, always a Pokemon that we like to see. It definitely is the talk of the town at the moment. But does it have a place in this matchup, do you think?
I think Malamar looks actually quite alright here. It's not going to have like any matchup where it's like particularly very strong against, but it's also still quite neutral. Even against matchups with the Azumarill, because you have that Shadow bonus on that Malamar, the fast moves are just adding up. Of course, against Cradilly, a superpower does some super damage.
Yes, Sidewave we've seen constantly go into Azumarill and just chip away, chip away, chip away. And because Azumarill takes so long to get to its charge attack, sometimes that can be all the momentum that the Malamar trainer needs in order to unleash their charge attacks and get the battle in play. Taking a look at Ripperli's side, however, as well, we might have another battle of the Flyers here with Talonflame and the Galarian Moltres. What do you think?
This is going to be a very interesting battle of the Flyers. I do think that the Galarian Moltres kind of always has some play. Like you have again on the side of Chris, no flying type resist. So if you get to a Fly, if you get to a Brave Bird, and if you don't have shields on the other side, it is going to hurt.
I think that's the difference with Shadow Talonflame and the Charizard. You have Incinerate, that's such a heavy-hitting fast attack, but it is quite slow to get to. Takes, I think, 2.5 seconds to be able to reach. And you don't have access to something like the Blast Burn, but you can still hit hard with those flying type moves. Let's take a look at this match as we jump into it. It is my friend Malamar versus the Azumarill.
This is such an interesting matchup because actually Malamar is quite alright in a two-shield scenario because you are going to have that fast move pressure. But do we see a swap here? I expected that we want to see a swap into that Charger Bug, which is going to be a better matchup. But what we see in the back as well is going to be that Talonflame here, where Azumarill kind of likes to go up against.
Nice little Brave Charger Bug as well, staying in on the field against the Marowak, but it very quickly got to this X-Scissor and does do a huge amount of damage to Marowak in return. But Marowak is in the position with these Mud Slaps to farm up some energy and now can apply some pressure of its own.
We're going to see the Rock Slide straight away, which is necessary in order to take down this Charger Bug, but we're going to see the shield coming up, and so quite a bit more energy is going to go to waste there.
Chris preserving it, going for these Volt Switches. As you said, it's recently had a buff as well, so even though it's into a Marowak, it's giving the energy that Charger Bug needs in order to get to this X-Scissor.
This is going to be a very close matchup, even though you have an Electric type against a Ground type Pokemon, just because of the part Bug typing on that Charger Bug. But we're going to see now, Charger Bug might be in range already to go down to this one Bone Club.
I think this is okay, though. You don't necessarily want to utilize your final Press Seal, considering that you have two Shadow Pokemon in that backline for Chris. The Malamar now in play. The Foul Play is going to be able to connect onto the Marowak.
But definitely for the Malamar, a problem is going to be that Azumarill. Azumarill is going to come in here again, and it's going to be able to take those moves. But we're going to see the swap out here now into the Talonflame, getting in that free Incinerate, though.
Let's have a look how much damage this Ice Beam is going to do to the Talonflame in the sky. Takes it down to about a third off. And now straight away, the bubbles. They're the critical thing that Azumarill is able to do to the Talonflame. But Fly in play, but not before another Ice Beam. You have to shield this to keep it in the game.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup. We're likely going to see here either a swap or the shield on the Azumarill, because soon there's going to be that Fly, of course, coming through here on this Pokemon. But actually, we see it swap here into the Credilli, taking the damage for that Azumarill instead.
And this Talonflame going for that Fly is going to be able to connect this down onto the opposing Cradilly, do a significant amount of damage, and back to back, able to go for it again.
This Fly is going to do a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough to knock it out, and we're going to see the undercharge here as well. That's a very, very interesting play. As we see this swap here, we're going to see the Malamar coming in, and Malamar has a lot of energy, has 2 charge moves stored, and is going to go up against that Azumarill here, but Azumarill has an Ice Beam already as well.
Yeah, as you said, Malamar has to find a way through this Azumarill. The Talonflame undercharging to give the Malamar a few more Psy Waves of energy, but that shield goes up on the Azumarill. It's not able to find its mark, but Azumarill primed with that Ice Beam. Chris not looking happy at this.
Is this Ice Beam going to be actually enough, though, to knock out this Malamar? It's going to be very, very close, but it's not going to be enough.
It hangs on, and it's able to go for another charge attack here, the Superpower.
Is this going to be enough, though? It's going to be resisted damage. We're going to see not actually all the balls coming through, because Chris knows this is not going to be enough to knock out an Azumarill anyway.
Yeah, going into a Fairy type, it's just not meant to be. You kind of get excited seeing the charge attacks there, but both of them not ideal into Azumarill.
Absolutely. Well, it was a little bit of a tough lead there for Chris. Of course, that Malamar didn't really want to face up against the Azumarill. Azumarill kind of always got the alignment there as well. I'm curious if you're going to see another time the Malamar here. I think Malamar has a bit of, I don't know, a little bit of a weakness there, because we also have that Charger Bug, which has access to that X-Scissor. And the one X-Scissor, I think Malamar doesn't really enjoy that with the typing it has.
Yeah, that's very true. You need to make sure Malamar is in a position where it is going to be able to thrive. Now, for these trainers, there's so much on the line. Ripperli, one game away from not only remaining in the tournament, but also from securing a medal here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships. Chris needs to find a way to equalize the score and win 2 games back-to-back in order to be in that position, getting a medal, advancing in the competition.
I'm curious if you're going to see here today maybe even the Dusclops now coming out, because we have actually quite a few Pokemon where it's quite alright against. Even against the Charger Bug, resisting the Bug type damage, kind of forcing to go for the Discharge, which does a little bit less damage than the Extra usually. It's going to be an interesting Pokemon to see here. Has actually quite a lot of neutral play, but of course it wouldn't want to face that Moltres.
I think on Ripperli's side as well, the Scissor is definitely a Pokemon that can thrive. You can get some good damage off with a bullet. punches, and as well, if you can get the Night Slash up, maybe even get a cheeky boost, that can give you so much momentum in this match.
We saw some boosts already on this Scissor today. There were quite some important ones as well. Yeah, maybe we're gonna see this here today as well. I think the Scissor looks really, really good though against Chris. The only Pokemon, of course, that you don't want to face there is going to be that Talonflame. I think Talonflame maybe has to come here.
I kind of agree with you. I think Talonflame's great into this matchup against Charjabug if you're able to get the energy up before it hits you with too many Volt Switches, and also if you can get the alignment on that Scissor, it is perfection play for Chris. But we're jumping into it, Pokemon trainers. That Dusclops is indeed there out on the field, facing down against Marowak.
And honestly, I think Dusclops looks really, really good here. We are going to have the Ice Punch. It's going to be super effective here in the lead matchup already. Do we see the swap? We see the swap here trying to catch the move onto the Azumarill. And now Azumarill is going to get weakened up a little bit, but we're very likely going to see soon the Charjabug coming in as well for Chris.
Yes, and it's not an Ice Punch. It is indeed going to be the Shadow Punch going down into that opposing Azumarill. A little bit of damage, but now Charjabug is here to play these Volt Switches, doing a huge amount of damage actually into this opposing Azumarill, getting lots of energy up on Chris's side.
With a buff this season, the Volt Switch really does so much damage, and this is also the main reason why we're going to see Charjabug here also on both teams as well. It's quite a common Pokemon. It just does so much against the current meta.
And we saw the Charjabug in Game 1 stand up to the opposing Marowak, so it's not going to worry too much about the Ice Beams coming through from the Azumarill. It knows it can take some of these and apply so much pressure back with the Discharge.
I think you have to go for another charge move though. Yes, we're going to see the Exeter coming through here in order to actually take down that Azumarill in time. And so Charjabug is going to be able to still stick around for a little bit and maybe go for another Exeter down the line.
This is really nice for Chris. I think it frees things up for Talonflame in the back a little bit later on. Charjabug once again finds itself down against its nemesis in the form of this Marowak, but has an answer for it. X-Scissor can come through. It will do a significant amount to Ripperli's Marowak, but not put it into too much of a danger zone, so Ripperli preserving those shields.
This is going to be a very interesting because now we're going to have a very bulky Pokemon on the field. We're going to have that Dusclops, and Dusclops has a lot of moves stored already. And we're going to see, yeah, Marowak going to go for the Bone Club. Still does alright damage, but it's not going to threaten any KO yet. But now there's going to be a Rock Slide coming up. Do we see a shield here? Rock Slide does a little bit more than a Bone Club.
I think you have so much energy on that Dusclops, you want to be able to utilize it. Rock Slide does get the KO. Dusclops is unable to unleash any of its attacks, and now Talonflame is in against this Cradily. So much HP on both sides of the field, but critically that Rock Tomb is going to be trying to get rid of the shields on Talonflame's side.
I really think that Chris only expected there that the Bone Club comes through, but the Rock Slide does just a tiny bit more damage, especially with this season where Rock Slide got a little bit of an attack buff there. It is such an interesting play there. Like, really, really well done from Ripperli, recognizing the potential to get that KO against the Dusclops there.
Timing is going to be everything in these next couple of moments, making sure that these Rock Tombs can be charged up, applying pressure to the Talonflame. But Talonflame, on the same way, can apply pressure with these flies. The shields are going left, right, and center, but who is going to be left vulnerable first?
Absolutely, Talonflame looks really, really good here right now. And we're going to see another Rock Tomb coming through, which is going to get the final shield here for sure. It will take down that Talonflame for sure. But maybe Ripperli going to try to catch a move here from the Talonflame. Maybe the only chance of winning this battle. We're going to see actually the swap out here straight away. And we're going to have the swap out onto that Charjabug.
Charjabug comes in and takes this Bone Club attack. You saw how much energy was left on that Talonflame in the back as soon as it comes in.
The composure here from Chris. Like, absolutely fantastic gameplay here again. We're going to see another fast move coming through from the Talonflame, and now I do think that the Cradily is not going to appreciate the fly that's coming in now.
Definitely not when it has no energy, no shields. This is Talonflames for the taking. It takes to the sky, gets all of that energy powered up, ready to go, connects down onto the Cradily, and Chris is able to equal the score.
That was so well done by Chris. Also, just the swap at the end, not only keeping the composure, but also what you do at the same time is clearing the debuff on the Talonflame to enable you to have that fly that can KO the Cradily, because before, with all the debuffs from the Rock Tomb, that would have never done enough damage.
That's such a great point, actually, because yes, it wasn't taking the damage from the Rock Tomb, but the attack drops were constantly coming through, and that can be so detrimental in those last couple of seconds, particularly if maybe the switch timer hadn't been in favor, you wouldn't have been able to switch it out, but everything aligned perfectly for Chris to enable this equalizer. Now, one game is what separates these trainers from a medal.
Absolutely, and this is going to be a very exciting game. I'm curious on how they're going to adjust. I think the Dusclops would have had a lot of play there as well, but again, the surprising KO there from Ripperli, that was really, really well done there as well. At the end of the day, it wasn't enough for that battle, but I think it was such a good play there.
I think it definitely put Chris on the back foot a little bit. Dusclops was looking so strong, it had so much energy, and if it had been able to hang on, you could have already unleashed a charge attack and gained more momentum and maybe more confidently finished out this game. But even though, yes, Dusclops went down, I think it still put in a lot of work and set Chris up for this victory.
Absolutely, it took a lot of energy from the Pokemon from Ripperli, which was mainly the thing I think that the Dusclops was supposed to do there. It has so much bulk, it can take so many moves, and now Game 3, I think we're ready for it. The trainers are look to be set in there as well, and let's take a look on what we're going to face here.
Yes, I wonder if there's going to be a way to stop Dusclops. It's out front and center, facing down against the Azumarill.
This is quite a neutral matchup here. We're going to have neutral damage, yeah, from both sides basically, but also with Shadow Punch coming in here as well. Every single time you go for a Shadow Punch, because we have 3 turn fast moves from each side basically, and the Azumarill gets the bubble through here.
Okay, so the bubbles are able to sneak through, but the Shadow Punches will be able to connect on this particular turn. No shields coming up. You can see it's not doing too much damage. Azumarill's quite happy to take them and bank some of that energy for later.
I'm curious what you're going to see here, the Shadow Punch. Maybe this was not, yeah, as we see as well, Chris is shaking that. I think he wants to go for the Ice Punch here, who would have done some super effective damage against that Credilli, but we're still going to see Ice Punch most likely here as well, because it's still going to do some super effective damage.
And actually those Hex enabling quite a lot of energy regeneration on the Dusclops. Yes, it didn't go for the Ice Punch last time. Now it is able to get that damage on the board.
And this might even be enough to put into range for another Ice Punch, but then again, we're going to have that debuff coming through here. No shield on the Dusclops. Of course, Dusclops is a Pokemon we mostly don't want to use the shields on because it has so much bulk anyway.
Yes, Rock Tomb still doing a sizable amount of damage, but this is the critical thing. How many Hexes do you need to get down before that Ice Punch is going to be able to enable the KO following the attack drop?
Is this going to be enough with that attack drop? I think it might actually be enough already to take down the Credilli, and yes, Dusclops is going to be able to align itself, and this is going to be crucial here.
Well, let's have a look. Dusclops going once again for the Ice Punch. Would love to find his mark down onto this Marowak and remove it from play, but Ripperli has that precious shield to utilize.
This is going to be a very, very interesting matchup. Here we're going to see the full fountain, of course, from that Marowak. Marowak has now so much energy, and we're going to have 2 Pokemon in the back that's going to be weak to the rock typing.
I mean, Dusclops spent so much time on the field in this Game 3. Finally, it's time for Chris to shake things up and bring that Talonflame into play, but there's no shield, and this is a Rock Slide.
Oh, this is not what Chris wants to see. This is going to be very, very crucial for this matchup. We're going to see the instant KO there onto that Talonflame, and now it's a Charger Bug, an electric type against the ground type here.
That was devastation for Chris. At least he was able to laugh through the pain as the Talonflame went down to the Rock Slide. Charger Bug now again in a position where it does not want to be. Bone Club is something that can threaten it. The Mud Slaps are hurting it already. Yes, it can go for the X's, but Ripperli still has that shield.
This was such a crucial moment there, hitting that Rock Slide and not going for the bait, which we saw a lot of times. We saw a lot of, especially Charizards, shielding the Bone Club here, went straight for the Rock Slide and did the right decision with that. The Talonflame went down straight away, and now it's a Charge Bug, a Bug and an Electric type against the Ground type, and it's going to be very, very tough here.
Marowak is always winning these mind games against the flying fire type Pokemon. Charger Bug doing its best though, is able to go for the X-Scissor into that Marowak, is able to secure the KO, but this Azumarill has so much HP remaining and it has energy.
Yeah, the energy is going to be crucial as well. We're going to have that Play Rough coming through. This is going to be enough to pull it into one bubble range, and this is going to be it. Ripperli is going to be able to take this game.
Congratulations, Ripperli. You advance on in the competition. You earn yourself a medal, and you do it with such tremendous style with that Marowak. So bold, so confident, getting the calls right.
Ripperli, generally a player who took a break from competing in those tournaments, and now coming back with this performance. I wonder if he can take it all. Like, he looks really, really confident. He has so many great games so far. I like his team. I think he's really confident with his team. I think he is like basically perfecting there.
Honestly, I love the team as well, and I like the way that he's so easily able to switch through his Pokemon and have so much presence on the field. I also love this camaraderie between all of our Pokemon Go trainers, the way after a match, no matter how it goes, there's that team spirit and positive energy between them.
Absolutely. That was a fantastic matchup though. Like, this was such a close one again. Like, we see so many close matchups right now, and honestly, the players play so well. Like, they play so well. They play basically every matchup perfectly, and it's really entertaining to watch as well. And again, I love the Rock Slide. I love that Rock Slide against the Talonflame. We saw so many times this regional already where Bone Club got shielded by a flying type. And so here, we decided to go for the no shield, and that didn't really pay off for Chris.
Yeah, for Chris, the Malamar didn't pay off in Game 1 either. You can see it here trying its best to deal with this Azumarill, but Azumarill was able to come out on top. So in Game 2, it really came down to this adaptation on Chris's side, using the Dusclops and the Talonflame to be able to be victorious and even out the score. The Marowak here was able to get some decent damage onto that Charger Bug, but we know that Chris was able to come back into it.
Absolutely, and here we're gonna see that crucial moment. There are 2 shields on the Talonflame side, and we're gonna see the Rock side straight away hitting through those 2 shields. What a bold move by Ripperli. And we see here as well the reaction of the trainers looking up, laughing there as well, because they couldn't believe it really either that this actually happened.
And it's one of those moments as well, like I'm glad that Chris can kind of laugh through it because it is a coin flip at the end of the day. You have to make that decision. There's only one of 2 options of what could be coming its way. And in that moment, Chris had the instinct that it was going to be a bone club, and unfortunately for him, it wasn't.
To be fair, I think most of the times we see the other move coming through, the bone club coming through. So, like, I understand why the no shit happened there, especially when you have 2 shields on the side on a Talonflame that's going to be threatened by the Rock side. But again, shouts to Ripperli there as well. Doing this play, like, he had a lot to win there, and actually not that much to lose. It's only like around like a bit more energy than that bone club.
And it felt difficult for Ripperli at the beginning because that Dustclops just kind of sat on the field. It wasn't going anywhere. It was able to get to its charge attacks reasonably fast, and particularly with the Ice Punch pressure, that made it a little bit difficult for that Marowak. But then as soon as the Dustclops was dealt with, Talonflame came in, and Marowak was like, I'm on a roll. I've taken down the Dustclops. I'm going to take you down too, Talonflame.
I think Marowak so far definitely has been the starter of the entire tournament. There were so many battles where the Marowak was the Pokemon that was able to basically take down all the games. So always kind of lurking in the back, being able to close out those games with the coverage it has. It's such a strong Pokemon.
I kind of keep changing my mind about my MVP of the tournament. Obviously, we know Gastradon's there, but I've loved Charizard, I've loved Tinkaton, and one Pokemon that can actually deal with both of those reasonably well is the Marowak, respectively. So Marowak, I think, is now taking center stage for me.
Yeah, maybe not. I still think Wigglytuff is also a Pokemon that we have to kind of talk about. This Pokemon is going to be also something that we're still going to see very likely in this tournament. So, gonna be curious on if this Pokemon is going to also perform that well, maybe even gonna be a regional champion.
But this is a big part of it as well. All of us have maybe the different Pokemon that we're rooting for, and within the community itself, there are so many different Pokemon that people want to utilize, maybe have as a signature Pokemon, and Community Day is a fantastic way to pick up a Pokemon that is a highlight in Pokemon Go. Community Day is starting right now.
We are going to get an entire new move on Florges as well, which is going to be very important for the PvP matchups generally. It's going to be a water-type coverage move in that Chicken Water. They are going to be able to also drop the attack, which we saw a lot of times already here as well with moves like Icy Wind. Very similar, most likely played, and it's going to be a very, very good Pokemon to pick up.
Yeah, so please make sure to continue watching the broadcast. You don't want to miss any of the competitive Pokemon Go aspect, but make sure to go out as well and engage with your community and catch some of these Pokemon to get that unique move eventually on Florges.
Absolutely. And yeah, like it's maybe Florges is going to be a Pokemon that you're going to see eventually as well here.
It's had its time across some of the other games as well, you know, being a fairy type, and it gives it a lot of flexibility. We're seeing fairy types do pretty well at the moment, you know, with the Wigglytuff and the Tinkaton, so maybe one to watch out for the future. But speaking of the future, we are now in our winners finals. These trainers are undefeated. They have stopped at nothing to get to this point.
This is going to be such an exciting battle, and I like both of the teams here as well. I think both players have such a unique team, and what a winners finals is going to be now.
Both of these trainers have some really unique Pokemon. You've got the Giratina and Inadequins side, and that Blastoise that was showcased so beautifully earlier today. Alfie as well. That Togekiss, really great Pokemon to be able to be in play, and you've been talking about it this weekend a lot.
Absolutely, Togekiss has been absolutely phenomenal for Alfie, and if you looked at the last matchup that he had as well, Togekiss was the MVP there. Togekiss was able to take down so many Pokemon, and with that Packer, with that Psyshock, with that Aura-Sphere especially, this Pokemon has great coverage, and here we're going to take a look at the Giratina again on the Inadequins team here. This Pokemon was also really strong in the last matchup.
I think Giratina has some play here as well, particularly if Inadequins can set it up for success where it can come in at the end, maybe have a shield for a little bit of flexibility, and it can do some significant damage. Ancient Power into something like the Shadow Charizard on the other side, or even into the Togekiss, can be devastating, and it has a decent matchup against Gastradon too.
Absolutely, the Giratina was really, really strong before. We saw already in the last matchups for Inadequins where the Giratina was able to take down a Talonflame with just a one hit with that Ancient Power, and here we're going to see the other team, Togekiss and the Dunsparce as well. Dunsparce is a Pokemon we haven't seen a lot either, but I think it's a great pick for the current meta, having access to Rollout, but Driven and Rockset as well, but also that normal typing is great against the Ghost types in this meta.
Yeah, Dunsparce does have a lot of flexibility here. I think as well for the Giratina, you might think, okay, Togekiss, Fairy type, that's going to be good against the Giratina, but there are no Fairy type moves being run on this particular set. Corsola, on the other hand, does have that Ghost typing. It has the potential to maybe deal something back with the Nightshade, but it also has to watch out for Giratina itself.
Absolutely. Let's see here. It's going to be a best of 5 as well. It's going to be a finals. It's going to be a Giratina up here against a Gastradon.
Gastradon's on the field against Giratina. Now, I know Giratina generally has the edge here, but there's perfect opportunity to utilize some fast attacks and get some energy on the board.
This is true. Of course, the charge moves are going to be resisted against that Giratina, both water as well as the normal typing. It's not going to be great against a Ghost and Dragon, but you're going to see the Dragonfly coming through. How much damage is this going to do?
Alfie lets it come through, does a significant amount to that Gastradon, but it's farming up lots of energy and banks that for later. Now we are going to see the two rollout Pokemon throwing some stones at each other with the Blastoise and the Dunsparce.
We saw the swap out at the same time from both players. This is such an interesting moment now because neither of them really knew what was going to happen now, but Blastoise in here again. Blastoise was already very, very strong for the Inadequins in the last battle that we saw, and here it's going to try to do the same again.
And it can take a lot of these attacks from the Dunsparce reasonably well. The fact that this Blastoise is able to take a few attacks does give it a lot of flexibility and a lot of time to get to those powerful Hydro Cannons. It's actually, I think, with that last rollout, maybe at 2 of them already.
I do think that this is also Inadequins' plan. I think he wants to hit another Hydro Cannon and then try to source the 1-4 afterwards. And as you can see here as well, the Drill Run is not going to be enough to knock out this Blastoise, but is this Hydro Cannon going to be enough? Oh, never mind. It's going to be the Skull Bash trying to boost the defense of this Blastoise.
Just trying to get all the damage on the board it can. The Skull Bash secures the KO and the defense comes in as well. That'll give it a little bit of flexibility against these Astonishers, but it only can hang on for one more of them.
But here we see as well where the defense buff there actually came in clutch. Was able to survive those fast moves and just get to this Hydro Cannon to get quite some significant damage against the Gastradon.
Blastoise goes down, but now Gastradon is indeed on the field. It now has to face down against that Corsola that was able to fell the Blastoise previously. Nightshade will come through. Inadequins really holding on to these shields.
Well, of course, against that Corsola here. But as you can see as well, we also see a swap straight away into the Gastradon. And we're going to have Gastradon against Gastradon, and we have also the two different forms of it.
It's the ultimate battle of the Gastradons out there on the field. The shield goes up on Inadequins' side, not wanting the East Coast variant to fall it. Now we're going to see the Giratina come back into play.
This Water Pulse, while it's resisted, actually still going to do some solid damage though. Like, Water Pulse is not a bad move at all. And also, of course, the same type as the Gastradon, doing a little bit more there. And as you can see as well, the Giratina is quite low already.
There's so much energy on that Giratina though, but Alfie has 2 shields to utilize as well, so there are 2 possibilities for this Corsola to hang on. However, we know that Ancient Power can sometimes get up to a few tricks.
Absolutely. Do we see the tricks here? We do see the tricks, actually. And this is going to do a little bit more damage now with that Shadow Claw from that Giratina. And now it's down to Gastradon against that Corsola.
Oh, amazing to be able to see the boost come through, but the Giratina didn't have enough time left to utilize them. It's now going to come down to this Gastradon facing down against the Corsola. Corsola utilizing that shield on Alfie's side.
And this is going to be it. The Gastradon is actually going to be able to win this battle here with a Water Pulse. Corsola will go down, and Inadequins is going to be able to secure the first battle here.
Remember, this is winners finals. It's a best of 5, so there's still a long way to go. But the combination, the synergy of Giratina and Gastradon was able to secure this Game 1 victory.
A lot of Gastradon action for sure in this first battle there. And yeah, I found it quite interesting because that Gastradon matchup in the lead there against the Giratina, it's actually really good for that Giratina because the charge moves are all going to be resisted. And so, yeah, I think Giratina is a Pokemon that you mostly going to see quite often here against Alfie's team. The only Pokemon that can really deal with it is, I guess, like the Dunsparce, which can resist the fast move a bit more. But then again, like, basically all of the Pokemon have a bit of a weakness to the Giratina.
I felt for the Dunsparce as well because it found its alignment against that Blastoise and it just wasn't able to really get a lot of damage down, particularly with the Blastoise raising its defenses. It just put Inadequins in such a strong position. I mean, there were boosts galore on there, the Giratina and the Blastoise.
Absolutely, but definitely the Skull Bash play there helped Inadequins out a lot. Getting the Hydro Cannon off against Corsola really helped her to get this Pokemon a little bit lower, and Blastoise shows why it's here. Like, definitely a Pokemon that maybe some trainers kind of underestimated here before.
What I really like is how he's brought it and shown that it's not kind of there to be cool, it's not there to be a gimmick, it's there to actually have a solid role within the team. And I really like the way that it's able to flexibly support maybe the more vulnerable Pokemon like the Giratina.
Absolutely. Like, Blastoise was able to take so many hits there, especially like from the Dunsparce already. Like, the Drill Runs didn't do enough damage to really threaten it at all. 2 Drill Runs were not enough to knock it out, and maybe we're going to see a little bit more action of that Blastoise as well in the next game.
Yes, and if Blastoise is coming, I think on Alfie's side, you're going to need to find a way through it. Maybe something like the Cradilly, having that Grass Knot, it could be a nice way to get some damage onto that water type. But Gastradon front and center for Inadequins, one of his new favorite Pokemon, up against the Dunsparce.
And we're gonna see the straight swap out again into the Gastrodon. What is happening here? Do we see a Body Slam coming through, or do we see just the Water Pulse? The Water Pulse, of course, going to be the harder hitting move. It's going to get shielded by Gastrodon.
Trainers at home, which Gastrodon are you rooting for? Gastrodon on Inadequins side is going to be able to connect down into the one on Alfie's. That shield was up in play. It can now get all of this energy up against the Blastoise, but it can't really do too much to it.
It really can't do too much to it. Of course, you resist the rollout from the Blastoise, but the Body Slam here is just not really doing a lot of damage against the Blastoise. So maybe even you kind of want to try to get out of this matchup again? I'm not too sure.
I feel like both of these Pokemon going for their fast attacks are just there to get lots and lots of energy on the board. Gastrodon maybe trying to capitalize on this, putting it down into the yellow zone with that Body Slam, but now Blastoise is in a position where Gastrodon is vulnerable.
And we're going to see another Skull Bash, but we're going to see the shield come up this time around. There's going to be a lot of energy that's going to go into this shield.
A lot of energy used, but that defense boost has come into play. But that said, the Mud Slaps are still stacking up. Blastoise has the utility to go for this Hydro Cannon. There are no shields remaining on Alfie's side. Gastrodon has no choice but to take the attack.
I think Gastrodon is still bulky enough to take this attack. Yes, of course. And we're going to see now that there is still the Water Pulse on it. So it's 1 HP here.
It was able to farm it down. The other Gastrodon comes in and Water Pulse is able to be unleashed. This Gastrodon is holding on with everything it's got.
This is doing a lot of damage here, though. And we're going to see which Pokemon are we going to see, actually? We're going to see the Cradilly, and we're going to have the Scizor straight away against it. And also, the Dunsparce is not too great with it because we see 2 shields on the Scizor for Inadequins.
Oh, that's the thing. I love the Cradilly going down against the Gastrodon, but then Scizor comes in with the bullet punches, and now things are looking a little bit difficult for Alfie. There are no shields on that side of the field. Scizor is going for this Trailblaze. Yes, it does a huge amount of damage, but also gets that attack boost.
This is a guaranteed boost, and it's going to help out so much. And we see already, Alfie is not even going to go for any charge move anymore. He knows that Scizor is going to be too tough to take down, and again, it's a great team call from Inadequins. Being able to keep the Scizor in the back there with those 2 shields was crucial to win this matchup here.
So much energy on Inadequins' side, able to go 2-0 so far in this best of 5. One more game, and Inadequins will be advancing into our grand finals.
Do we see the Togekiss? Togekiss would have some options, at least against that Gastradon on the Inadequins side, which we saw already twice at this point. I do think it's kind of struggling against most of the other Pokemon here on the team.
I think that's the thing. Yes, it's great against the Gastrodon, but we've seen how devastating that Scizor can be. And if those bullet punches are landing onto the Togekiss, it's going to give it really difficult room to maneuver. Yes, there's Aura Sphere, I guess, but other than that, I don't know what Togekiss is doing.
Yeah, and also the Blasters again. The rollout is going to do some super effective damage. We're going to have the Hydro Cannon, which is just going to do some neutral damage, but it's going to add up on it. So I'm curious if we're going to see it. I doubt it we're going to see it. Even though it's such a cool Pokemon, but I don't know. Which Pokemon would you bring if you're Alfie?
I like Alfie's selection. I just think the alignment is what is giving him the disadvantage. The Dunsparce, for example, using that Drill Run into the Giratina would be really, like, it would just be nice to get some damage down. But also, you need to find a way to get through that Scizor, and that's what I'm really struggling with. Maybe Charizard. Charizard could be the play. Let's go Charizard.
Maybe Charizard. Charizard has been the play for a lot of players so far this tournament. But again, I feel like Inadequins' team is so unique, it's very tough to prepare for it. Like, they have basically answers against everything. You're going to have here, for example, again, that Blasters, which you saw so many times already. Are you really want to bring a Charizard into that?
I don't think you want to, but if you can get the alignment in play, that could be really, really nice. I mean, with the Dunsparce, I like the way it has the bulk. I like the way it can threaten with, you know, Rock Slide and Drill Run, but the Pokemon that Inadequins are bringing really don't care about that. Maybe bench that Dunsparce and bring Charizard. It's risky, yes, but you are also on the winner's side of the bracket.
I feel like Dunsparce mainly performs well when you have super effective damage with it. Here we're going to see again Gastradon.
Yes, Gastradon front and center up against the Blastoise. It looks like Alfie is going for very similar Pokemon from the rest of the set, but Inadequins has shaken things up a bit. Giratina lurking in the back for later as Blastoise steals the show right now with his Hydro Cannon.
This still looks quite well for Alfie here because the fast move of the Gastrodon is adding up onto the Blast as well. And as you can see as well, you might even be able to take 2 Hydro Cannons. But yeah, again, we don't really have that much pressure with the Body Slams here.
Yeah, Body Slam not going to be doing too much, but maybe it can put it down into the yellow. Just leave it a little bit more vulnerable for later on. Critically as well, there's a decent amount of energy on that Gastradon, but the same can be said for this Blastoise. Now, I don't know if Gastradon can take one more Hydro Cannon, but do you want to use those precious shields?
We see the no-shit coming through, and the Hydro Cannon is not going to be able to take down the Gastradon, and we see the Body Slam coming through now. Is it going to be enough to knock out the Blastoise, though?
I think this is going to be close, and the issue is if it's going to be able to get a Mud Slap to follow up, if it's not enough, but it does manage to fell the Titan. That is Blastoise. Now the Giratina comes in, however, gets its revenge. Inadequins not looking too happy, but it has got rid of one of Alfie's Pokemon.
The thing is here, Alfie is going to be able to have perfect alignment. We're still going to see, of course, that Credilli in the back with the super effective acid against that Wigglytuff later, but here Inadequins is showcasing that the matchup is actually not that bad because we have a lot of damage coming through from the Dragonclaw this season now.
Yes, Dragonclaw has been buffed coming into this, and it is going to be able to whittle away through this opposing Dunsparce, but Dunsparce is able to find its mark. This Drill Run going down into the Giratina.
This is going to do some solid damage here against the Giratina. Another Drill Run might even be enough to knock it out already, but because there's a swap out here as well into that Wigglytuff, and we have the Acid coming in now with the Credilli, and of course we have access to the move Rock Tomb, but also still that Wigglytuff has access to the move Icy Wind, which is going to be super effective against the Credilli.
This is where the shields are going to come into play. Going straight up on Credilli's side, doesn't want to have to take this damage from the Icy Wind, knowing that the Credilli and these acids are so important to deal damage to the opposing Wigglytuff at the same time. The Rock Tombs can come through. Even if a shield's in play, we've seen how important that attack debuff can be.
This is going to be a very, very interesting matchup here because both Pokemon are dropping each other's attacks, so they're going to do less and less damage here. And we see another Rock Tomb coming through, another shield coming up for that Wigglytuff. I'm curious on what Inadequins is going to do here now.
Another one of Inadequins' signature Pokemon in the form of this Wigglytuff, and he's protecting it with all he's got and those shields. Giratina rejoins the fray. Dragonclaw is ready, but Dunsparce gets there first.
That Drill Run is going to be close to being enough to knock it out. I'm not too sure if it's going to be enough, though. It's just barely not enough, and we see the Dragonclaw coming through now from Inadequins. I wonder if we're going to see a no-shit here.
That's the thing. Where do you want to keep your shield? Possibly on the Credilli in the back. Dragonclaw comes down, but Dunsparce is able to hang on, able to get one more. I don't know if it was even able to connect it. It tried its best, but Credilli in play. Lots of energy now. There are no shields remaining on Inadequins' side, so Credilli has the opportunity to go for this Rock Tomb, fully undercharging it.
And I think this is a very, very smart play by Alfie here, going for the Rock Tomb, securing that we get the KO here, but also he knows there's going to be still the Icy Wind coming through from that Wigglytuff, and we still have a shield in play. Can we get to the Rock Tomb in time? We can, and this is going to be enough to knock out this Wigglytuff, taking the game here for Alfie.
Oh, it was getting so intense on Wigglytuff's side of the field with that energy going up, but the Rock Tomb finds its mark, is able to get the knockout, and Alfie gets some scores on the doors.
This was an amazing battle again. Like, Credilli there at the end. It was perfectly played by Alfie. Keeping it around like this. Also, going for the charge move still against that Giratina was really important there, just to secure that you still have the shield left there, so you don't have to get hit by that Icy Wind.
I liked as well, you know, Inadequins has used this Blastoise so well throughout this set so far. But in this game 3 that we just saw, I feel like Alfie had a good way to try and counter it. The Gastradon was able to sit there, take the Hydro Cannons really well. I think it took 2 of them in the end there, and just kept chipping away at Blastoise, so it wasn't a threat for the remaining Pokemon.
The lead matchup was really important here for Alfie for sure. Was definitely way better than the 2 matches previously, and the Blastoise still seems to be such a threat though to Alfie's team. Blastoise was super strong still there, but of course against Gastradon came on top there, was the Pokemon that was able to win this battle, and let's see on how that's gonna go for the next one. I wonder on how the players are going to adjust here again.
I find it quite interesting that the one match that Inadequins didn't bring the Gastradon to was the match he's lost so far. So I'm very much expecting to see it come into the next game, if that's the way you want to play it, let's say.
Absolutely, and I'm also curious if we're going to see the Shadow Caesar again there, because I feel like it is quite unlikely to see the Charizard, but then again, maybe you have to take those risks. Like, as Alfie, I don't know, like, you kind of have to predict on what Inadequins is going to do here. We saw already, of course, at Wigglytuff, where also the Charizard would have a lot of play against.
That's the thing, you've got to make sure that if you're taking that risk, the reward is paid off on the opposing side. Blastoise is out once again for Inadequins, really having a lot of faith in this Pokemon coming down against the Corsola.
This is going to be, again, a very neutral matchup. You're going to have a little bit more fast move pressure here with the Astonish from that Galarian Corsola, but the Blastoise is just going to be able to get to those Hydro Cannons away faster, and Hydro Cannon is just doing so much damage.
Hydro Cannon can be relentless. Corsola able to soak that up though, has lots of energy of its own on the board, and can now retaliate with this Night Slash. Inadequins knows that the Blastoise can take one of these, but you want to make sure that once again, your Blastoise doesn't get lost early on.
This is going to be very, very interesting. There's another Hydro Cannon already stored, and the Nightshade is going to be there as well, but we're going to see the extra fast move here for Alfie. Do you see a shield here? I think it can still take another hit.
I think it can take one more, but it looks like there's almost a second Hydro Cannon ready to go on that Blastoise. Just one more rollout needed to secure it. If you want to use it, though, you need to shield against this Night/Inadequins. Maybe trying to decide whether the shields are better utilized on this Shadow Pokemon he's got lurking in the back. Blastoise goes down, and now it's going to be all out on the offensive for Inadequins.
We got to see here the Giratina coming in, and the swap straight away into the Gastradon. And I think this is actually really good for Alfie, because you're still going to have the Charizard in the back. And while, yes, the charge moves are going to be resisted here, this is still a very solid matchup for Alfie. The fast move is going to do a lot of damage, the Mudslap are just hurting that Giratina quite a bit.
This is the thing, if Gastradon can contend with this Giratina and Parv open a victory for the Charizard, then when Scissor joins the field, Charizard's going to have a field day. But it's still a bit of an uphill climb for Gastradon. It isn't able to land that Water Pulse, but critically gets a shield away from Inadequins.
This shield is actually going to be quite smart from Inadequins. I think you kind of need to keep the health on that Giratina. Now we see the no shield. It's going to be just a double resisted body slam from the Gastradon.
Just in the nick of time here, you weren't able to get to the Water Pulse in time before you go down, but at least this way it was a little bit more chip on Giratina. Now, if you are that Corsola, you can always start going for the Astonish, but the Giratina has the Shadow Claw. That's going to be devastating.
It's going to be interesting. Do we see the Charizard coming in? Yes, but we have the Ancient Power already stored, and we're close to another one as well on that Giratina. But of course, at this point, the Charizard is the only Pokemon that Alfie can rely on. It's the only Pokemon with a lot of HP left. There's still, of course, that Corsola, but Corsola is really, really low. And we see the next Ancient Power coming through as well. We're going to have another shield coming up here for sure.
Alfie's got to use those shields back to back. They're both gone. Inadequins has removed them from play, but Charizard has been able to use this opening to get some energy up on the board, and there is the Scissor. The critical thing, though, is there's still one shield on Inadequins' side, and if on this Shadow Charizard the Ember cannot put in the work, then Scissor's going to be able to claim the game.
We're going to have here the Air Cutter coming in. Do we get the boost here? This might be crucial for this matchup. We don't see the boost, and we also see the Composure on the Inadequins' side, and I'm fairly certain that Scissor is going to be able to get the move off here, and yes, there is going to be the Night Surge. Is this going to be enough to knock out the Shadow Charizard?
Is Inadequins going to be able to advance into our grand finals here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships? Yes, he is! Our first finalist, Inadequins!
That was so well played. The Scissor was so strong there at the end. But also, I really enjoyed the Charizard play there. I think it was the right choice to bring this Pokemon at the end of the day. Actually, the Pokemon which really sealed the game there was that Giratina from Inadequins. The signature Pokemon coming in clutch here again, putting him into the grand finals.
I mean, that's one of the beautiful things that you get to see about Pokemon. This is a Pokemon that Inadequins has trusted time and time again, and it has never let him down, and today is no different.
Absolutely. The Ancient Power coverage on this Pokemon helps within the meta so much, because you have, of course, all those flying type Pokemon, and especially something like a Charizard doesn't really appreciate it.
But I fully agree with you as well. I like the Charizard coming in there. It was a little bit risky, and when you saw the Scissor on the other side, you were almost thinking, oh, this is great, he's got the call correct. But Inadequins was able to be so flexible with that Giratina that it just meant that Charizard wasn't able to get into the position it wanted to be.
Absolutely, and of course, we also saw the Air Cutter had the chance to boost, could have made it decide the battle a little bit differently there as well. It's always kind of interesting with the Charizard there. Has a lot of potential, but of course, also that weakness and also not that much build. But we're going to see, again, Gastradon going for the charge moves. Gastradon going to be able to take this battle home here with that Water Balls.
I mean, this Pokemon was on 25% of our Day 2 teams for a reason. It was fantastic to see them both show down against each other, but also we had some intense moments like this with the Bullet Seeds going down into the Cradilly, giving Inadequins such an advantage in that game too.
This was such a good matchup though as well. I really enjoyed it here as well. We're going to have that Wigglytuff was really well done by Alfie here in order to take this game home there. Really well played with that Cradilly, taking out that Wigglytuff here right now. Also taking out before that Giratina with it. Very, very well played there from Alfie.
Well played from both of our trainers. And one of the lovely things about this double elimination tournament is Alfie is not knocked out yet. He will just go down to the losers finals. And with our next match, the losers semis, we'll find out who he'll be competing with to try and still get into that grand finals.
Absolutely. Alfie is still not out here. He still can even take revenge against the Inadequins there. Maybe gonna go into the grand final as well. Get the reset. Who knows?
And we've seen storylines like that before. Padaman and Beelzeboy at the World Championships. Padaman was the victor in the winners finals, but then, you know, lost the grand finals to his opponent.
Absolutely. That Moltres there was very difficult for Padaman to deal with. But I think Padaman is still in here as well, so we'll see on how he's gonna do.
Well, Padaman will be coming up next against Ripperli in our losers semis. So we'll be going back to a best of 3 to be able to determine which of those trainers will face down against Alfie in the losers finals best of 5.
It's gonna be a very exciting game. I can't wait for it. Padaman, of course, a player that has already won so many tournaments, has been so good as well in the World Championship. He really wants to have this title here as well. And already in the loser's bracket, but he can definitely still get into the grand finals here. We're going to see the trainers already on the screen. And again, we're going to have a quite interesting team for Padaman, in my opinion. Again, also that Wigglytuff, which is, I think, a very, very strong Pokemon in this format.
Yes, Wigglytuff definitely has a lot of prowess with that charm, having got the boost. And if it can go into something like that Shadow Moltres, it can be in such a prime position. But as we've seen before as well, if it aligns with something like a bullet punching Scissor, then it can be devastation. Taking a look at Padaman's team, which Pokemon do you think he absolutely has to bring?
Oh, I do think we kind of want to see that Marowak here. I think Marowak is a Pokemon that just, if you put into the right position, which Padaman is great at doing, you just have so much play with it. The coverage it has, especially if you have it like somewhere in the back and keep the shields out, this Pokemon can destroy entire teams.
I think we've seen as well how well versed Padaman is with that Shadow Marowak, and he's able to utilize it so well in matches, putting the shields in the right place, getting the right calls with Bone Club or Rock Slide, and it's going to be a showcase to behold if he's able to pull that off again in this losers semis.
I'm also curious about the Shadow Scissor. Like, we saw a lot of times where this Pokemon was able to take home matches. It's like a Pokemon that, if you have it in the right matchup, you completely can sweep games as well because of the damage output of this Pokemon.
Yes, and the Goodra, again a Pokemon we have championed a lot behind the desk here. Dragon Breath being so good at getting all that energy up to give the versatility to the charge attack moves in the back. And I think as well, if you're able to get some Aqua Tails down onto the Marowak on the opposing side, that could be beneficial.
We see here the Moltres, of course, on that side here from Ripperli as well. A Pokemon that Padaman doesn't really like too much, I think. But it's going to be a Pokemon that maybe doesn't even have as much play against Padaman's team because Padaman has a lot of coverage against those flying-type Pokemon. But again, here we see also the Shadow Scissor.
Yes, and Shadow Scissor we have seen before have really great positioning into a match. One other thing that I like to see is the Charger Bug. Charger Bug with this Volt Switch that's also had a buff can be really devastating into any potential flyers. But if we take a look at Padaman's side, there's not a lot in the sky.
Yeah, there is not a lot in the sky for sure. I'm curious though on what the player's going to run here. They are going to be... It's going to be very, very interesting. I think the Goodra is such a good Pokemon here as well. Again, like the coverage this Pokemon has. I'm just curious, like the Aqua Tail has been so great for this Pokemon against the Marowak. It's like Padaman's main way of dealing with this Pokemon because otherwise, Marowak can be quite strong against this team.
I'm looking forward to seeing which of these trainers is going to be able to advance into the losers finals. Remember, the one who is not victorious here will be knocked out of the competition, so there's still so much to play for. They've made it so far through day 1, through day 2, but now there's just a few more matches to go before we will find out who our champion will be at the end of the day.
And we're also going to see here again the 2 Charger Bug. Honestly, this is a Pokemon that we've seen quite often already. It's a Pokemon that is surprisingly, at least for some players, quite high up here, but I think it's such a good Pokemon. It has been proven why it's here. It is really, really good as well, even against the Scissor, being able to resist the fast moves, which is like kind of what you really want to have here. It's going to be interesting to see what the players are going to decide here.
You know, a Pokemon I worry about is the Azumarill a little bit. It has some good potential, but at the same time, you don't want to get hit by something like the Volt Switch coming through from the Charger Bug. That can put you into a difficult spot, as well as the Scissor. It's going to be the Goodra for Padaman, however, and the Scissor coming out for Ripperli.
That's going to be interesting here, because Goodra is going to be able to pace a little bit faster to the charge moves, so the Aqua Tail is going to come through before the Scissor can do anything, and we see the No Shield immediately here. The Scissor wants to take this Aqua Tail. I guess it doesn't really want to take it, but it has to take it now.
Does take a huge amount of damage there for its troubles, but look at all the energy that the Scissor is able to rank up. Night Slash is going to come through. Padaman has the decision about whether you want to shield it, but critically as well, the boost that could come through on the Scissor could be huge. Night Slash unable to connect, and no buff coming through.
We're going to see another charge coming through here. It's going to be, of course, that Aqua Tail from the Goodra. We're going to see another No Shield on that Scissor. Scissor is going to take it, and it's going to go down from that. Which Pokemon do you see coming in next? Is going to be that Credility, but also very good for Ripperli, though, is that we don't see the Credility up against the Scissor. Scissor is going to be locked into this matchup here and takes a lot of damage from the fast move and also the charge move here from this Marowak.
Scissor was able to get one cheeky bullet punch down onto that opposing Cradilly, but now it's facing down against this Marowak. So much energy up on Scissor's side, though. It now has the opportunity to utilize this, force some shields to come through from Ripperli.
We see here the shield coming in immediately against that Trailblaze. And can we see the full farm down here for that Marowak in time? No, I think there's still going to be a Night Slash coming through first. And so we're going to see here another shield coming up for that Marowak, being able to still keep some energy though for matchups later on.
And the attack rose up on that Scissor as well. So if this had connected, I mean, it would have got the KO anyway, but those extra couple of bullet points it got through puts it into a great position.
Here we're going to see again another Bone Clap coming through. It's not doing that much, but it's just doing a tiny bit. And this is all that you kind of need against Corsair, because 2 Rock Tombs or 2 Grass Knots are usually not enough. But with that extra damage here right now, this might be crucial for this game.
Well, Rock Tomb is going to connect. No more shields left on Padaman's side. Defensively, he has left his Pokemon vulnerable to these last couple of turns. Rock Tomb taking it down into the yellow. And now Goodra trying its best with the last HP that it's got to get this Aqua Tail down onto Cradily. No shields on that side either.
This is going to be very, very interesting, because maybe we've seen the acid down here from that Cradily. This would leave it with a lot of energy to throw up against this incoming Corsair later on.
So much energy across both of these Pokemon. Cradily going to be vulnerable to the Aqua Tail, and this is what we've seen time and time again this weekend. Goodra using its versatility in its charge attacks to be able to apply so much pressure, but it goes down to the Marowak.
This was such a huge play here. Basically getting rid of that Goodra with a 1 Mud Step there, and now it depends on who wins the CMP die. It's going to be here that Cradily coming through with a charge move. This is going to be most likely enough to knock out this Corsair, or is it?
What were the last couple of turns of this match? Let's see if Grassnod is going to be able to get the KO. Corsair goes down. Ripperli takes game 1. Whew! Every single turn there, the Pokemon were at such low HP. It was like 1 fast attack KO, oh, another fast attack, another KO.
This was so well done by Ripperli. Being able to win there at the end just because he had the higher attack stat, being able to get the move off before that Corsair was crucial there. Both Pokemon had the moves stored already, but the Cradily was able to throw it. The Corsair went down.
Oh, what an intense endgame. Both these trainers showcasing such great preservation of their HP, making sure that they were keeping an eye consistently on those switch timers, trying to make sure that they gained the advantage. But Panaman, I feel like, lost the shields earlier on than Ripperli, and that just gave him a little bit of a disadvantage.
Absolutely true, and I'm curious now on what we're gonna see next. I feel like the Goodra was actually really, really strong there.
Agreed.
But Ripperli did really well at getting rid of it later on with that Mud Step. Like this last second there, like you saw already, like Marowak basically had no HP left, but even if you have a tiny bit of HP left on this Pokemon, still sometimes this 1 Mud Step is all it takes to knock out a Pokemon.
Goodra was really putting in a lot of work, and it was great to see its flexibility so well demonstrated. But again, Marowak is just reigning supreme here in Frankfurt, and Ripperli was able to pilot it so beautifully in this game. Remember, we are back to being in a best of 3, so Ripperli is 1 game away from advancing into the losers finals.
Absolutely, it's going to be huge for him, especially he took a break from competing and now is back, and look at how strong he is. Like, this is going to be such a crucial matchup again. Padaman here needs to win this one, like really needs to win this one, and I wonder which Pokemon he wants to bring. I think this was actually a really good shout though.
I would almost really like to see the Wigglytuff come in here just to be able to showcase how prevalent Charm can be, but there's just too many issues on the other side with something like the Scissor. The issue is, if you're Ripperli, could you maybe shake things up? You've got the 1 game advantage right now. Could you bring that Galarian Moltres?
I feel like maybe this could be a choice there, but again, we saw the Goodra. I think the Goodra has to come back again. Has also access to the Thunder Punches. This is like where Goodra is, for example, a little bit different compared to the Shadow Dragonair, which we saw before from Stonecollection. It has the coverage for those flying type Pokemon.
Well, let's jump straight into this match. It's going to be Goodra once again front and center for Padaman versus the Marowak on Ripperli's side. Dragon Breath is going to be stacking up lots of beautiful energy, and taking a look at the back line, you're going to need those Thunder Punches.
Absolutely, there is going to be that Moltres, and that is going to be very, very interesting. We have, of course, again, no flying type resist on Padaman's side, so if you get to the charge moves there, if you get to the fly, if you're going to get to the Brave Bird, it is going to be definitely a bit difficult to take those hits.
That was a huge hit that the Marowak had to take as well, but it's there in order to enable the shields to go up onto this Scizor. Aqua Trail not going to be able to find its mark, and Scizor trying to get as much energy on the board as it can, but now we got a mirror on our hands.
It's going to be Scizor against Scizor, and we're going to have now a Night Slash coming through, which is going to get shielded straight away by Padaman. I'm curious, we have still the boost chance here as well for the Night Slash. Maybe we're going to see it here from one of them.
Not on this occasion, but there's going to be some more to come. Night Slash now on Padaman's side, once again shielded on Ripperli. Both of these guys playing from the same book.
This is kind of a bit risky though for Ripperli, because I guess you can still sub out after this charge move now, which is going to be the main thing though, because we're going to maybe see the shield coming up. Yeah, we see the shield coming up here, but now, of course, the Scissor is kind of already quite low on Ripperli's side. maybe they're going to be able to find out. But actually, we saw here that they stored up the move, and this is going to be enough to knock out the Scissor. Very well done by Ripperli there.
Once again, it's another Marowak surprise. It's able to connect into that Bone Club and fell the Scissor. Padaman down a Pokemon, and that Goodra is not looking particularly fresh either.
Yeah, absolutely. Goodra is going to be able though to farm down this Marowak, just barely having coverage now against the other two Pokemon in the back. But what we see there is, sadly, a Corsola. Corsa maybe doesn't want to face up against that Moltres.
This Moltres has been a beautiful selection here for Ripperli. Corsola in play, yes, it deals with the Scissor, but now it's going to quake on its little legs as the Moltres comes in. Sucker Punch landing from the sky, just absolutely going through this Corsola. Yes, there are no shields on the other side, so this is still going to hurt the Moltres a little bit.
Absolutely, and I do think that Goodra had a move stored still, right? So I think this might look quite solid for Padaman. We're going to have here very soon a Fly coming through because you have to throw a Fly, and this is going to now definitely knock out, of course, his Corsa, but does the Goodra still have a charge move stored?
Oh, that's a really, really good question. The Fly is going to be able to connect down onto Corsola, but Goodra, when it comes back in, how's the energy? It's at the Aqua Tail!
This is going to be enough to knock out this Moltres, and what we're going to get here is a game number 3.
I love a game number 3. I love watching Ripperli. I love watching Padaman, and it's going to be an epic decider in our losers semis here.
Absolutely fantastically played from Padaman there again. Adjusted a little bit the team there, but also, again, Goodra seems to be such a good Pokemon. Like, Goodra has like the courage that you need, and again, especially that Aqua Tail, getting there so fast was so crucial for him.
Goodra was great, really outstanding in that particular match, but I want to dissect a little bit more what was going on between the two Scissors there.
Yeah, that was a very interesting matchup because the Scissor on Ripperli's side did a little bit of damage before there. It just wasn't able to survive those bullet punches, even though, of course, it's a resisted damage. Shadow Scissor isn't known for doing a lot, isn't known for taking a lot of damage, but is known for doing a lot of damage. And if two Pokemon are doing a lot of damage against each other, like, you even go down if the moves are resisted.
We see a lot of mirrors sometimes in Pokemon Go, but a Shadow Scissor mirror is not one that I've necessarily seen before, but it was great to be able to see that unfold and making sure that the trainers were getting the shields down. I think that was critical towards the end, particularly for Padaman.
But also you always have, of course, the option to get the boost from that Night Slash. If this would have happened, maybe the matchup would have went a little bit differently as well. It's always a chance there. That's also where Shadow Scissor can really shine in matchups where you maybe even don't really want to have it in.
I wonder if we're going to see the Wigglytuff this turn, because Ripperli did bring that Galarian Moltres, and it did apply so much pressure into something like the Corsola. So could Wigglytuff and its charming energy be brought into this field? But then again, is Ripperli going to bring the Moltres?
Very good question here, but I do think even if there is no Moltres, Wigglytuff has a lot of potential. Especially against like Pokemon like the Credilli or the Marowak, you have that Ice-type coverage.
Well, let's jump into it. The final decider, who would be advancing on into the tournament, into our losers finals. It is once again Marowak versus Goodra, but an adaptation straight out of the blocks for Ripperli.
We're going to see again also that Scissor coming through. This is going to be a neutral matchup. We see the shield coming up, and we have again the Scissor as well on Padaman's side. We can kind of maybe see a very similar game that we saw already in the last one there.
Once again, Scissor taking all the shields. It is going to be able to go for this Night Slash. A shield coming up on Padaman's own Scissor. Once again, we're in this mirror situation.
This is going to be very interesting because there's always the option for the Night Slash boost. We didn't see it here, but maybe we're going to still see it today.
Yeah, particularly as two Scissors Night Slash apiece. It looks like Ripperli's is really going on the offensive here. A second Night Slash being locked in. Another shield going up for Padaman here. It will not be able to connect, and it will not be able to get the boost.
That is very interesting, though. We're going to have now no shields on Padaman's side, but what we have is a ton of energy, and there's no Pokemon that really wants to take this here.
Going to be the Trailblaze coming through. Of course, this is going to do a significant amount to Marowak if Ripperli wants to let this go through, but critically, it's also going to be able to get the attack boost. You don't need to rely on Night Slash when Trailblaze can do it for you. A switch out, however, completely resets that, and Goodra is now taking the stage.
This did so much damage, but yeah, now we're going to have here the Goodra being able to chip away a little bit on that Credilli there. It's going to be interesting because Scissor is still there, and Acid is going to be a double resisted hit against that Scissor. So even though Scissor's quite low there, I do think it still has a lot of potential even against the Credilli here.
And the Pokemon with all the potential we've seen all weekend long is indeed this Goodra. The Aqua Tail is ready. It is going to be allowed to connect onto that Credilli, just tipping it over into that yellow. Of course, there are no shields remaining on Padaman's side. Scissor took all of those earlier in this game.
This is going to be very interesting. We see the under farm there as well, going to try to get a few more assets in for that Credilli that might be crucial for later on, because he kind of still need to get rid of whatever's in the back. And we see here now that Wigglytuff coming through, and while the fast move damage is super effective from the Credilli, this is looking very, very tough for Ripperli.
It was nice being able to get that additional bit of energy, but Wigglytuff is so bulky, and there's a lot of it to go through. Yes, you're able to do some decent damage with the Grass Knot, but let's not underestimate how much work Charm is also putting in. It takes down that Marowak as soon as it joins the field. Now you've got the Cradilly back in action. Another Charm, another KO. Padaman is advancing into your losers finals.
Padaman is taking this game, and the way he did it, it is crazy and how strong this player is. Being able to maneuver through those situations. And again, I really enjoyed the lead matchup there because it was very similar to the second game. And again, it kind of played out a little bit differently with the scissor matchup. Deciding to do 2 shields there, but keeping all the energy was so crucial because he had in the back 2 Pokemon that really didn't want to face up against the energy of that scissor.
Absolutely true, and it was great to be able to see him maneuver his Pokemon just like you explained. I love seeing that Wigglytuff at the end as well. Charm, yes, it didn't manage to find the Galarian Moltres, but as you were saying earlier, there are other Pokemon it has utility into, and it was showcased so beautifully at the end of that match.
Absolutely, and I'm curious on if Padaman is going to be able to go all the way, go up to the grand final. Definitely looks like a very, very strong player. I think he's really happy with his team, though. I think he plays so well with his team. He can adjust even if he loses the first match. Doesn't really matter to him. He's still going to win.
That's the thing, he's so composed in a lot of the way that he plays, and throughout day 1 he was undefeated, came into day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket, lost his opening game against Inadequins, who is currently our finalist, our grand finalist, ready and waiting, so potentially, oh, that's actually so exciting, either Padaman or Alfie are going to be facing down against Inadequins, both trainers that Inadequins have kicked to the losers bracket, so a lot of redemption on the line here.
This is going to be very, very interesting, and again, we also have some interesting teams here. I'm still curious, like the Goodra is such a cool pick. We haven't seen it a lot, but like the players who actually used it had a lot of success with it, and I think it's going to be also Pokemon most likely has a lot of play in the next game there.
Yes, and taking a look again at this game too, the Moltres came in, but even though that was a great adaptation by Ripperli, Padaman was able to find a way through it, and then bringing this beautiful little Wigglytuff into the match was all that it took to secure him the victory and advance into the competition. Commiserations, of course, to Ripperli, played so incredibly well, particularly with that Marowak. I have to say, I love the way that Ripperli has piloted Marowak this whole weekend long, and is a name that we need to watch out for now that he's back in our competitive realm.
Absolutely, Ripperli was so strong here as well. And you got a medal as well, right?
Yep, got a medal. That's definitely something that is an incredible accomplishment for the very beginning of the season.
Absolutely, and again, he played it so well. I'm curious, like Padaman, the way he plays there, he's just so confident in himself as well. He knows, okay, I lost the first battle, just make it better for the next one. And again, he plays also so differently because he knows there are different ways of victory, like being a victory here.
Yeah, different play styles as well, and we say this quite a lot where it's not just the Pokemon, like yes, you need to have a good team that's possibly a good medical or the good stuff so that people know are reliable, but you also need to have a play style, and you need to make sure that as the player piloting those Pokemon that you're going above and beyond the mindsets of your opponents.
Absolutely, and yeah, I'm curious on who is going to make it there. The losers final is going to be super exciting, but then again, Inadequins weighing there in the winners finals, in the grand finals, it's going to be so cool. Maybe going to see the Giratina going all the way.
I think it's time for us to maybe go get a front row seat and catch the rest of the action and see these trainers make some perfect plays. And speaking of perfect plays, let's catch up on one that was done previously.
Hey trainers, welcome back to Perfect Play, where we dive into some awesome high-level plays. We're breaking it all down step by step, so you can pick up some cool tricks from the best in the game. My name is Martijn, you may also know me as Inadequins, and today we are going to take a look at one of the best plays ever made in competitive Pokemon Go. The action took place on the west coast of the United States, in Portland, Oregon. Competitors started off strong here. The standout play happened in the initial match of the set. The writing was on the wall for Abhinav as his Charjabug faced off against Bastiodon. Charjabug can't even hurt Bastiodon, so Abhinav switched out immediately. Wishcash had been the most valuable Pokemon in the tournament for him, but Caleb was prepared and switched in his Poliwrath. The best that Abhinav could do here was grab a shield advantage, which was important for later. As the battle progressed, it all came down to Abhinav's Gligar to defeat Caleb. But Caleb had all the answers! His Azumarill managed to severely wear down the Gligar, and it came down to the final moments of the battle. Big Bastiodon bounced back on the battlefield, and Gligar only had enough health and energy to get to an Aerial Ace bait and then the Charge Attack Dig, but this wouldn't even knock out the Bastiodon. There's no way Abhinav can win this battle, right? Now, observe. Gligar gets the Dig, but he doesn't fire it. Caleb swaps the Poliwrath in as he hoped to catch the Charge Attack, but he fails to do so. Abhinav swaps the Charjabug in to take down Poliwrath. He optimizes energy by going for 2 Volt Switch first 3 Smackdowns, and now he reaches 2 Ditch Charges, and this puts the Bastiodon into Dig range. Somehow he wins the battle. All steps were executed to perfection, and it led to a magnificent win. This was a showcase of Abhinav's mastery, and in the end, he managed to win all of Portland. If you have this passion for battling as well, try testing yourself in nearby events on Pokemon.com/play.
Two more matches to play. We are now at the losers final stage of the Frankfurt Regional Championships. My name's Fareed, I'm joined by Leo, and we have 3 players left in this tournament.
Alfie, Pataman, and Inadequins waiting at the end of Victory Road here, once again in a grand final. Now, both of these trainers have already lost to Inadequins right here. Alfie versus Pataman, and let me tell you what, Pataman is angry about that loss.
He's got a best of 5 opportunity to take on Alfie and get his redemption match against Martijn. Alfie, on the other hand, this is the first time he's ever got to this stage of a tournament, and he wants to show the world that he has what it takes to fight against the best of the best.
And if one of these trainers, or when one of these trainers makes it to the grand finals and wins a match versus Inadequins, not all hope is lost for the Dutchman, because actually he is on the winner's side of the bracket and the bracket will just be reset. So if you're winning now, you're going to the grand finals, you'll have to best Inadequins twice.
And that's if you can even take one set off him. He looks like the player to beat in any tournament, but especially this one. His Shadow Giratina altered form looks unstoppable. And just as you go to try and counter it, Shadow Talonflame comes down from the skies. It looks like he has his meta read to perfection.
And if you've pinned him against the wall, the last ditch effort, the last desperation play will always be the Wigglytuff getting you. 3 of those Pokemon have already been used by him 2 years ago in his Utrecht victory.
But before either of these players need to think about that match, they have to get through. The man on the other side of the table here, we have Alfie on the left, Pataman on the right. And we know Pataman is our world's finalist from Anaheim 2025. Alfie, a new face to many of you watching, not necessarily a new face to those of us in the Pokemon Go Championship Series. He did play in Bologna. He got into that top 8. He's taken that one step further this weekend.
And he's one of the trainers bringing Charizard, but most importantly, the Togekiss. This unique Pokemon. Nobody else in the top card has Togekiss on their team. Alfie has been showing time and time again why this Pokemon, if played perfectly, is an absolute threat to the metagame and his opponents.
Shadow Charizard as well, such an exciting option coming into this Tales of Transformation season. Which of the Flyers will he lean into as he looks to take on Pataman and the double bug team of Shadow Scizor and Charjabug?
Yep, and also a dragon. You know, Pataman is always known for bringing so many bug types, but while Charizard always looks like it's trying to be a dragon type, Goodra is a full-on dragon. Fast attack pressure with Dragon Breath, but it is so spammy with Aqua Tail and Thunder Punch. Both of these attacks really strong versus Togekiss or Charizard.
Now let's remember that Pataman played the very first game of Championship Sunday, the first match against Inadequins, where he lost and dropped down to the loser's side of the bracket. He has beaten every player that he has come up against along the way today, and now this is the last match that he needs to get through if he wants that redemption fight against Inadequins in the grand finals.
Pataman's team is an amazing meta read, but there is one Pokemon that has stopped him so far, and that was the Shadow Talonflame. Now on the side of Alfie, there is a Shadow Charizard, which is also a fire and flying type Pokemon with a lot of offensive pressure. However, it is not quite fulfilling the same role as a Shadow Talonflame would.
This also might be one of the first times that Pataman will be facing a Dunsparce this weekend. Not a popular Pokemon here in Frankfurt, but it is a Pokemon that many players will be familiar with from previous seasons. Pataman has such a flexible team. What options will he lean into as he looks to take on a player that I don't think he will have ever played against before, utilizing Pokemon that he might not have as much practice against?
In this scenario, I think the Gudra looks good for Pataman. In the last few matches that we have seen, the Gudra has been so incredibly good for Pataman. Pataman is a player who thrives off of fast attack pressure and, of course, as well, energy management. And Gudra is a Pokemon that just supports him with that.
Togekiss, on the other hand, for Alfie, will resist the Dragon Breath pressure from that Gudra. Thunder Punch will do super effective damage, not enough to take it from a knockout at full health. And then it looks like it also has good matchups there into that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Will you be able to risk a Togekiss when you're up against a player that has a Shadow Sizzle on their team? That could be a key question for Alfie.
And a Charger Bug with this newly buffed Volt Switch also dealing a lot of damage. Let's see, Alfie's signature Pokemon is waiting to be used. Says, put me in, coach, regardless of the matchup. I will do you justice. But is Alfie going to lean in on his Flying Fairy type Pokemon, or is he going to go for some other choices?
The players look locked in. These losers finals are about to kick off. We have game number 1. It looks like Galarian Corsola up against Shadow Sizzle.
This is a very flexible matchup for both of these trainers. You can decide to no-shield a Night Slash and then get shield advantage from the Shadow Scissor. Otherwise, you can also shield the Night Slash and then Shadow Scissor can decide to let it go.
And the burst Night Slash Dark type attack, super effective against Galarian Corsola, will go shielded. And it gets the boost. That is not what Alfie wanted to see. And another one will be coming through before Galarian Corsola is able to strike. Both shields now used on the left side here.
And Alfie seems dedicated immediately, wants to go for a fast attack down here, doesn't even try to throw these charge attacks, hangs on with a little bit of HP. Can you throw both of your charge attacks?
Well, it looks like Pataman needs to make a decision. Galarian Corsola comes in. This Astonish goes through, and what that means is the damage will register, and Galarian Corsola on Alfie's side will lose all the rest of that energy as it goes down. And now Pataman is in the driving seat with 2 shields. Not in the alignment matchup that it wants, though, because this Dunsparce resists double all ghost damage.
But the rollout is also not dealing too much damage. Drill Run is not same type attack bonus boosted. Corsola is taking a lot of that energy in now. Is not going to be one hit here. Brings in the Gudra, immediately catches a charge attack. At which point are you trying to start shielding charge attacks?
Pataman needs to have a think. He needs to calculate what's in the back before he wants to consider using a shield. And now that he's seen the Gastradon, he knows that he has so much energy on his Galarian Corsola. He's charging energy really quickly on this Gudra as well. But where will the energy be able to land? How much would this Aqua Tail do? Will 1 more plus Dragon Breath damage be enough to take Gastradon down?
Pataman has no time in this matchup. The HP is dwindling down. Has to use a shield here immediately. Corsola also already in the red while it still has a lot of energy. Can Pataman knock out this Gastrodon with Gudra is charging up to the next Aqua Tail? This will not quite knock out. Do you get the farm down here?
And now a Body Slam will be ready to go on Gastrodon once this Aqua Tail lands. And Pataman will have to make a decision. He comes now in with the Galarian Corsola, and Alfie just goes for the Mud Slap pressure. He knows that Pataman has a shield. The Mud Slap might have been more valuable.
This is a huge combo play here. Now the big question for Alfie is, how good is your Dunsparce? How many attacks can you take? Can you exit this matchup with a charge attack?
If you can roll out this Corsola down and come out with 2 attacks, you might be able to throw back-to-back against the Gudra. That could be the tactic here. That's what he's leaning towards, and he's oh so close. I think Pataman recognizes it as well. 1 more rollout comes through, another, and now we are at that back-to-back.
Oh, there is a protection. Pataman can use that. Has the Thunder Punch sword already. Is it going to be able to knock out that Dunsparce? Or is Dunsparce the normal type? Hanging on there by a thread, getting that Drill Run off.
This does slightly more damage than Aqua Tail, but will it be enough to take out the Dunsparce? If it doesn't, Dunsparce has an attack loaded.
The Drill Run is going to connect. The Dunsparce is knocking out the big Dragon type, and Alfie is in the lead.
The first game goes to Alfie as Gudra goes down. Alfie takes the first game, and that is a massive moment in this losers finals. Despite going 2 shields down early on, despite Shadow Sizzle getting that Night Slash boost straight away, Alfie claws it back with a great team composition. Dunsparce saving the day.
Pataman with a crucial decision there in the mid game, not shielding the Night Slash from Alfie's Corsola. He has seen how Alfie is bringing Shadow Charizard and Togekiss, these offensive threats, to the table, dealing a lot of damage with those charge attacks. Did not think there was going to be another bulky Pokemon in the back, so the super effective Nightshade would have been really, really good to shield, because the other charged attacks that he had to shield in the end, they were not nearly as strong as the Nightshade.
And this is one of the critical aspects of strategy that these players really need to consider. There are 3 key aspects of a Pokemon Go battle. You are looking at energy, you are looking at shields, and you are looking at alignment. And Alfie, he sacrificed the shield, but he had the alignment, and his Pokemon were generating energy at a sufficient rate that he was able to overcome the shield disadvantage, to overcome Pataman's Galarian Corsola and his Goodra, and take game 1 of these losers finals.
Also, let's not forget that Pataman's Caesar in the beginning got a Night Slash boost as the first thing that happened. Alfie was still able to adapt immediately, overcome this issue, and putting back Pataman 1 game in this losers final.
We have seen Pataman lose game 1 before.
Yes.
This is a best of 5. That means 1 victory means a little bit less than it otherwise would have in a best of 3. And Pataman has such bulk available to him when he needs it. We've seen him use the flexible Goodra alongside Galarian Corsola and Wigglytuff before, and he uses those to sponge damage, to put fast attack pressure onto his opponents. Will this be a strategy that he uses once more? Because he needs to claw his way back.
Pataman definitely wants his rematch versus Inadequins, who is sitting, waiting in the grand finals already. But on the other side of the table right now, there is 9 Alfie 2, a player who has come from recent success, just building on this foundation, sitting here in losers finals. What are these trainers bringing to the table? There is Gastradon versus Shadow Caesar.
Game number 2 kicks off, and the Shadow Sizzle's bullet punches will be resisted by this Gastradon, but it has access to the double super effective Trailblaze, and now there will need to be a shield decision to be made by Alfie. He cannot risk the 1-hit knockout. He puts up a shield against this first Night Slash.
Better safe than Caesar in this situation. Swaps out the Caesar immediately. A Water Pulse is being thrown this way. And that is a very wise choice of Alfie, I think, because otherwise you would rely on the fast attack pressure later on.
And now we know that we have seen a Shadow Sizzle in the lead, and yet Alfie is holding on to the Togekiss. He's not giving it away yet. He's coming in with his own Galarian Corsola into the Galarian Corsola of Pataman that was chipped by that Gastrodon. Both Pokemon now in the yellow. Alfie with an energy advantage.
Whoa.
And that Galarian Corsola is at the bottom. Alfie backed himself to win charge attack priority, and he has!
The damage is going to be done here. Alfie now has to throw here. Couldn't quite get the farm down. Still has a decent amount of energy stored there. But is it going to be a charm down before we reach that power gem? 1 HP on the Corsola here to get this power gem of huge chunk of damage.
Bulk matters, but so does attack. Alfie showing that he has enough to win the mirror charge attack priority event and enough bulk to hold on to that last charm from Wigglytuff. And Alfie now needs to make a decision, knowing that he has shield disadvantage, knowing that there's a Shadow Scissor available. But this Togekiss also cannot take an Icy Wind, and so the next shield needs to be considered to be used by Alfie.
Togekiss looks like it has nothing to take at all. Calls it! There is a Swift, does not do super effective damage. Immediate swap from both sides. Alfie is going in here. He seems unstoppable.
Simul swap from Alfie and Pataman. Alfie doesn't allow Bullet Punch to register on the Togekiss. He mud slaps down the Shadow Sizzle, uses his last shield, and now he needs to get both back off this Wigglytuff if he wants a chance of winning. But the Wigglytuff is already at a Swift.
The body slam spam trying to happen here from this Gastrodon. Are we going to see a Swift immediately? No, another shield is being put up. Pataman is trying to go for a farm down here.
Did Alfie bank a move on his Togekiss? That will be the key question. If he has a charge attack on the Togekiss, it will win charge attack priority. If it doesn't, Pataman has the charge attack that will take it down. It's a charge attack priority event!
The Aura Sphere! Togekiss is going to capitalize upon its huge attack, and it's throwing a fighting type attack into Wigglytuff to knock it out. Alfie 2, Pataman 0.
What a moment, what meticulous play, what energy management. Alfie banking the Aura Spear. He simul-swapped with the Shadow Sizzle. He saved the move for the end of the game, and it puts him in a huge advantage in these losers finals.
Alfie is levitating above the rest of us, sitting in his opponent's heads, just racing to this grand finals here. 2-0 up, 1 foot already at the table next to Inadequins. But now, Pataman, we have seen him plenty of times with his back against the wall. He has come back from worse situations. What is his next move going to be?
Alfie leaning into Dunsparce in Game 1, leaning into Togekiss in Game 2, showing that he has so many options at his disposal. What will he do as he approaches this Game 3? Because if he wins it, he will advance to the Grand Finals. He has a 2-game lead. Now is the time that he can take a moment, a breath, maybe even a risk if he wants to.
Definitely. There can be some situations where you will have to follow your guts, and if you're 2-0 up, the punishment for that might be minimal, but better to be locked in, better to always focus. It's always better to go 3-0 instead of just risking losing and getting reverse swept.
And let's not let it go understated. The moment that Alfie called the swift bait, when Togekiss held on, when an Icy Wind would have knocked out, it just shows that when you get to this stage of the competition, you need to have the guts. You need to have it inside you. That aura he showed inside, the aura his Togekiss showed at the end of the game. Alfie wants one more win.
Alfie truly is aura farming on the big stage in front of all of these people, wants to show absolute dominance over one of the best trainers in the world in Game 3 as well. A neutral lead in the beginning, Cradley versus the Corsola.
And it looks like Alfie has made sure that he will not be weak to a Wigglytuff or a Goodra in the back. He's playing such a neutral line here. And we know that a Cradley with a lot of bulk can hold on against a Galarian Corsola in the lead zero shield scenario where neither Pokemon use a Protect Shield.
When Protect Shields are being used, the whole situation flips, but let's face it, who wants to Protect Shield attacks from a Cradley on your Galarian Corsola? Corsola's role in most teams is to soak attacks, sponge damage.
Rock Tomb landing again. This has double debuffed the attack of the Galarian Corsola. Pataman has no time for that. Comes in aggressively with his Goodra, knowing that there aren't a ton of options available to Alfie as an immediate counter swap. Goodra is throwing this Aqua Tail, and Alfie is very, very happy to shield the Cradley and ensure that he can get either damage, but definitely an attack debuff in return.
Let's see if Pataman even shields the Goodra here. Goodra will take the full Rock Tomb here, swap out immediately into the Dunsparce, and Dunsparce is super happy to take 1 or 2 charge attacks even in this situation. Everything here is debuffed from the Goodra now. Gets to throw a Drill Run before Pataman throws anything.
Dunsparce so bulky, I wouldn't be surprised if Pataman's looking to bank energy and then save his Goodra for later. We've seen him do it before, but the switch clocks aren't quite up yet. He's waiting for it, and there he goes into the Wigglytuff just as the Drill Run comes through.
Even gets the full charm through. Dunsparce is now facing the Fairy type here. So much fast attack pressure. Still locked into this switch timer. Can you get another charge attack off?
Drill Run now coming through. This won't threaten a knockout. Pataman knows it, but he knows that if it lands, all of his Pokemon will be so low in health, and he will need to be managing everything perfectly. And he is now being met by a very bulky Gastradon. Icy Wind will at least reduce its attack, but Alfie looks like he's in a very good position here.
Nobody wants to see their opponents at full power. Both of these trainers keep debuffing each other. Their Gastradon gets a full farm down here, but there's the Goodra. It has so much energy.
The first Aqua Tail about to land on this Gastradon. Alfie was leaning for that body slam. Was this a charge attack priority event? Yes, it was. And now Pataman has to shield up this Goodra if he wants to get off the rest of the energy that's available to it. Alfie looks in a good position. Shields are still available for Alfie. One is remaining. Will he use it now?
Pataman is playing with all his Pokemon, spreading the damage from Alfie on all of them. Has so much energy, so little HP on all of these Pokemon. Now goes for another Aqua Tail. Alfie has a shield available to his name, uses it on the Dunsparce. How much energy is left on the Corsola? The switch timer's up. Pataman could go for a combo play if he has a Power Gem here.
Galarian Corsola's in the back, and look at this. Pataman is reaching for it. He did have so much energy there, not quite enough for a Power Gem, and now this drill run will land, but the Goodra also has energy available.
Goodra has an attack, but it only has 1 HP, and the Cradley is sitting strong in the back for Alfie. Aqua Tail is going to take out the Dunsparce, but Cradley prevails supreme.
Cradley taking down this Goodra. Alfie sweeping the losers finals. Pataman drops out of the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
Alfie coming out of nowhere at the end of last season and now going to the winners finals, dropping down to the losers finals, going back up again. Grand finals performance, silver medal at least secured here.
Silver medal guaranteed for Alfie at a minimum. If he can play against Inadequins in those grand finals, if he can win another best of 5, he will have the opportunity to play for gold. And I think so many of the crowd here, so many of you at home want to see him do well. He is a new face. He is going up against a veteran, a titan, one of the greatest dragon trainers Pokemon Go has ever seen in Inadequins.
That's the story of Frankfurt, I suppose. We have the new faces and we have the legends of the game. And now I think Alfie can also call himself that. Surely Pataman, his opponent here in the losers finals, and all of those games really came down to the wire.
Now, let's not take anything away from Pataman, possibly the most consistent player in the world. He secures 3rd here at Frankfurt, and if we were to go through his recent tournaments, 2nd at Worlds, 3rd at NAIC, 2nd in Sevilla, top 8 in Stockholm, winner of EUIC, top 8 in Birmingham, and the list continues. Pataman adds 1 more medal to his collection. I don't know if his shoulders can bear the weight anymore.
Yes, he is not going after a stone collection. He wants a medal collection, and it suits him, I want to say. But in this scenario, bronze is secured. Who goes for further? Who goes for silver or gold? That is going to be Alfie. You could see the Dunsparce threatening a KO here. You have to throw this Aqua Tail, and then Cradley comes in. Perfect spread of damage on everything. Has the Cradley says, I'm not going to let this go down. I'll swap it out. Maybe these 5% HP will come in handy for me later, and they did.
And this weekend, we have spoken so much about this being the start of a new journey, a new story for these players in the 2026 season, an opportunity to write your name in the history books. And Alfie comes off the back of a good end to the 2025 season, a top 8 in Bologna. But what a start to the 2026 season he has made, now in the grand finals here in Frankfurt.
It can just go so quickly, right? You have your first big success in Bologna and you're like, okay, maybe I'm not going to Worlds, but this next year I'm going to start competing from the beginning. And now immediately so high up in the stipend race for ICs, already up there on the travel award race for the World Championship. It is phenomenal.
He spent so much of the summer clearly practicing. He wants to spend next summer in San Francisco. And look at the journey that he has made through the losers side of the bracket to get to where he is now. A series of victories here for Alfie. For Pataman actually coming through, Alfie drops down from the winner's side of the bracket. But look at the number of great players that we've seen. We saw Boom, our Lille regional champion, Stonecollection, a regional finalist as well, but also a number of names of new players. Laurens with his first ever day 2, taking on Z Zweilus.
Ripperli with a massive comeback, a player who has been dominant 2 years ago, just casually coming back saying, hey, I'm going to go into day 2. RGR, a player who has also picked up pace at NAIC, keeps going in there. Fede VDP we have also seen before, and Zone is also a player who's been around and now has met day 2 1 again.
Now Now let's take a look at the winner's side of the bracket, who Alfie will be facing. It is a player he has faced already. He lost 3-1 in those winners' finals to Inadequins. And let's talk about Inadequins. What a player this is. Every single event, he seems to be one of the favorites. He seems to be getting medals. He obviously didn't compete at NAIC or the World Championships because he was casting those events. So the amount that he is doing in this game is crazy. And to come back immediately to Frankfurt and get to this position.
He's spreading all the knowledge also as a content creator amongst the community. He is playing the craziest Pokemon. He is showing the community how to train their dragons as well and brings Giratina, Palkia, Rayquaza to those tournaments. But the favorite combination for him with his Giratina is not only Wigglytuff, but also the Talonflame that has been crucial in his obstacle to defeat Pataman.
And he may have a friendly face, but he is not toothless. He comes with a bite. And we have seen that throughout this weekend. Shadow Talonflame, Shadow Giratina altered, taking on the competition. And he has the advantage going into these grand finals because he comes from the winner's side of the bracket. That means he only needs to win one best of 5 if he wants gold here in Frankfurt. Alfie, on the other hand, would need to win 2 back-to-back best of 5s if he wants to take Martine's crown away.
But let me tell you one thing. Martine has already stated that he can only win from now on because the only medal color that he is missing is actually the silver medal. So even if he loses the grand finals, he will have this entire gauntlet of medals that you can assemble.
And we cannot wait to see which of these players can take it all the way here in Frankfurt. Before we jump into those matches, why don't we hear a little bit more from our grand finalists?
Thank you, casters. I have the esteemed pleasure of being joined by our grand finalists here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships, Inadequins and Alfie. Wow, where to begin? I mean, the crowd are already raring up for this match. I'm going to start with you, Alfie. You've just finished your losers finals. How are you feeling after that match against Padaman?
I apologize if I don't speak in English, but my English is not so good. Sono molto stanco, ma sono stanco, ma sono molto eccitato perché è la prima volta che riesco ad arrivare così in fondo in un torneo, quindi l'emozione è tanta, però sono felicissimo.
He's saying that he's tired, but he's very excited about this because it's his first time going this long during a tournament till this semi-final.
That is such an incredible achievement. You've got to keep that adrenaline nice and high for grand finals. Inadequins, I'm going to come to you now because you two faced earlier in winners finals and you were victorious 3-1. Does that make you feel confident ahead of grand finals?
Here's the thing, Lou. I cannot lose because either I win the championship or I get a silver medal. I do not have a silver medal yet, so I already won in my heart.
So it's a win-win either way, right?
Exactly.
And with the teams beside you as well, they have been a talking point the whole weekend long. Both of you have really unique teams. Do you think those teams gave you an advantage getting to this point?
Sì, penso che avere Pokémon non fuori meta, ma comunque non convenzionali mi abbiano aiutato, come Dunsparce e Togekiss, che sono Pokémon che non hanno new usage molto alta. In molti matchup mi hanno aiutato, hanno corebreakato bene molti team e sì, mi hanno aiutato molto.
He thinks that some Pokemon like Dunsparce and Togekiss gave him an edge during some matches because people are not used to play against those Pokemons that had a buff during the last seasonal meta change.
It's been great to see them in action, and you've done so well with Togekiss by your side. What about you, Martine? Giratina's still doing strong.
I've played 4 tournaments with it, and 3 times I reached the grand finals. So perhaps there is something about Giratina, and we'll just see how it goes. The only thing I'm wondering is if my Italian friends are rooting for me, I see you, or for him.
That's a decision they will have to make for sure. But there's a lot of support for you out in the crowd. One Pokemon I, however, have supported this entire weekend, and I have to ask you about it, is Gastradon. Now, Gastradon, between the two of you, I have to say thank you. You've made it a regional champion. But who is going to be the winner, blue Gastradon or pink Gastradon? Why do you think the blue Gastradon is the best?
Beh, il blu è il colore del cielo e del mare, quindi Gastradon è un Pokémon d'acqua, spero che possa aiutarmi.
Blue is the color of the sky and the ocean, so it's the color of the water, and it will win because of that.
That is a beautiful argument. I don't think we need to hear about the other one, but I'm going to let you anyway as the professional that I am.
Pink is the color of love, and I love winning!
Oh, you heard it here first, trainers. Both of them are ready and raring to go. Any final words for each other before we get ready for our grand finals?
Proverò a fare il mio meglio.
He is doing his best.
Good.
Good luck.
Good luck, have fun. That's what we always say. Best of luck to both of you. You've given us such a show. Grand finals will be no different, I am sure. We'll let you go, get ready. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And Pokemon trainers, we're only a few minutes away from finding out who our winner will be here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships. Let's go back to the casters to get it started.
Thank you very much, Lou. I don't know how she does it, having to put up with Martijn, the troublemaker, next to him. But he is a player that doesn't have a silver medal, but he has a silver trophy, right? And as he says there, he is a winner. He wants to win. So even though he says he's already won, I know he'll be going for gold this weekend.
Yep, and this time, you remember the Utrecht Special Championship that he won? He went on a big losers run there because he lost the first game immediately on day 2 versus Normalheim and his trusty Shadow Golbat. This time around, Alfie has another unusual flying type, so maybe this might spell Martijn's demise.
Martijn does have an advantage, as we've said. He comes from the winner side of the bracket. He's also played against this opponent before, and I wonder, does that invite Alfie to start taking more risks, or does it allow Martijn to sit back and go in with such confidence? We know his name. Everyone knows the name of Inadequins, the Giratina guy, and he will be looking to showcase that Pokemon at the very highest level. It has had an adjustment to Dragon Claw. It's no longer a cheap and spammy Dragon-type attack. It now does a lot more damage, and we saw that happen against Dunsparce in the winners finals. Shadow Claw plus Dragon Claw did so much.
I was just about to say that Giratina is a monster in terms of bulk and also damage. Most of these Dragon-type Pokemon, they did not really want to play Dragon Claw anymore. They have had other solutions then. Also, Charizard pivoted away from it, playing Air Cutter now. But for Giratina, it was actually quite strong. So it packs a punch against a normal-type Pokemon like the Dunsparce. This is a pretty huge matchup to pick up. And I was worried about Martijn's team in the beginning because I thought, hey, maybe we're not going to see the Shadow Giratina a whole lot. Against most of the players, he didn't even bring it. Versus Alfie, though, he brought it the entire time. So we might see another big Shadow Giratina spotlight.
And I wonder, when Martijn does say that he has nothing to lose, if the same logic could actually apply to Alfie. He's never won any medal. Any medal that he receives today is already a huge achievement for him and every player that came to Frankfurt to compete, but also he goes into these grand finals as a bit of an underdog. Not only does he come from the loser side of the bracket, he's up against one of the world's best, and so he can go in open-minded, open-hearted, and just enjoy these next few games.
But I think you were right before, Tomahawk. When you're playing those big finals, you want to win. Doesn't matter if your performance has already been fantastic in the entire tournament. When you're sitting there, you want to go for gold.
That is right. And look, if you get silver, it's okay. Silver is a beautiful color, and anyone who has a silver medal should be very, very proud of themselves as well.
Yes. It's better than having no medal at all, let me tell you that one.
You won the Utrecht Cup, so at least you got a pat on the back.
Yeah, definitely. That was a nice moment as well. I played versus Colin there. Those cups and challenges that you can play on day 2 of these regional championships or special championships, they are amazing. Also, make sure to visit your local store. Maybe travel also a little bit to visit those cups and challenges because they are just absolutely amazing. And if you want to compete and succeed, there is a new Pokemon right now that you can catch with a new legacy charge attack that is going to help you. It is Flabébé Community Day.
And it will receive access to the brand new water-type charge attack, Chilling Water, if you can evolve it into a Florges 2 till 5 p.m. local time. If you're here in Frankfurt, this has already started. If you're watching elsewhere in the world, make sure that you are playing at the right time because this could be a great addition to your Pokemon Go roster.
Chilling water already sounds threatening. Have you ever had this happen that you're standing under the shower and you're just waiting for a hot shower and then you get hit by chilling water? It's the worst.
And it really does reduce your attack.
definitely 100% chance of reducing your attack, definitely. And if then a Moonblast also comes your way, it's over.
Yes, so whilst we wait for these players to get ready, let's take another look at their teams. They are on the stage, and we have seen Martine's team, Inadequins here, with that Shadow Giratina altered, Shadow Talonflame, and then with his trusty partner Pokemon, that Wigglytuff as well. These are Pokemon that he has succeeded with in the past. In this event, he pairs them with Gastradon, Blastoise, and Shadow Scizor.
Now I want to pay special attention to that Blastoise because it has served him so well in these tournaments so far, or in this tournament, because it is so incredibly neutral. It is spammy, it is bulky, and it has the hard-hitting Skull Bash to secure some matchups like a Zoomer, which would otherwise be, if you had Ice Beam, a nightmare of a matchup.
And Martine has so much flexibility here. He will be able to use any of these 3 Shadow Pokemon, but he also has so much bulk that he's paired them with, and that makes it really, really difficult for opponents to work out what the strategy is, because there is fast attack pressure and charge attack pressure throughout the team. Alfie needs to consider this. He has a couple of squishy options, fragile options in Shadow Charizard and Togekiss, but he has his own bulk as well, and we saw that come to good effect against Pataman, the Galarian Corsola, the Dunsparce, and the Gastrodon especially.
Yep. Also, Cradley is, of course, one of the best picks in the tournament. Sometimes people think this is just a good answer for Dedenne, one of the best, in fact. But Cradley has served so many players so well. It is incredibly strong. And if you're losing the lead against it, getting your other opponent Pokemon that you're swapping in debuffed can be crucial.
Getting to these final stages of the tournament. One more match to be played, and if Alfie can win it, it will be a bracket reset. So far, just a Bologna top cut for him. He made top 8 there at the end of the 2025 season, and he is up against a titan, Inadequins, our world's finalist from 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii, our Utrecht special champion from that season too. He's placed top 4 at the European International Championships, and he's placed top 16 at the World Championships before. The list could go on. The number of medals that he has already is just simply superb.
Imagine if he wasn't a caster, how many accolades he would have had by now. But then also we would have missed on all the great jokes and crucial information that he has taught the world.
Yes, all of the whooshes and woos that we hear from him when he's behind the desk, he'll now be whispering them into his microphone as he and his opponent look to be enjoying themselves prior to these grand finals here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
Now I want to also showcase one Pokemon that we are seeing there. Shadow Scizor has been incredible this event. We had one standout performance in the match of Ripperli, where he just went 1v3 with his Shadow Scizor. That was incredible.
Shadow Scizor, a bug and steel type Pokemon with only one weakness, fire. And Alfie does bring the fire with that Shadow Charizard, but Inadequins has accounted for it. 4 Pokemon on his team resist fire. Will he bring them in these grand finals? The players are locked in.
We see the lead. It is Gastron versus the Shadow Scizor. That is a good lead for 9. Alfie 2. First of all, you're dealing a lot of damage. Yes, Trailblaze would knock out your Gastrodon, but you have shields.
And now you draw a shield from Alfie, and do you come in with your Giratina or your Gastrodon to try and sponge some of this charge attack pressure? Yes, you do. Martine straight in with the Giratina, and it's going to be responded to with the normal type Dunsparce, double resisting the ghost type Shadow Claws.
But we have seen that the Dragon Claw actually deals so much damage that you're putting this Dunsparce into a possible farm down range later on. Also, keep in mind, Shadow Scizor has some energy stored, while Gastrodon has an entire lake of energy stored.
And now the drill run will come through as Alfie maximizes out his energy on the Dunsparce. Drill run will take this Giratina into the low yellow health, but it won't threaten a knockout. One more will be needed. And now Dragon Claw could have been thrown, but Alfie's going to throw a drill run first to force a shield from Inadequins.
he wants to protect his Giratina from being sniped out of the match from a Gorzola. Astonish here goes to throw another Dragon Claw, and this will take out the Dunsparce. So much damage from this bulky Dragon-type Pokemon. Picks up its first KO in this Grand Finals.
The adjustment to that Dragon Claw makes it such an offensive threat. It does a huge amount of damage. Same type attack bonus. It shares a typing with its user. Giratina altered the Shadow form, doing huge damage to this Corsola as well.
Yo!
And now Alfie comes back in again with his Gastradon.
Alfie is reading his opponent like nobody else in this tournament. The next simultaneous swap from him takes a Night Slash here to the face. Of course, Inadequins gets some damage off with this Shadow Scissor on the charge attack priority. Huge play by him as well. But now a Body Slam is going to connect. You still have some energy.
Alfie with a ton of energy still on this Gastradon, but not much health. And there is a full health Gastradon in the back for Inadequins. This is going to be big for him. Alfie is going to throw this Water Pulse. Inadequins will shield it up straight away. And Alfie now really needs to lean into his Galarian Corsola, which already has some energy. The switch clocks are so close to being up. It doesn't make a difference now. Alfie cannot afford to allow for a catch, but he needs to make the correct shield decision here.
For Martijn, it is now really important to have a lot of energy stored at all times here. The HP is dwindling for Alfie. Alfie has to deny a catch here, but he is letting this go, but it's still chip damage.
That is a great wait from Alfie as he checks to see the Mud Slap go through. And now Inadequins will be trying to get this Corsola into a range where perhaps Giratina can Shadow Claw it. And Giratina's Shadow Claw comes through, but it isn't enough! The Corsola ends onto 1 HP, a charge attack priority here. There could be a Protect Shield KO. How much HP is it? Corsola, can you hang on? Inadequins is hoping, crossing his fingers, and then faints! It is a Shield KO! Inadequins goes up 1-0! Alfie did everything he could, but Corsola had 1 HP remaining, and a shield reduces your opponent's charge attack damage to 1 HP, and Inadequins' hands lift into the air as he celebrates the most clutch win, the first win of the Grand Finals here in Frankfurt.
Frankfurt, are you entertained? This is the Grand Finals of the first Regional Championships in the 2026 season, and we are in for a treat. Closer it could not have been.
What more can you do? You wait, you play to perfection, you ensure every fast attack, every charge attack goes where you want it to go. Alfie pulling out all of the stops, but it wasn't enough. Inadequins is the man of the moment, taking the advantage here in these Grand Finals, and that will give him so much confidence as he proceeds to try and become the Frankfurt Regional Champion.
I think you could make 3 perfect gameplay moment videos out of this matchup. It is absolutely insane on which level those two trainers operate here. Alfie has anticipated swaps, played the perfect energy management, had the shield advantage in the end, had the energy advantage in the end, but he did not have enough HP.
And now, the players line up once more as they get into Game 2. The same leads that we saw in Game 1, but 2 adjustments, one on either side of their backlines. Will the players work out what their opponents are strategizing? The first attack comes through, and it does again draw a shield from this Gastradon.
Is Inadequins going to go for the same strategy? No! This time around we bring in the Blastoise, confusing our opponent perhaps, but a rather fast answer with this Cradley.
Blastoise throwing this water-type Hydro Cannon neutral against the grass and rock type of Cradilli. Not enough to take it into a range where even one more Hydro Cannon would threaten a knockout. And now Cradilli will over-farm. It wants to get into a position where it can take out the Blastoise and then potentially Rock Tomb whatever comes in next, because Alfie is not worried about these rollouts just yet.
There is 4 acids and now throws a Grass Knot here. Is almost at 2 charge attacks. Inadequins is going to protect this. Wants to hang on onto this Blastoise. He already has the Hydro Cannon stored. Swaps out, gets a Bullet Punch down. All the energy is gone.
Let's remember that Inadequins has a Hydro Cannon loaded on that Blastoise as he comes back in with this Shadow Scissor, and Alfie makes a decision on throwing the Body Slam into the Scissor. Will Inadequins put up his next shield. No, he won't. This might not knock out. It's resisted.
Oh, it hangs on with a slither of HP. Night Slash is going to connect. Also not going to knock out, but the damage is important.
And now Alfie will be putting everything on the back of his Galarian Corsola. Once he sees a Giratina come in, he will know that he cannot throw anything other than resisted charge attack damage into it. So will we see him pivot? Immediate pivot into the Galarian Corsola, trying to get these Astonishes through, and now the Blastoise comes back to start loading Hydro Cannons into the Galarian Corsola.
Giratina in an amazing position. Also, Inadequins transferred 1 Astonish damage onto the Blastoise because it's not super effective here. Also, the timer is not up. Inadequins wants to prevent this Gastradon from body slamming his Blastoise there.
And Alfie's throwing this Nightshade, but it won't be enough to take down the Blastoise, and Blastoise already has a Hydro Cannon available that Alfie will almost certainly need to shield. He will now go for this farm down and try and unload energy into the Giratina. The switch clocks aren't yet up. Alfie does bank 1 Nightshade, but Inadequins has a shield available already.
The shield is being used here. Of course, the Gastradon has nothing to offer. Now he just needs to guarantee that there is not going to be a catch from that Gastradon. Oh, they're going to charge up. They're going to... When are you throwing this charge attack? The Ancient Power is going to be thrown into the Corsola. Will for sure knock out.
Ancient Power coming through as Inadequins hopes for maybe a boost, and this Gastradon comes in and it has energy, but this is resisted. Will a Water Pulse plus Mud Slaps be enough? It's a Shadow Giratina. It doesn't do anywhere near enough, and Giratina reaches the Dragon Claw.
Inadequins goes up 2-0 versus Alfie. He seems absolutely unstoppable in this Grand Finals. 1 game away as he shows us and the crowd from winning his 2nd gold.
Inadequins is so far ahead in these Grand Finals. 1 more win. This is a best of 5. Alfie would need to win the next 3 games back to back if he wants to deny Inadequins his 2nd gold medal.
For the moment, because if he wins 3 in a row, he will have to do the same ordeal again. Inadequins looks unstoppable. This entire tournament, he has 3-0'd Patoman. She has 3-1'd Alfie. He is in such a good position right now. And it doesn't help Alfie that Inadequins has so many absolutely safe Pokemon in the matchup.
When Inadequins swapped in that Blastoise in game number 2, Alfie took perhaps half a second too long to respond with that Credilli. And what that meant was that Credilli was not able to get to back-to-back attacks. If it had, perhaps it could have thrown a Rock Tomb against the Shadow Scizor before it was sniped, because it went down and lost so much energy, and it just shows how hard it is to adapt when your opponent is bringing different safe swaps each time.
And look at how high the standard is that he keeps to himself. He's shaking his head like he was in some sort of a pickle here, while Alfie is also absolutely locked in. Focus, doesn't give anything away, shows no signs of frustration from 1 game of Pokemon Go to the next to eventually try and become the Frankfurt Regional Champion. But his opponent is no less than Inadequins, the absolute champion of Utrecht, world's runner-up, and maybe future Frankfurt champion. It's game match point for Inadequins.
Game number 3 kicks off with Blastoise up against the Galarian Corsola, 2 bulky Pokemon, one with access to that super efficient Hydro Cannon, the other with just residual Astonish damage and Nightshades that can chunk its way through. Inadequins strikes first as Hydro Cannon lands.
He's outpacing the Corsola as well, already at the 2nd Hydro Cannon, while Alfie is still going for Astonish after Astonish, perhaps wants to go up to 2 Astonishes.
And we've seen before what can happen when you leave your Pokemon low. You do leave them susceptible to a snipe when a Pokemon comes in from the back benches and takes you out before you're able to unload your energy. Alfie does not want to let that happen, and he banks up as much energy as he can before he takes out this Blastoise.
Corsola, I want to say, is now in perfect farm down range for anything. Alfie will have to react quick to the Pokemon that Inadequins is bringing in. It is going to be the Shadow Giratina, and he gets the full 3 Shadow Claw farm down. Giratina is incredible neutral in this matchup.
Alfie does not want to give alignment. He won't want to give up shields easily. This is the matchup that he wants the Dunsparce in, but he recognizes that Dragon Claw is such a powerful move. I wouldn't be surprised to see him farm up to a ton of energy to prevent Inadequins from aggressively swapping in something that could take the energy. He gets a free rollout through as well. That could be huge for him.
That might have sent him over the 100% range though, because he has a lot of energy already. The Giratina is sitting there. It is still bulky. It is not going to take too much damage, but maybe 2 Drill Run will be enough to knock out. However, Inadequins is 1 shield up, and he only needs to land 1 Trailblaze. Oh, wow.
Drill Run now coming through just before this Night Slash. I think each of us have bated breath as to how this game is going to end. We've seen that the Giratina still has health available. There is a Gastradon in the back, and Inadequins is able to one-shot it potentially with a Trailblaze. Alfie's going to come in now with that Gastradon, and there is a huge shield decision to make here. If you let this through, you will lose. Is the shield going up? Yes, it does.
He protects Gastradon from this massive damage. The timer is almost up for Inadequins. Alfie is racing to that Body Slam, trying to get it off. I don't know if Body Slam will be enough. Is Inadequins now at the Trailblaze? Can he knock out, or will he have to swap out immediately into the Giratina? He's trying to reach for the Trailblaze, but the Mud Slap down is happening. Giratina is coming in a last-ditch effort, but this is not enough HP.
A massive moment for Alfie as the Gastradon is able to Mud Slap down the Shadow Sizzle. My heart was stopped. Inadequins and Alfie's probably were too. And now Gastradon claws 1 game back from Inadequins in this Grand Final series.
The first time Alfie did not get the favorable lead, he all of a sudden wins the game, and that speaks for how neutral these matchups really are right now, because if you are safe swapping your Pokemon into another matchup, you might get a little bit of an energy head start that in Game 2 won Martijn the game.
Every moment matters. Every decision at every level, every half second in these Pokemon Go Grand Finals could be critical to decide the outcome. Who will be the Frankfurt Regional Champion? Alfie has 1 point on the board, and he needs to use that momentum. He needs to get this next game as well if he wants any chance of claiming gold for himself.
He needs to win 5 more games against the Titan that is Inadequins, but if he wins 2 in a row, he has more breathing room. Inadequins, on the other hand, he is 1 game away from victory. Are we maybe seeing him again going back to this strategy he had before? Shadow Caesar Elite with Blastoise and Giratina in the back?
The players look almost ready to go. Inadequins calculating how can he utilize his Giratina altered Shadow form to best effect, and Alfie plotting what can he do to stop it. The players are locked in. Game number 4 of these Grand Finals are ready to go. Here we are.
Inadequins versus Alfie, and Inadequins with a huge lead, absolutely walling the Gastrodon with Shadow Giratina. Alfie is farming up some energy. Is he maybe trying to get, what's he going to switch into? Dunsparce is the only real answer.
A big Dragon Claw coming in through. This got a massive damage buff this season. It's a little slower to reach, but look how much damage it does to the bulky Gastrodon. And now Alfie will come through with this Dunsparce to try and sponge some energy. Inadequins says, I'm happy to throw Dragon Claw once more.
This is looking super strong for Inadequins. Non-same type attack bonus boosted damage from Dunsparce is existing, but if it is against a bulky Pokemon with no super effective damage, the damage is really lackluster, and Gastrodon is so bulky.
Let's remember that Alfie does have the switch clocks completely misaligned, meaning the energy on that Gastrodon might be able to go onto a Pokemon better than the Shadow Giratina altered. He might come in straight away after this Water Pulse lands to take advantage of the misaligned clocks. Yes, he does. Togekiss is now in, double resisting these Mud Slaps.
Togekiss looking indeed very strong here, but Water Pulse is better than Earth Power in this matchup. You do not want to take that damage if you're also faced with charged attack or fast attack pressure from the other Pokemon.
A great shield there from Alfie, and let's remind everyone that we are running Psyshock on this Togekiss. That means it is quicker to reach. It won't do as much damage as Dazzling Gleam, but it'll do more than enough potentially to this Giratina. And again, Alfie throws a Psyshock as Inadequins tries to farm up towards that ancient power.
Now let's remember, Inadequins has now unlocked the Gastradon of Alfie that is sitting in the back row with a lot of energy, but he brings it in, catches the attack.
Will this ancient power knock out this Gastradon? Can you still get a chance to throw off this Water Pulse? Yes, you can. That will do decent damage against the Giratina, and the Togekiss now has the potential to try and sweep the endgame.
Now Inadequins' best friend, the Wigglytuff, will have to carry for him, brings it in immediately. Of course, Togekiss is pacing fast, but there is so much damage!
I think Inadequins might be able to just fully fast attack down this Togekiss. It's not a very bulky Pokemon. There's still so much health left on that Gastradon.
Show the world your bow, Wigglytuff! Goes in, no damage registered yet from this second charm. If this knocks out, it won't transfer, but there is still Giratina. There is still Gastradon. How much damage can you do?
Inadequins about to return with the Giratina. He puts the Togekiss in range where Mud Slap might be enough. Mud Slap is enough.
Giratina returned! Inadequins is your Frankfurt Special Event Regional Champion!
Inadequins, once again, he is inevitable!
He is the master of dragons. He is the best player in Europe in this special season right here. He has won the Frankfurt Regional Championships Inadequins with a Mud Slap down on a flying type Pokemon.
Every player doing their best to try and stop the Shadow Giratina altered. Inadequins pairing it with Gastradon and Wigglytuff. The fast attack pressure, it's almost oppressive, and he takes down every opponent in his way. Undefeated, not one match dropped. There is no one, there is nothing that can stop this man.
6-2 in games versus Alfie. Didn't get reverse swept at all, did not drop a single match. As you said, Inadequins comes into this season after casting NAAC, after casting Worlds. He shows dominance. He says, hey, when I'm sitting behind the desk, I know more than you.
And as every player starts this new season, beginning their journey towards San Francisco next summer, Inadequins locks in his place immediately. One tournament, one win. He will be there in San Francisco. And what a player, what a caster, what a personality this man is for this game and for this space. It is an honor to be able to watch someone of his caliber take gold once again.
He's an absolute treasure of the community, sharing his passion and his knowledge about the game. And he defeated Alfie in the grand finals. Look at them, enjoying the moment, having fun as friends as well. And Alfie has been so amazing in this entire tournament. He has been outsmarting players of Worlds level caliber. But the last one, look at this. The 1 HP shield KO body slam on a ghost type.
Was there ever any doubt as he took down Pataman to start off this championship Sunday, as he knocked Talonflame from the sky, as he swept up Pokemon with his Shadow Giratina, with his Wigglytuff, the utility of Blastoise and Sizzle. Every single Pokemon on his team pulled its weight as he soared and coursed through the competition this weekend. He is your Frankfurt Regional Champion. He is him.
And the adaptation immediately after he realized, okay, Alfie knows how to play versus Caesar now. I will bring in Wigglytuff. I will surprise with the fast attack damage, getting the Mud Slap down here on the Togekiss. And look at the relief on this man's face. Inadequins is your champion. Kicks off the season in a way that will be remembered for eternity.
Wow, what a story, what a weekend we have had here to kick off our 2026 Play Pokemon Championship Series. And whilst every player can look up and look to a crown and hope and dream that one day it might be theirs, Alfie was one of those players, and Inadequins said no.
Alfie might have a try in the next few events. Perhaps if Inadequins is casting an event, he can try again. But Inadequins just with the perfect team for the tournament as well. The Shadow Talonflame came out of nowhere. Absolute rogue pick. Dominated some of his opponent, as we can see. Let's look at the matches that he has played, at the players who he has defeated in his tournament run against, for example,
Pataman and Chris, and then Alfie. He then had to play Alfie once more in those grand finals, and let's just say, what a performance from 9 Alfie 2, coming off the back, as we've said, Bologna 2025, a top 8, now getting a silver medal, getting to a grand finals here in Frankfurt. These are the moments that can begin a journey, a career, and this could be a really great player, definitely one to watch going forwards.
Absolutely. I think you can safely say that those two are the best trainers of this tournament. Goes up to the winners finals, undefeated Alfie, and then was just bested by Inadequins. But before that, also not dropping a single match. Then in losers finals, also dominating his opponent, getting back to Inadequins, staring him in the eye, and then saying, okay, maybe you got this.
And if there's ever an event to inspire you, to make you want to be here and compete with the best of the best, I think we have watched such a fantastic show. Our top players have performed superbly. The top 8 players here on your screen are none other than the best players in this Tales of Transformation season so far. The first opportunity to play in this new meta, and these are your title winners, your medal winners, your top 8 placement players.
And I will say, let's shout out Lou a little bit, because in the finals, it was shown which Pokemon the best Mudslapper is. It is Gastradon here with the Water Pulse now.
So many interesting Pokemon, but only one Blastoise. Big man Blastoise taking big man Inadequins straight to the gold here in Frankfurt, beating all of the rest of the competition. But such incredible players we have seen throughout the weekend. Galarian Moltres, Shadow Charizard, Shadow Talonflame, stories about flyers and ghosts, grass types and steel types. There are so many opportunities for these players, so many opportunities for their Pokemon, and we have got to witness a spectacle this weekend.
Sitting on the top of Mount Silver, just reigning over all of them, is King Giratina next to Inadequins. Has changed the form, has still dominated the tournament. It was an absolute pleasure to watch all of this. The newest addition when it comes to legendaries for the Open Great League has shown, if it's in the hand of the best Dragon-type trainer in the world, that it can win major events.
We've seen Inadequins take gold before with a Giratina. We've seen him come second in the world with a Giratina, and he has tried other dragons. He has entered events with Shadow Palkia. We've entered events with that Rayquaza that we've seen in Utrecht. But as soon as he gets the opportunity to return to his Ghost and Dragon signature Pokemon, what happens? What else would happen? He comes out on top.
Yep, and you can just see the difference that the coverage makes, right? When you watched the World's Finals that he played back then.
I think a lot of players thought that Giratina had actually been nerfed coming into this season. Dragonclaw was a lot slower than it used to be, but running Dragonclaw and Ancient Power, we saw that Shadow Giratina two-shotting a Dunsparce, a very bulky, normal-type Pokemon, as well as one-shotting so many Talonflame out of the sky. But these players this weekend, they are the ones that have been soaring. They are the ones that deserve their medals. So let's go down to the stage where we will see them receive them.
They most certainly have been the standout Pokemon trainers from this weekend. And I think it's safe to say that Frankfurt has kicked the 2026 season off in style. But let's get to our award ceremony. Our 4th place finalist, a trainer who has had a stunning run across this weekend after being away for a few years, is back in action. Please give it up for Ripperli! congratulations. How does it feel to have such a great performance this weekend?
I mean, I haven't been in one of these kind of tournaments for quite a while, so I took like 2 years off. So I was quite nervous, and my expectation was just don't go 2-0 and bye. So standing here really means a lot to me, and I feel like it was really valuable to connect with the community again. I really enjoyed the social event, maybe a bit too much for my own sake, but I think it was really all worth it, and I'm hoping to one-up this, or maybe three-up this in the next occasion. So yeah, I see what the future holds, but so far I'm pretty happy with my result. Yeah.
Fantastic. It's great to hear that you exceeded your own expectations, and we look forward to seeing your name throughout the rest of the season as well. Give it out one more time for your 4th place finalist, Ripperli! Now, in 3rd place, a trainer who almost needs no introduction. This trainer is a master in charm and has already, at the start of the season, got another medal to his name. You know the name. Give it up for Padaman! Congratulations, what a tremendous start to this season. Does it give you confidence to keep going throughout the 2026 events?
Yeah, so basically I think I'm confident about this result. Actually not the one you always want, because like after getting the 2nd place in Worlds, you always want like more, you want to win tournament, but yeah, it is what it is. My opponents played well, and that's all, yeah.
Well, you played incredibly well too. It's been a joy to watch you throughout this weekend, and I know we will see you doing tremendously well at the next event. One more cheer for Padaman! Now, our 2nd place finalist has had us on the edge of our seats almost every single game. This trainer has taken Togekiss to soar to victory. It is Alfie! Hello, Alfie. You said this was your best performance ever. How does this moment feel to you?
Ancora non ci posso credere, nemmeno nelle mie più rose aspettative mi aspettavo di arrivare fin qui. Voglio ringraziare i ragazzi per il supporto che mi hanno aiutato tanto, ma soprattutto voglio ringraziare mia moglie, perché questo weekend era il nostro primo anniversario di nozze e lei mi ha permesso di venire qui, quindi devo almeno portare la cena.
I thank all my friends and my wife, and I'm very excited to be here. And I was not expecting to get this far during the tournament. So yeah, a big shout out to my friends, my wife, and yeah, that's it.
I mean, once I saw your Gastradon, I had no doubt that you would do incredibly well. I look forward to seeing what you're going to do next. One more cheer for our 2nd place. It is Alfie! Okay, so name a more iconic duo than Giratina and Gastradon. I don't think I can. I think it's time to celebrate the trainer who piloted them so beautifully to victory, your Frankfurt Regional Champion, Inadequins! Inadequins, you are a fearsome competitor. You've been here before, but what does it mean to kick off this season with such a great performance?
There's so much to tell, so little time. I just want to start off by, maybe this doesn't answer your question exactly, but I want to shout out Padaman. I feel like we did this together. A couple weeks after the World's Grand Finals, I messaged him to check how he was after being in such a good position to win it all. And like no one else, I felt like what it was to lose the Grand Finals as European. And now I got 3rd place as well, so big congratulations to him. I feel like this is something that we both really wanted. And just the product of all the practice I've offered and done myself through my servers and with my friends, I feel like it's iconic that I had a team locked in for a week and a half. I practiced with it, and I did it. Insane.
I think that's one of the beautiful things, that it's your win, but you can also celebrate everyone else's wins that have helped you get to this point. And on that note, is there anyone out there you would like to thank who helped you get to this moment?
There's too many people. I will forget someone. Let's United for sure. I have joined another team now, waste potential. But I've not part ways with my good friends. I've been part of my teams from EU Emperors for 5 years, and I will always love them.
I love that. It's such a great team spirit here at Pokemon, and you certainly have excelled to great success this weekend. I'm looking forward to seeing what you and Giratina get up to next. Trainers, can you give one more loud of applause for Inadequins? So, we're nearly at the end. The medals have been given out. Our champion has been crowned. But us casters have still got a few more things to say to wrap up the event. So let's kick it over to the couch. We'll be there in just a few moments.
Welcome to the 2025 Pokemon World Championships!
This is what Pokemon dreams are made of!
Inadequins is your Frankfurt 2026 regional champion, and what a story with his favorite Pokemon as well. This has been such an incredible, miraculous event. How are you feeling about this?
I just think it's one of those moments where coming off the back of NAIC that he casts, coming off the back of Worlds that he casts, and he tells me, I'm not casting Frankfurt to kick off the season, I'm planning on winning it instead. And obviously we laugh and we smile, and I sit here and I watch him and I just think, of course, of course.
It's inspirational, and I think that's really the key thing. Not only is he an incredible commentator, but the fact that he can put those skills to the test outside of the casting desk as well in such tremendous fashion makes him formidable in more ways than one.
I just really love this team though as well. He was someone who wasn't using actually the top meta picks. He wasn't using a Corsair, he wasn't using a Marowak. He had his own style, and this was all that he needed. He had his own Pokemon, he had his trusty Giratina, and we saw on what this Giratina can do.
He's not only a regional champ, he's also the people's champ. But let's not take anything away from the other trainers that we have seen succeed this weekend. It has been a weekend of top gameplay, and those are our top 3 players.
we're gonna see, of course, Inadequins with this very, very unique team. But also, I really enjoyed Alfie here using this Togekiss, a Pokemon that we haven't really seen before, having any play, and here, number 2 spot, and did a lot of work. But also Patamon here at the number 3 spot. Again, a very, very strong team, and also that Goodra on this team, a Pokemon that we haven't really seen with that much success before, had a lot of play this tournament.
Some of the most consistent players in Europe, some of the most consistent players in the world. Both of the European Worlds finalists from the season before and the season before that are here in Frankfurt to take their medals. And is anyone really surprised?
Absolutely not. Consistency is key, and there you can see it, collecting the event winners on this graph we have in Inadequins.
Doesn't it feel magical that the 2026 season is already underway and in such tremendous fashion? Inadequins, who's won events before, has had top places before, showing that even in this season, he's still having that caliber of Pokemon play.
And if you've been inspired by this magical tournament, if you're saying, I want to become the next Inadequins, then these are the places you want to go to.
Yes, the next event on our roster is going to be in Lille in October. So if you want to maybe try Pokemon Go for the first time, that's the next event that you can check out at that regional level. Of course, there's some more events as we lead up into Sao Paulo for LAIC, followed up by Stuttgart and Birmingham before EUIC, my personal favorite international of the 3, and it's kind of our midway point of the season there. Then, as we carry on, we've got a few more events before NAIC, the final event of the competitive season before the World Championships.
And I think every player here in Europe wants to spend their summer in San Fran, but the first chapter of these players' stories have been written here in Frankfurt this weekend. Inadequins puts his name on that graphic, puts his name back into the history books, as if it didn't have enough chapters about him already.
But I think, guys, we need to calm down a little bit, right? We are already planning ahead for next summer for the World Championship. If you're like me and you can only think ahead like maximum 5 days, this is what's going to happen next on the Twitch channel of Pokemon.
We're going to see here, of course, that Dragonite Marathon going to be very, very exciting. We're going to have also the Toronto Regional Champion TCG rerun. Also, the Johto Journey on Thursday there. And also, we're going to have that Pittsburgh Regional Championship. I know my brother's going to compete there, Z's Wireless, so it's going to be very interesting as well there.
He's going to be traveling over to NA with a smile. Zizoalis will look for some redemption. He is also one of the best players in Europe and even the world. And I can't wait to see how our North American counterparts tackle this tale of transformation meta.
Exactly, they have seen the information from this tournament. Which Pokemon is meta? It is Shadow Giratina, definitely. So next weekend in Pittsburgh, you're going to be able to play for the next regional champion title.
And then the next European event is in Lille next month, and we want to see you there. You can compete for all of these prizes, these championship points, these new spawns, these charged TMs. Pittsburgh, as we say, will be the event prior to that next week in North America.
Did you say that to me that I should compete? Because I definitely will. I will try my luck again in Lille. I will try to get that title, or maybe at least a day 2. And if you want to see all of these fantastic trainers that are going to compete in Lille again, you will have to go to pokemon.com/broadcast. You will catch all the action on this page. You will never miss a beat.
That's the thing, you want to stay informed as much as possible. The season has only just kicked off, so you need to follow the channels below. Oh, sorry, did I just steal your line? I apologize.
How could you? Of course, you have to follow all the channels. And if you're on YouTube, feel free to leave a like as well.
Thank you so much, everyone. It was an absolute blast to kick off the 2026 season here. And we have a nice, real new champion for Frankfurt here. I can't wait to see where these events are going. So I would say after this magical weekend, we will say goodbye and we will see you soon. But let's check out the highlights of the day now for a closure.